He's in, and goes after that. He's got an edge on it. Well, umpire doesn't think it's out.
There is a massive spike just before the ball gets to the bat. I actually thought from Carey's body language, he just looked guilty.
Carey on 98, waits for Stokes, who comes in, bowls to him, he drives into the offside. This will be his 100. Ball just prevented from going for 4, so he comes back for 3, and a terrific innings from Alex Carey. Yes, good morning from us. Welcome back to Adelaide for the second day of this third test match. We're all set up, play getting underway in about half an hour from now, and what a hot day it is too. The forecast set to reach about 39 degrees today, so everyone coming in smothered in sun cream, hats are on. It's another beautiful, clear, piercingly blue sky. And England, well, it's a very important day to try not to overstate it too much. 326 for 8 is how Australia will be resuming. So 2 tasks here for England to wrap up that innings as soon as they can. And they've got a new ball. It's only a couple of overs old, of course. And then to get batting and to bat for a long, long time. I was in the lift with some of the players last night. Brendan McCullum, he's on about 600. I thought, well, OK, that's a good target. Let's see if they can get that many. 550, 600, it feels as if that's what England really have to try and go for. And not in 60 overs. They've got a couple of days if they really want to. Take as long as you like. Just nail down those runs and nail down the lead. That's the plan. We shall see how it eventuates over the next 7 or 8 hours or so. But do stay with us. It's going to be a fascinating day's cricket, I think. And inevitably, an Ashes Test match. There's some controversy as well. The reason that, of course, we played you those Alex Carey moments there was because it's rather kicked off overnight. And I think that most people watching would consider that Snicko got things badly wrong yesterday, and it has got some form in this series, but overnight here, you may have been reading about it at home, the company in charge of Snicko have admitted that they made a mistake. It's an interesting admission because they said, and they admit, that they actually used the wrong stump microphone, that they used the bowler's end microphone rather than the batsman's end microphone to line up the jaggedy snick, of which there was a big one. You heard Michael Vaughan saying there. It's very obvious, and you get used to what these snicks look like. You know, you get a big sharp one, it's a bat. You get a small smudgy one, that tends to be a pad or a thigh pad. But I don't quite get that, because the spike was before the ball actually reached the bat. Now, surely, if they're using the pitch microphone from 22 yards away, the edge would have been well after the ball passed the bat. So I'm not sure that's right either. England have now had a review reinstated due to, quote, a technical error. I'm not sure that'll cheer them up. I think I'd rather have the 40-odd runs that Carey added. But they have at least had the review reinstated, which confirms that a mistake has been made. But we'll get Stephen Shemilt and others in on this in a second. But all I will say, and I did say yesterday, that Ranjan Mandakala, an old friend of ours, he's been the leading match referee for a very long time, highly respected figure in the game, and he did the first 2 tests at Perth and at Brisbane, and I was chatting to him about a number of things actually at the Gabba in Brisbane, and he said that they were not happy with the quality of Snicko. They're not happy with it, the software or whatever it is. It all gets a bit technical, but they knew then there were issues with Snicko, and it's important, I think, also to make the distinction here. It's not there are different companies who do this. Snicko is not Hawkeye, for instance. You'd watch your telly and it all looks the same, so a bit of confusion or so on is acceptable, but it is different, and whether there's a price difference, whether one is cheaper than the other, I suspect that might be part of the reason here. But anyway, a mistake has been made. Let's just first of all hear what England bowling coach David Saker, but first of all Alex Carey had to say about the incident in the post-match press conference last night.
I thought there was a bit of a feather or some sort of noise when it passed the bat. It looked a bit funny on the replay, didn't it, with the noise coming early? But if I was given out, I think I would have reviewed it. Probably not confidently though. It was a nice sound as it passed the bat. Yeah, Snicko obviously didn't line up, did it? Yeah. It's just the way cricket goes sometimes, isn't it? You have a bit of luck, and maybe it went my way today.
Do you walk it?
Clearly not. Nah.
The boys were pretty confident he hit it. I think the calibration of the Snicko's out quite a bit, and that's been probably the case for the series. There's been some things that don't really measure up. So, and at that stage, I can't remember the exact score, but it was a pretty important decision.
Yeah, 72 Carey was on. He made 106. Look, these things do happen in cricket. The umpire gave it not out. There are errors made, but the whole point, Stefan Schimmel, good morning to you, Glenn McGrath and Alex to my left, is that the whole idea of this technology is it's supposed to clear up mistakes and it's supposed to make everything right and perfect, which, as we know, cricket could never be, and it's not supposed to be in most people's eyes. But, however, this has been happening. I don't want to over-exaggerate it, but there have been other incidents during this series as well.
Yeah, it was during the first test, wasn't it? Was it Jamie Smith's dismissal in Perth when we had to get a little bit of clarification about what would you call it, Aggers? The way that the sound wave and the pictures sync up.
They allow a frame to pass if the snick shows after the bat. And that was the case in that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And I guess we all had that in mind yesterday when we saw that Alex Carey review. But the gap between the sound wave and the pictures yesterday was just too great.
Yeah, but it was before the snick.
It was. And I agree with you in terms of the explanation for the error. But I guess what we also don't know is the physical process. If you're in a truck and you've got some sound waves and some pictures to match up, how they go from the truck to what the third umpire and the rest of the world are seeing. So I think there's a bit of debate there. I think what I would say also is that the evidence that the TV umpire Chris Gaffney was given, he probably made the right decision. He was just given the wrong evidence.
Yeah, but I don't see how that spike could have been anything else. I mean, it was a bat spike, wasn't it? You watch it as much as we do.
Yeah,
that was a bat spike. It was a big jag. Obviously, Australian operators down there, Glenn, moving the stuff around. Good morning to you.
Yeah, morning, Aggers, Alex, Stefan, everyone. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. It was funny, I was down in the Snicko truck just having a little play with it. It just happened to be that same time.
I bet you were down there.
I do apologise. I hope it wasn't me that did it. But,
a little bit of work experience on that.
But, no, it's, I don't know, isn't it? You're right. The more I see Snicko, the more I see DRS, the more I dislike it. Back when we played Aggers, there was the umpire's call. And we took it, and you got some good ones, you got some bad ones, but you like to think they sort of balanced out. But the emotions were raw, and they were it happened then. So now we wouldn't be talking. If that was, umpire gave it not out, looked like he might have edged it yesterday. Anyway, let's go on with it. So
the problem is going to be, Glenn, and everybody, is that just like when you lose faith in an umpire, and we've all seen umpires over the years in which players have no faith in, and they challenge him all the time. They're going to be challenging this, and Carey said, although he nicked it, he admitted that
he said he was going to review it.
Exactly. So he knows the system's faulty.
Well, I thought I could see a gap for about 2 inches between bat and ball, but no, you want technology to be at its peak. We've got AI, we've got everything you can think of now, but yet we do not use technology that's the best in these games, and we rely on it so much, and then we talk about it and sledge it and say it's rubbish or it's this or it's that. The better stuff, I think, is out there. We just choose not to use it, and that's the issue.
I think my problem with it all is that, there's different companies, isn't there? And whether or not Australia are using a cheaper company or not, I would suggest they are using a cheaper company. You're going to get cheaper results because that's the way it works. England use Hawkeye and have done for many, many years, and very rarely do you see an absolute stonker like that. You come in, you see this new cheaper technology, and there's been questions all the way through this test series.
I do think we should be careful though in terms of questioning the technology, because I do think cricketers have never had it so good in terms of how many decisions have got right. And for you guys, Aggers and Glenn, when you played before DRS, probably how many times you were frustrated with an umpire's decision. And Al, you did play with DRS, and more gets right. And Tuffers is standing behind us. How many LBWs
Don't
would you have
start
got?
him off on that.
That's the point. Though. So I think we should just be careful. If you look at the mess, say, football has got itself into at the moment over VAR, cricket is pretty good. Yeah,
but the problem here, though, you've had Australia on 94 for 4 at one stage. You got a fellow who played really well, taking nothing away from Carey at all. He got a sort of a situation-saving 100. England need to win to stay in. It's all that comes into it, doesn't it? And there's that sort of frustrating moment where he should have been dismissed.
Also, he was given not out on the field. The umpire made a mistake.
So has it been a lesson learned that you need to use the best technology that's on offer?
Yeah, but unless I suppose we don't often see Hawkeye overseas. I don't think. I think it is usually Snicko that we see overseas.
They do use it in, Hawkeye do all the World Cups, ICC World Cups. They do the New Zealand stuff.
I think in Pakistan,
they do
for instance,
India,
last
they do
year, I don't
IPL.
think we did.
It was Hawkeye in Pakistan.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah. It's just Australia where they've lost the tennis in Australia and they've lost the cricket.
Right.
It's interesting, isn't it? If that was England batting and it happened, it probably wouldn't be quite as big an issue.
The Aussie press have kept quiet about it. I don't know,
No,
but I'm just not. I'm disappointed. This has clearly been a theme throughout the series, and that Ranjan Madagala, the senior referee in the world, knew that there's an issue and presumably said something to somebody, but nothing's been done.
I think we should clear up why there are different companies as well used to provide the technology. And so it is a playing condition of World Test Championship matches that DRS has to be in operation.
Yep.
The host broadcaster of a particular country, it is their responsibility to provide the technology. On this occasion, the host broadcaster is Fox. And they have chosen BBG to provide Snicko as their what would you call that particular element of DRS, the sound part of DRS. And that is an Australian company. There might be a logistical aspect to this. We don't know for definite it's just cost, but BBG are definitely based in Australia. So I guess if anyone's wondering, well, why is there not a standardised system of DRS across the world? Well, that is the reason. It's the host broadcaster's responsibility.
But you need competition too. I mean, if there's only one company doing it, they could charge through the roof, couldn't they?
Well,
so you do need some competition.
But also, and this is going down a whole different avenue and opening a different can of worms, cricket isn't standardised, is it, across the globe? We use different balls in different countries, all those different things. So this is just one other element where cricket is different depending on where you go.
You've seen the statement from the company concerned, haven't you, Stefan? I mean, they've essentially apologised for the mistake. We've seen that England have been given that review back again. What did they say?
Serious.
What did they say?
They said, given that Alex Carey admitted he had hit the ball in question, the only conclusion that can be drawn from this is that the Snicko operator at the time must have selected the incorrect stump mic for audio processing. In light of this, BBG Sports takes full responsibility for the error. Now, question for you, Glenn.
Well, my thing on that is Australia have to stop admitting
exactly.
to these
Would
things.
you have done that?
Steve Smith admitted he shouldn't have. No one else has ever admitted back in Sandpaper Gate. What other country takes responsibility?
Stuart Broad admitted he hit his at Trent Bridge in 2013.
I'm not sure he did hit it. But
Darren Lehman did.
But yeah, so it's I don't know. Do you come out and just say, look, this is the technology we had available, this was the shot? The fact that I agree with Aggers, how can you say it was the stump at the other end? The ball was, noise was before, it should have been after. So it's just,
that doesn't make sense.
A lot of it doesn't make sense, and you just say, look, this was the technology, and this is what it showed. It's simple.
The other question is now, what are we all going to be thinking the first time that someone calls a review this morning?
And I think that's the thing.
Do you trust it? This is the question.
Yeah, players aren't going to trust it.
They're not, and they'll say, like I made the point earlier, you work on weak umpires, and if there's a failing with this system, they're going to use it.
You do it in games where you don't have DRS, and an umpire turns up. You go, by the way, this umpire just if it hits the pad, just shout.
Appeal.
And it's going to be very similar.
You didn't do that.
Of course.
Did you, Alex?
Have a little flirt and a shout.
Right. Okay. Well, that's the talking point anyway.
Yeah.
And so that's just sort of rumbling away behind the scenes here at Adelaide. Steph, before you disappear, just a last thought from you about what you're hoping for or expecting today.
What I'm hoping for is big England runs, because I think even from your point of view, Glenn, from an Australian point of view, we want this series to be competitive, and this is it. Actually, today, this is where the series is made or broken, because I think if you'd offered England 326 for 8 yesterday morning when Australia won the toss, they'd have been incredibly happy.
They would.
If they can bowl Australia out today for 350 and bat well into tomorrow, then the series is there for them. If you think, so far in this series, Australia have not had Josh Hazlewood, Nathan Lyon has bowled 2 overs, Pat Cummins has bowled no overs, and Steve Smith is now missing this game. What more do England want than all of those players only playing a certain role and a beautiful Adelaide Oval in 39-degree heat? If they can't do it today, they never will.
I'm going to say something we haven't heard this series. This is England's best chance.
Well, it is.
Have we
isn't
said
it?
that every match
Yeah, I think.
so far?
Well, we
So
probably
they
have.
to.
But you
It
just
is
feel,
now.
Glenn. I mean, it's tailor made, and if they don't do it, they're not good enough, frankly. So this is. I mean, they couldn't ask for more. They've got to break this partnership, though. Make sure that they get through this as quickly as possible. Stark 33 has been a bit of a thorn in the side, hasn't he, up there at Brisbane as well? But with no hanging around, knock them over. Back on. And you made a good point yesterday, Glenn, about Jofra Archer. It does take a bit of time to warm up. He has a couple of overs. I want to see him coming out there, first ball, boom.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to warm up in the sheds, whatever, come out and just 145, 150, first ball, knock over these last 2 wickets and get it done.
You can't call the Donald Bradman Pavilion a shed. Can I just say?
Why,
That is not a shed.
Who called it a shed?
You did. You
When?
said in the sheds. That's.
Oh.
This is Donald Bradman. It's Sir Donald Bradman.
In
That's
the-
not a shed.
It's a change for him. I might have been talking about the shed out the back somewhere, you know.
I
I
don't
was
know.
talking about, but yeah,
These Australianisms. I've just had breakfast with the Bushies
Have you?
from up north. Yeah, the people I've been dealing with over the last few. They're fantastic lot.
they're just good people.
You
Aren't
can't move for Stetsons, beards. I mean, they're all in there
RMs.
having a great time.
Yeah.
7:30, I walked in to say hello. Beer is on, and they're coming down here, so they're going to be up for a very good day. I'd like to know, by the way, how the Barmies are feeling today. I mean, they stood down there at that end all day in the blazing sun. They're in the sun now. They didn't sit down.
No.
And they're standing on a bank, which again is quite awkward.
Well,
they did it for hours.
There'll be a few that haven't made it today.
Yeah.
I would
Well, they'd
imagine.
have to be.
I walked past the pubs last night and they were glowing.
Yeah.
There was a glow.
There's a fair amount of wreckage on the way back to my hotel last night, I'll be honest. What else we could talk about? How about Will Jacks and that rather strange role that he had yesterday? Part-time spinner, batsman who bowls. We've had all that debate about Bashir. I think if I said to you, Alex, put $10 on who's going to bowl the most overs for England on the first day of the Adelaide Test match, I don't think you'd have said Will Jacks.
No, I probably wouldn't have. And I'm really surprised Joe Root didn't bowl as well, because he actually turns the ball. He can turn the ball quite sharply. And if Jacks has bowled so many overs, I don't know. I think I would have given Joe Root a little bowl as well. And if you're going to play part-time bowlers, you might as well partly try everybody that you've got, or the options that you've got.
Well, he went for over 5 and over.
Yeah, and there's been a bit of debate on whether or not he's playing a holding role or not. Well, he's not playing a holding role if he's going at 5 and over. You know, we've had that debate about Bashir. He goes at 4 and over and can be quite expensive sometimes, but he's a wicket taker. Well, if Jacks is going to pick up wickets, that's fine. And if England say, okay, you can go at 5 and over, you have expensive overs, but he's not playing a holding role.
No.
That's absolutely not a holding
I
role.
was surprised he bowled so much yesterday.
England are taking each way bet on him because he bats. He bats well. That's why he's in the team.
He did pick up 2 big wickets.
Yeah, they were. Yeah,
Yes.
the quality of shots played
They were
against
donated,
them
rather,
interesting. But I was impressed, Agus. You said $10, not £10 or £10.
Well, we're here, when in Rome.
When in Rome.
When in Rome, we do it. And also it's less.
So 8 for $3.26.
$10 is less than £10 as well. So there you go.
Yeah, considerably.
That's not a good. Right, we're not far away from the start. In fact, the flag bearers are down there. A bit more breeze today. We've got the roof walkers up as well. Up to our left there. 2 parties, actually. They go up and down. If you imagine the mound stand at Lord's and the sort of shaping of the roof. You go up and down and up and down. But I bet you get a great view from up there. We'll see the seaside. Look down on the river and all of that. So that's what's going on over to our left. The groundsman's done all that he has to do as far as the pitch is concerned. 7 minutes. He's been trundling up and down there with that heavy roller. And I wonder how the England batsmen feel. They look quite relaxed. I went up the lift it's the first time on this tour I've been in the same hotel as the players, which is not always a good thing. If things go badly wrong, it's not a good place to be. But actually, I got on the lift with some of them yesterday. Zach Crawley, for instance, who's someone who's going to be feeling it today.
Well, there's got to be some nerves around, because this is the biggest day England have had on this tour so far. This is where today could be where England stay in the Ashes or they lose the Ashes. It's that big of a day. If England have a horrible day with the bat in hand, Australia are so in charge in this game, and then they retain the Ashes. It's as simple as that.
It's interesting because there's just talking to even Australian commentators up here in the English, there's an expectation that England will go out there and get 450, 500. It's like I wonder if the players are feeling that, or they're just going to go out there and play. And I do think this is the best opportunity for the way they play. You pick that line up, hit through the line, this is probably the best pitch you're going to get to do that. So we'll see how they come out and play today.
Well, we will on the back of also what they've been talking about on the break, won't they? We will get more of an indication how they play. I mean, Ben Duckett generally only plays one way, doesn't he? And Cawley, I mean, it is just the way that they bat. But
imagine if they come out and they're very defensive and they're just pushing singles. We'll be sledging them up here, won't we?
We'll say hooray.
We've been on those tours in Pakistan, Aggers, where the surface it's not been as green as this, don't get me wrong, but it's been flat and it's been perfect for batting. This is as close as they're going to get to those surfaces where they dominated those games. You know, the bowling quality is a lot higher, don't get me wrong, you're playing against Australia, but this is as close as they're going to get to that, and I think that will give them some confidence as well.
Harry Brook will be interesting. I mean, he's admitted himself that those, he's played some poor shots in this series up to now, but it wasn't necessarily the shots that got him out either for me, but the sort of reverse ramps and all this stuff he suddenly does, charging down the pitch. It'd be interesting to see if he actually reins himself in today as well.
Well, he said he's played some horrible shots.
He did.
He openly admitted that. He said he didn't regret them though. He can't, which actually surprised me, because you said that I've played some horrible shots and I'd do it differently, but I don't regret them. It's two very different meanings there. But I think he's got to rein himself in. He's not going to play the paddle first up, is he? Like we've seen in the past.
Well, maybe he will. But the other side of the coin too is you've got Pat Cummins coming back, who hasn't played for a while. Nathan Lyon hasn't played a lot.
Well, that's the thing. You have to make them bowl. England have to. If Pat Cummins is fully fit, all right, prove it. Bat. England have just got to bat, and Cummins, if you've got to carry on bowling, make him bowl.
Yes, and don't give him any easy openings. That's the thing, isn't it? That's what's been frustrating watching England recently. Is giving the bowlers one to get off the mark with. Fairly early on, have a big swish at Mitchell Starc. Well, every bowler starts. If you don't get a wicket in the first 5-6 overs, you do start to search a bit, don't you? Start to fret.
Yeah, Mitchell Starc's been okay. He's picked up 3 wickets in a wicket in every first over of the innings 3 out of 4 times. So it could have been better. But when you're getting a wicket in the first over of the innings, it lifts the whole fielding side, doesn't it?
Well, there's our man loosening up, Glenn, over in the sheds. But that's a very gentle loosening up from Jofra there. I mean,
wouldn't make it to the other end, would it?
No, he's bowling into the mitt.
Surprised he's not bowling left arm spin.
Well, he might do in a minute.
Well, in Brisbane, he warmed up bowling left arm.
He does
the
do
whole
that.
morning. Didn't bowl one right arm.
He can bowl quite a reasonable left arm spin actually. But I think everyone will be hoping he bowled well yesterday. He looked tired when he came back at the end. That's fair enough. He bowled some good stints, scored a good pace.
So which end is he going to bowl at? So he finished this end here. Looking at the breeze, it's coming from the northeast. So ideally he'll want to bowl
at the other end,
the second over of the day.
Well, they might start. Where I was, so Stokes bowled the last one, so they might start with Cast down here, and then Archer up at the far end. But he's having a chat there with David Saker, who we heard a few moments ago talking. That press conference last night, but no, Archer's gone through a fairly leisurely warming up here at the moment. But, slowly behind him, the players are gathering, getting ready to go out for what is such an important day for England. That I think we'll all agree that they were pretty happy with yesterday, not necessarily with the technology and so on, but they also dropped an important catch themselves. So you've got to put your hand up for that too, haven't you? They dropped Quadra on 6 and he made 82, so actually that was a bigger miss than the
76
Snicko.
runs. That's probably that's something you do have control over, and I thought that was a massive miss there. And Australia could have been in a far worse position if they took that catch.
Well, in they come, the members striding in over to the left-hand side. You've got to be very careful with the sun here. You've kind of got to move really, and it's lovely over on the eastern side at the moment. You can sit there. It is going to be baking hot. They're still saying 39 degrees today, but they're in the shade. The problem is it doesn't stay that way for the whole day, so you've got to keep moving around. I don't know how strict they are with the members here, but I was quite interested because it's not like Lords, but you've got to show your pass and so on to get into that side. But yesterday, when this right-hand side was absolutely baking in the sunshine, and they're just the ordinary supporters, if you like, over on the left in the shade against the brick wall that runs all the way around on the first tier there were lines of people standing up. It was as if they were allowed to go in there in the shade and stand, but you weren't allowed to go in and sit in the members area, but you can go and stand there and get some shade.
But out the back there's a big other social area, and you wonder if they allow more members into the ground for a test match than there are seats. I would have thought so.
Oh, well, that's true. But it's such a sociable match, this one.
Yeah.
Which way did you stroll in today, Alex?
I didn't walk in today.
No.
Well,
You got a taxi.
as I was leaving the hotel, other members of our team were also outside the hotel, and they said it's going to be hot if you walk, so why don't you jump in the car with us?
How can you shun that stroll through the university, over the bridge, say hi to the pelicans, say hi to the parrots,
Yeah.
say hi to Phil Tufnell's fruit bat, and walk into the ground? It's the most beautiful walk.
I'm very aware of that. It's also quite a nice drive.
I wandered across the bridge. I think Adelaide Oval is probably one of the best, if not the best ground in the world to get to.
Definitely.
It's just from the city, just walk 5 minutes across the bridge, not even that, and you're here.
I quite like
it is
walking
really
to Old
nice.
Trafford from my apartment.
Well, you live at the ground?
I basically do. You've
I
been.
think I've been there.
You've been.
Yeah. So
In the driving rain. No, I don't know. I hope we've whetted appetites of people listening. You know, there's some grounds where you're honest about. I see a one-day international was called off today in one part of the world. It was a cricket ground that I wouldn't necessarily talk quite as effusively about as this one. I mean, this is just it's a magical place. And if you're sitting there listening, thinking, "Yeah, I'm going to go there sometime," well, do. 4 years' time when England are back, you will not be disappointed. And even with the outcome and everything else, it's just one of those really iconic places that we try our best to describe and sell to people, if you like, bring you here. That's more the point. But you won't be let down if you come here.
It is a beautiful ground, and everyone I speak to around Australia, this is the test match they want to come to.
Yeah.
And if you've got plenty of time, there's 3 amazing wine areas, vineyards around the city.
Which one's your favourite?
Probably more McLaren Vale myself, but then the Barossa
down
and the
the
Clare
south,
Valley are hard to go past as well.
Yeah.
So there's plenty to. It's just a big country town. I love Adelaide.
Yeah,
and
it
then
is.
Port Lincoln, where you've got the cray boats and the seafood is unbelievable. So
And you got the bush 5-6 hours way up. Yeah. No,
Exactly.
it's a wonderful part of the world. Right, we have the umpires coming out, and immediately on their tail we have Ben Stokes and the England team coming out ready for this very important session here. I mean, we've talked a lot about the batting, but they've got to finish this off. They cannot allow Australia to get 40, 50 annoying runs here. They've got to blow them away. They've got a new ball that have been their ice baths, that have got freshened up, and everything has to go right today for England to stay in this game and to take control of it. So they've had their huddle. They're coming out looking as if they mean business. Further in the distance, the towering figure of Mitchell Starc and Nathan Lyon, who's not yet off the mark, but Stark's made a rather annoying 33, and he will be facing the first ball. The question is, who's going to bowl it? I think we've worked out probably that Archer would prefer to bowl from the far end. That's where the Barmies are, the old scoreboard and the trees. He'd rather bowl from there because the breeze does favour that end today, and that someone else will come from this end. But looking at it, it looks as if Archer is actually going to bowl from this end, so into the breeze. There you are. So Stokes has talked to him about that. Stokes has tossed him the ball, and let's see if Archer can run in hard here and put the wind up the lower order and knock these last 2 wickets over. Good morning, Phil Tufnell.
Morning, Agus, old boy. How are we?
Well,
Morning,
I'm very
everyone.
well. I'm actually very, very well. I'm looking forward to this. I mean, it's a big day, this.
Oh, absolutely. Got to start as you've been talking with those first 2 wickets. Got to get them quickly because that just keeps morale going, and then you've got to go and think to yourself, right, well, we've got to be batting by the end of the day still,
Yes,
and
correct.
still going, and still have a couple of recognised batters at the crease. So yeah, huge day for England. We've said it every all day of the trip, hasn't it? Huge day for England and the Ashes, but now this one is really now getting down to the wire. If England fall in a heap with the bat, it's pretty much done in my book.
Just about ready. The umpire's waiting for the clock to tick around precisely to 10 o'clock here in South Australia. So quite a unique little time zone. I think Northern Territory has a rather strange half hour as well. It's very difficult to work out what the time is at home. When you're in Adelaide, it's a strange one. 10.5 hour time difference. But anyway, here we go. 10 o'clock in the morning. Beautiful sunny day. It's going to be a hot one. Archer was ready to go, and the umpire didn't put his arm down, so he's going to have to come back and try again. But let's see if Archer can really let it go from the start here. He's on his way. The first ball of the second day. Round the wicket he goes and bowls, and it's a full ball, which is clipped easily away down to mid-on, and there is no run.
Be tempted to have Tongue the other end, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would actually.
Yeah. More than Cars
bowled
or
nicely
Stokes.
yesterday.
Yeah, I think he did. I thought he looked bustly and aggressive and at you, and that's the last thing you want if you're a tail-ender.
Looking at the speeds there, it's 133 kilometres, so we've got to work that out. What is it? That's 83.
Yeah.
Round the wicket he goes again and bowls wide of the off stump. It's been carved away down to the boundary. That's a poor ball. A floaty, full, wide ball outside the off stump. And it's been slashed away for 4, and this is just not what England need here.
Sets the tone.
Yeah.
Sets the tone for the morning. Yeah, I would have been tempted. As I said, I hope I see perhaps a Tongue and a Cast, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, that was a poor ball.
Yeah, get into it. You've got to get into it sharpish, otherwise the next thing you know, it just knocks the stuffing out of you.
Yeah. 3:30 for 8. Stark, he could be dangerous if you serve up a ball like that.
Yeah.
Any left-hander's going to carve that away.
Well, I might be able to whack that one.
2 slips. Archer again, round the wicket, runs in, bowls a full toss, it thumps into the pad. Stark there missed out. A low full toss, which he was aiming to flick away through mid-wicket.
Looks a bit round-armed, Joff, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he had a good day yesterday and he got stuck in and bowled well. But the old arm's not quite going. It's a bit round, a bit slingy.
Looks a bit creaky.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Andy Zoltzman.
Archer's first 2 spells yesterday were in his top 10 fastest spells for England, according to the ball tracking data. Just 2 4s off him yesterday, one off the last ball he bowled, but one off the second ball today.
Right, Archer runs away from us and bowls. Stark on the front foot, gets nicely into position there and plays that back to the bowler.
And you'd know this, John, and the whole where Jofra Archer gets his pace is from that high arm and that sort of what's it called when the elbow goes a bit funny? What's it called? No,
Flex?
Yes, flex. It's not the word, but there is, I forget.
Hyperextension.
Thank you very much. It's early start. Hyperextension. And so when you are a bit round arm and a bit tired, you don't get that snap.
And he goes again and bowls, and Stark's hit it through the covers. It's another 4. Into the shadows it goes. Two boundaries and 2 very hittable balls, and actually the one before that could have gone as well through mid-wicket. This is not the start England want at all.
No. Just sort of, I know it's hard work, you've been bowling all day yesterday, but it's a little bit putty there, isn't it?
Yep.
Just sort of like putting it on a length. You've got to really try and hit that pitch.
Bounce it, be hostile.
Try driving that,
And he goes again, bowls, very full, driven nicely by Stark. Finds Stokes at mid-off, who hurls the ball to the keeper. Well, that's a good start for Australia in my book. That's not the hostility and the aggression that maybe England would have wanted.
It's Cars. Why are you not bowling Tongue? I would have looked to play bowl Tongue at first up. He has that awkward angle as well and that awkward delivery, and he's just one of those kind of bowlers that as a tail-ender you don't fancy, but they've decided to go with Archer and Cars. But there you go. What did you make of it? I was listening intently about all the Snicko controversy.
But I think you could tell at the time.
Yeah.
And not only that, but also Carey's face when he was waiting for the...
and 2 balls later.
A massive swipe.
Yeah,
like the swipe of a guilty man.
Absolutely.
And I said it next door on ABC to this off mic to a couple of the lads in there, and they said, "What are you talking about? There's no such thing." I said, "I'm telling you, he's nicked that."
Yeah, yes.
So Cast from the far end comes in and bowls to Nathan Lyon, who covers up and plays the first ball.
Solid.
Back to the bowler again. And there's no run. But he can hang around.
Yeah, it was almost like predictive Snicko, wasn't it? It was like Doris Stokes of Snicko.
Yeah.
I know he's going to nick that. I just sort of say it beforehand.
It was very odd.
What was interesting then, I mean, it's a bit like when you're unfaithful to your partner, once the trust's gone, you can never get it back.
But the thing is, they'll work on that system now, won't they?
Of course.
Yeah. Here's Cast, bowls, tucked away by Lyon, nicely off his pads, another run to Australia. It's with 9 already this morning.
Us cricketers, once we see a little bit of doubt and a little bit of something, I can remember bowling at South Africa all those years ago, and someone, it was the foreshortening, of the catch. And then, people were getting caught waist high, in the slips and going, hold on a minute. So
well, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen umpires, we're not going to name them, but they're standing in test matches that the players are going to work on.
Absolutely.
Virtually every decision reviewed.
Yeah. And the umpires then get a bit scared themselves.
Yeah. Right, there's one slip and a ring here for Stark as Cast comes in towards us and bowls, and he's slashed it for 4. Short and wide, 3 boundaries struck already.
Just not the start you want. You've had the chat in the dressing room and you go, right, come on, let's knock these over quickly, let's not give any away, we've got a new ball in our hand. Stark's dangerous, of course he is, but it just seems wake up a little bit, realise that you've got to get these too early, don't give them anything. Poor start from England.
It really is. Cast again in the sunshine, lumbers in, bowls, and Stark's hitting through the covers again. It's 4. But they must have talked. I mean, they would have talked about this stuff. As they'd have said, "Come on, they're international cricketers."
What did they used to say? If you want to drive, go get a Peugeot. That's what they used to say at the West Indies. Don't start top of off stump. Let's be hostile. Let's be aggressive. This is why I said I would have perhaps put tongue in with those Yorkers and bumpers and bustle. This is just trying to put it on the top of off stump. Stark's better than that.
Stark's on 49 as Cast bowls to him, and that's not such a pretty shot. Standing up there and got a thick inside edge and fielded in the offside.
Yeah, poor start from England.
It really is.
Just when you need to work your way back into it, you don't want to be giving away soft boundaries early on. It just sets the tone for the whole day. And you certainly don't want to be out there, dare I say it, just before lunch.
No.
Wow. Easy from up here, I know.
Crowd murmuring, you can hear.
Oh yeah, come on, they're saying. You can almost feel it.
Cast again runs in, bowls to Stark. There's his 50. Turning the ball away. Down to long leg. Mitchell Stark, 50, not out. The start of the day, 10 minutes ago, on 33.
Well played, Mitchell Stark. He's having some summer, isn't he? Catches, bowling, batting, everything. He's doing everything. I'd do the lottery if I was Mitchell Stark at the moment as well. He'd probably win that. It's just such handy runs down the order, isn't it? And it just saps your energy and your enthusiasm. I know we've only been out there 10 minutes, but poor start from England.
And he's kept the strike as well.
Yeah.
Mitchell Stark's half century, 73 balls, 8 fours. He was 29 off 62 before he hit his last ball yesterday for 4, and then 17 off 10 this morning to reach his 50, his 13th in Test, his second in back-to-back games, which he'd never done before in his Test career.
Well, here's Archer again, going round the wicket and bowling to Stark. He's there now and he bowls shorter this time. He's been carved away. Down to third man for 4. Short, wide of the off stump. And I think should know by now where Stark hits the ball.
Goes for 4. Long levers, big lad.
Yeah.
Gives it some welly. Yeah, disappointing. I haven't seen tongue bowl. Also, it's a nice opportunity to try and knock a few lumps out the opposition bowlers.
Yes.
That's what they did to me. don't worry about putting it on a length. You know, try and get one on the calf or on the wrist or something and put you out of action. It's a bit nasty, I know, but that's the way it is.
Again, 2 out in the leg side. Archer runs in, the crowd falls. Tiny
Well
picks one up on a length and he's cleaned him up.
Good. Whew.
Just basically missed a straight ball there. He wasn't really, I think he was expect to get something short and wide outside the off stump, but that's a much better ball from Archer. And Stark, the danger man, has gone. He's played well. Archer's taken his 4th wicket.
Yeah, good lad.
I've got to say though, again, it's taken 2 overs to get warmed up.
Yeah, well, Glenn said exactly the same. He said you should be absolutely raring to go on a morning like this.
There's
so I don't know whether that's, you know, why that is, but...
there's the applause for Stark, who's played a very valuable hand there, 54.
Yeah. Just got them out of a bit of trouble, wasn't he? I know the Carey sort of malarkey was a bit like that, but, you know, 300, come on, lads, we can fly past this, but that extra little 50 runs just means something psychologically. Well done, Archer. Now, hunt your 5-for.
Exactly.
You know, don't give it to no one else. This is mine.
Yeah.
This is my 5-for, and I've deserved it. I put the hard work in on the first day. Make sure you get that last wicket.
And Scott Boland it is, the number 11, who again defied England up at the Gabba.
Oh, dear, how did he do that?
I don't know. Who's coming out now? So Stokes is talking to Archer as he's walking back to his bowling mark, and Lyons waiting for Boland to arrive. And let's hope that England get absolutely stuck in and just finish this off.
Yeah.
Finish it off. We talked about 350, and they haven't actually got to 350 yet. So 348 for 9.
Yeah.
They've just got to get back into bossing the game again.
Yeah. And just, as you say, little Stark knocks like that just nick that off you, don't they?
Yeah.
Little Boland knocks at Brisbane just take that bossing sort of feel away from you. Now Jofra Archer absolutely steaming. Yorker bumper.
Yeah, he's got 4 balls.
There's your 5-for.
4 balls in this over. There's a short leg, 2 slips, gully's quite deep. So can Archer finish it off and get his 5-wicket haul at the same time? It's 348 for 9. Archer dips his head and runs in, goes over the wicket, and Boland gropes and misses to a ball just outside his off stump.
Yeah, it looks a bit looser now, doesn't it?
Stark's final numbers: 54 from 75 balls with 9 fours. Mentioned his 13th 50, his 3rd in his last 7 games. Had one against South Africa in the World Test final early this year, and then one in Brisbane in this series. He'd gone almost 6 years and 44 tests without a 50 before those 3 recent innings, and this morning he added 21 in just 12 balls.
Yeah, what's he got, 3,000 runs or so? Must have about that.
Just coming up to 2,500.
Yeah.
Archer runs in, bowls, and that's turned towards short leg. Not if we carried there to Ollie Pope, but rather fended off by Boland. There's 2 balls left in this over.
One right on the toe.
Didn't quite carry that.
Yes. Sorry, I'm getting. This has got to be our day.
Bit of a sadistic side to being revealed here, Tuffers.
I'm sorry, but you know it's so crucial. Ashes have come down to today.
Yeah.
The way we do this and the way we bat, it's gonna be one way or the other.
Archer bowls, and that's turned away by Boland down to mid-on. Stokes picks it up. He's got 1 ball left in this over. Archer walks very slowly back. It's going to be a scorcher today. They're already massing down there in front of the old scoreboard.
Yeah, Dawn said she was getting very, very hot on the way to Pilates this morning.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I
tough
know.
life, isn't
yeah,
it?
She said it was an absolute scorcher walking there. Yeah, it's going to be hard work in the field.
Last ball of the over, 2 slips, short leg crouching. Archer moves in, bowls, and it's survived by Boland. Little hop to the leg side there as he played that defensive shot, but he's made it through. It's a wicket though for Archer, and we'll see if Cast can finish things off now. It's 348 for 9. Last pair together.
I just realised why I've gone in the back.
Oh.
Yeah, because in our commentary box, the screens are on my head.
It's up at the
and every
ceiling.
time I look at the screen, that's why I reckon I've gone in the back. I've just gone to look at the monitor there. And it's brought it on.
It's not an age thing, tough.
Well, it might be a few different beds we've been on, haven't we, so far around
that's true.
Australia.
Right, Cass from the far end. Here he comes. He bowls to Nathan Lyon, who clips that away into the leg side. Ball runs to Archer at fine leg. And that brings Scott Boland down to the striker's end. Just see my Bushman down there at breakfast.
How did that go this morning?
Well, it's so
7:30,
nice because they've resurrected. It was an early start.
Yes.
They're on the beers at 7:30.
Oh, were they?
Yeah. Well, they come down. They've driven 6-7 hours down. You know, from way up north from Parachilna and around there, Hawker and all sorts of places. And there they all are. Stetsons, beards, and
lovely. Having a good day.
Yeah, they certainly enjoy themselves.
What did you have for breakfast? A bit of roux?
Well, actually, I think they might
gator.
Yes. Here's Cass bowls, and that's pushed away out towards mid-off. And I felt I belonged this time. I think it's 8 years ago, the last one I went along, and I didn't quite fit into the Stetsons and the beards and stuff. Didn't really feel like a bushie. But after this trip,
well, you've
kind of tuned into them.
How much did you raise, John?
£50,000.
Well done, sir. Well done.
Thank you. Yes, it wasn't just me, you have to hasten to add.
Well, no, but you know what I mean. Your team.
The adventure, yes.
Yes, well done, mate.
3:49 for 9. In comes Cass bowls, and that's fended away into the onside, and they'll take a single there. Boland's off the mark now. $350 up.
Yeah. Decent score. I think Australia would be, if we could knock this last one over, they would have fancied a sort of 400, 420.
Definitely.
But you've scratched and sort of fought your way there.
Yeah. So Cass, can he finish it off? He's bowling to Nathan Lyon. Here he comes and bowls. That kept a bit low actually, and Lyon's turned it into the leg side.
I haven't seen a genuine bumper yet.
No, there hasn't been actually.
So what did you have for your breakfast?
Well, I didn't have anything, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
Early for.
You didn't get stuck in with the boys then, the bushes.
No.
The bushes.
I certainly didn't have a big. No, they would still be down there.
Oh, was
it's a lovely spot down on the river.
Yeah, it's lovely down there.
Yeah, it is. Jolly's Boathouse, if anyone knows.
Oh,
Adelaide.
yeah, very nice.
Yes.
We went breakfast in last time.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah.
Cass in the sunshine, moves in, bowls to Boland, who drives, and there's an imperious shot for the number 11. He's driven Bryden Cass straight down the ground. It's a very long boundary down there. The ball just rolls into the edge. Well, you're at the home of Don Bradman. I thought he wouldn't have minded playing that.
Wow, well, that is an absolute cracking cover drive. Blimey. What a shot for a number 11. He'll be reliving that one in the old memory bank.
He'll be setting the highlights tonight on the telly.
Yeah, look at that.
Wonderful shot.
Right out the middle of the bat, followed through. Shows how good this pitch is.
Well,
this is a new ball-ish, isn't it, Andy?
It is, yeah.
Seventh over. Batting paradise, Justin Langer said the other day.
There's a short leg there as Cass comes bounding in and bowls, and that's what's a thickish edge. Going for a quick single out towards back, good point. Crawley can't deny them that. And it's the end of that over. So we've had 4 overs of mixed quality, I'll describe that as. 356 for 9 is the score. And so let's see if a change of commentator finishes it off. Tuffers, some thoughts from you, and then Dan Norcross is coming in.
Yeah, one more wicket for England. You don't want it to start edging in and time and getting it up to 370, because you just sort of drag yourself off the pitch a little bit. But good stubborn resistance here from Australia. He's going to be disappointed with the first couple of overs. A little bit wayward, a little bit stiff, a little bit lethargic. Australia capitalised, but they got the important wicket to start. Just got to finish it off now. Hostility is required, Dan.
There is Archer. Can he provide that hostility? He's in now, and that's slightly hostile. Short ball into the body that's just pushed into the onside. There's no run. Boland has played the shot of the match today.
I think he has.
Do you reckon?
Yes, I do.
Fantastic.
It was. I can't think of a better shot than that. No. I don't think I can.
It was dreamy, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? Just slightly on the up. Beautiful weight transference.
It wasn't by any means the worst ball that Cass has bowled.
No, well,
it was probably about the 35th worst ball that Cass has bowled.
No, it was length.
Here's Archer again, hunting his 5th wicket. He's into Boland, who edges and just past second slip and down to the boundary for 4. Streaky. A bit of bounce, he fished at it, and the ball's, well, I mean, he almost guided it, but it was a bit edgy. That second slip didn't stand a chance, and it's 4 more. How many boundaries have we had this morning? 36 runs have come. 8 boundaries? 7?
7 boundaries, and this is the 5th over of the day. There's been at least 1 boundary in each of the 5 overs.
Yeah, I've just seen a replay of that, and in fairness to him, it was a bit of a guide.
A little bit of a guidey wafty flick.
Yeah, guidey wafty flick. Yeah, risky.
Yeah, don't mind that though, do you? If it's short and wide, have a little something on it.
England have seen quite a bit of Boland with the bat.
We wouldn't have thought it.
No. Archer into Boland again, beats him. Straight through him. Quicker, fuller. That might be the way. Archer's getting his pace up now. 143.5 kilometres an hour.
The one way to bowl a tail enders is mix your lengths up. Is because you're not confident in coming forward. You see the length. Oh, I'm coming forward. Oh, I'm back. You're always sort of. It's a last minute thing, your foot movement. So mix your lengths up to tail enders. I would say, not necessarily just hit the top of off stump. Let them think if they don't know what's coming.
Yeah. That's what the short legs there for, as well, isn't it? Archer in, Boland defence solidly. Into the offside, straight to Stokes, there's no run.
A little Mitchell Stark stat, 2 50s and 2 fifers in the series. It's the 10th time a player has done that in an Ashes series. Stark did it in 2015, and he's the first player in Ashes history to have that achievement in 2 separate series, 2 50s and 2 fifers.
Nice.
And if you take 2 50s and 2 sixfers, the only other player ever to do that in an Ashes series was Ian Botham in his famous 1981 series. He had a sixfer in the first innings at Headingley and in the 6th test, the drawn 6th test at the Oval.
Archer into Boland, 2 slips, defended, back to the bowler, no run.
And he had his 2 famous centuries in that series at Headingley and Old Trafford.
And another 50 at Headingley. Yeah.
That's a pretty short list.
It is a very short list. Now, it's coming up to midnight, and you may be thinking about going to bed. Well, why not take Tuffers with you?
Oh,
and me if you want.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Thank you.
No, I'm only teasing. Come on. Lovely chap, like a teddy bear.
Okay, it's getting a bit sinister. Archer in, and now that he's played a guided cut here as Boland, he's going to get 4. What a shot that is! This is a splendid shot. It's a bit short, and it's a little short arm stab. They're perfectly timed through backward point for 4 more.
Well, he's coming out of his shell because I've talked to the Aussie chaps up here in the media. He said, he can hang around, and he sort of tries to get it. He's added a few shots to his repertoire, hasn't he? A lovely little sort of cut there and a gorgeous off drive.
364 for 9 at the end of the over.
Yeah, it's just starting to become a little bit annoying now.
Well, the time as well. England want to get out there and bat. As it gets hot, they want Australia to be bowling for as long as possible today.
Well, one thing England have got is time with the bats.
Yes. Cars, mystifyingly, is still on as this ball is defended the offside no run. I heard you asking where the mop was.
Yeah,
where is he?
Yeah,
I thought his whole point was that he wrapped up the tail.
You've got a mop, and what are you using instead? You're sort of using that
sort of bludgeon. Yes, you're not going to clean a kitchen floor with a tamper, which is what we've got here. What we want is a mop. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, you've got to get the right tool for the right job.
That's right. And Bryden Cast might not be the right tool for this job. He's in. And Lyon just works this into the onside. There is no run as it goes up to mid-on. He's been out there for 24 balls for his 3.
Yeah, he's done his job.
Boland has a runnable 14, prior to which in his test career he scored a strike rate of 30 per 100 balls.
Really?
And hit 12 fours in 347 deliveries. He's got 3 from 14 so far in this innings.
Well, it's obviously a very good pitch.
Well, there you go. This is what I'm clinging on to as well. But come on, get it finished, get your pads on and get batted.
364 for 9. Cars rushes into Lyon with 1 slip. And Lyon plays that beautifully off the back foot, guiding it down to deep backward point where Jacks does the fielding. 1 more, 365.
this is where might even surely not Crikey O'Reilly, but
What?
I mean a spin. I used to like bowling at the tail. Usually the eyes light up, don't they?
New ball, though.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
of course.
you'll start with a bit of tongue,
Well,
surely.
I've just-
We've got a bit of that to go, and then a little bit of Stokes. You know, that's where you're going to surely go first. As Cars lopes back to the top of his mark.
Yeah.
Cathedral end. Oh, now this is fun. There's a forward short leg and a catching short mid-wicket to Boland. Here is Cars. Boland, defends into the onside. Well, a bit of an optical illusion there. Thought he might have been sending that back on the stumps, but he didn't. Got it to root at short mid-wicket.
No,
No run.
he's looking confident, Boland. He's now sort of like walks away, hand on hip, crossed legs, leaning on the bat.
It's got a bit of viv to it, doesn't it?
Might be a little too friendly out there for a number 11 to start
Yeah.
poising around like that.
Yes, we're baffled by the continued use of Cars. He started today at that end, at the Cathedral end, and he's in now to Boland. Boland gets a bouncer, that's a bit more like it, and it's taken by Smith diving away to his left. He just joined us to 1 wicket to 4. Mitchell Stark, after a pretty lacklustre first over from Jofra Archer, who was sort of warming up really, bowling in the mid-130s. He then found a full straight one to Castle Stark, not before Stark had smitten? How do you do it? Smited?
No, both. All of them, I reckon. Smite. Yeah.
Smited. Smit. No, I don't know. Lots of boundaries. Anyway, that's what he'd done. And then he got out.
Yeah.
To a full straight one from Archer as Cars is in again. Boland just defends this, the backward point. There is no runs. Ball squirts away. And that is the end of the over. 365 for 9. England searching for the 10th wicket on what is going to be a fiercely hot day. And we haven't got the crowd that we had yesterday yet. It's filled up on the shady side, but on the sunny side, not so much.
I think they might just be lurking in the shadows, I think, somewhere.
Well, I saw some fans yesterday, and they were an intriguing colour.
Yeah, they said it was brutal.
Absolutely. The ones near the scoreboard get the sun for quite a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Barmy Army's sort of in that general direction.
Well, we were doing the podcast yesterday evening, weren't we? And then they were still there, stood on the bank. I mean,
you'd think that would be the point at which you'd head for shade.
I mean, that's dedication for you, that is.
Well, you must have been with us, weren't you? Sydney in 2017, or maybe you'd gone back by then, when after England had lost 4-0, the Barmy Army sang Don't Take Me Home for 2 hours after the series had ended.
Wow.
In sunshine, the day after it had been 47 degrees.
Good work.
Dedication.
Solid work, that is.
Line on strike, start of a new over. Archer into him, he defends very comfortably. Back of a length ball, just pushes it up to Stokes at mid-off. There's no run. Now, just a reminder, by the way, that after the snafu yesterday over Snicko, where it has been established that there was a bit of a pilot error. I mean, not just a bit of, it was
one job.
One job. They used the wrong stump microphone, didn't they? They used the one at the non-striker's end. As a result, the pictures didn't match up. So England have had their review reinstated, because it was their review and it was turned down, but they've got the review back as Archer is in, as he's guided away beautifully for 4. Short, right in the bounce line, and takes it through backward point. 369 for 9. I mean, it does suggest this pitch is rather easy pace, doesn't it? Because Archer's airspeed there was 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And Lyon had all the time in the world just to pick his spot.
Now it's starting to get a little bit awkward now. 369. You don't want it creeping up towards that 400. You don't want a 40 partnership here, do you?
You don't.
But you're right, it does look easy. It does look pretty placid, this pitch now. This is a new ball at 90.
Here's Archer into Lyon, bowls a bouncer. Lyon evades. It is coming up to midnight, so as I say, you can take us to bed with you. You can listen on 5 Sports Extra via the BBC Sounds app or on the BBC Sport website, where you can also watch clips. And today could be a very, very big day indeed. Yeah. Now, if this series is going to stay alive, it's going to require England to bat through the day.
And tomorrow.
And for a bit of tomorrow. But today is a biggie, because of the speed at which they bat. If they can get up close-ish to parity and still be batting at the end of the day, then this series is very much back on. As Archer is in. This is again guided. This time to backward point. A fierce call. No.
They're like Don Bradders, these two.
Yeah. Stick of rhubarb, isn't it?
Yeah. Are you a duvet man? If you're talking about
Duvet man, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah,
I used to love listening under the duvet. Yeah. In those days, he'd have a transistor radio and a
earpiece.
Yeah.
In that strange sort
1970s.
sort of cream colour.
That's right. And then there used to be these Albanian chimes. Do you remember that came in sometimes? I can actually remember the sound they made. It was petrifying. There's Archer is in again. This is turned away off the pads down to deep backward square leg, and they take a single. That I think former producer Peter Baxter told me what it was. I think it was a jamming signal from the Albanian government, and it made this.
What did they like to hear?
Well, I think it was the BBC generally.
Oh.
And he went,
Something to do with CB Fry turning down the. Didn't he turn? Was
turned
he
down
the throne of
the throne? Yes,
Albania?
after Zog, who was the last king, wasn't he?
It was there.
Zog.
They just couldn't deal with cricket after that. CB Fry played for England in the early 20th century. Rather extraordinary character.
Long jump.
Controversial in many ways.
Jumped onto mantelpieces, didn't he? And he, yes, his autobiography is one to be handled with care. And as Archer is in, defended by Boland up to mid on end of the over. Again, no wicket for England in that over. A boundary and a leg by 370 for 9. And yes, the noise it made, Tuffers, I can do it for you.
Oh, go on.
So it's a bit of an alert coming up at midnight here.
That's all right.
Da, 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 da. Again, that would,
memories.
do you remember it?
Yeah.
And then it would stop, and then it would do it again about 15 seconds later.
Right.
While I was listening to the likes of you bowling.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was very curious.
Yeah.
Anyway, you wouldn't have been aware of that because you'd have been playing.
No,
I don't suppose you listen to as much TMS as us, owing to the fact that it's hard to do both, isn't it?
I mean, I used to listen to a bit sort of during maths and what have you.
Oh, right, yeah.
But
At school,
difficult
yeah.
when you're out playing.
Yes, very tricky. Now, here we go. We're going to change a bowler.
Right, come on, then, Mark.
Right, are Australia going to take a tongue lashing here? We're about to find out. Josh Tongue comes on at 1 minute past midnight UK time, Cathedral End, to bowl to Lyon. Here is the mop. He hurtles in and, well, inside edge from Lyon there that squirts into the onside, and there's no run. I think by doing that, I've messed the changeover. But there you go.
All right, not
Sorry.
right. I enjoyed that.
Thank you. Tongue, this is the one we've been waiting for. Now, why has he got this reputation for being such a mop?
He had a spell against India when he did run through the tail, but actually he's got fairly standard stats against the tail.
Generally. In he comes, right elbow poking out. He's in. Nice full ball, driven up to mid-off. There's no run.
And has done pretty well against top orders. His previous Ashes test, his 5 wickets were all top order players, top four players, Smith and Warner in both innings. Prior to that, only Neil Wagner had done that in the test match to get Smith and Warner in both innings of a test. Chris Woakes then did it at the Oval in the same series in 23. Also got Khawaja out in that game, who'd been previously immovable in that series. So, yeah, if he is good at the tail, then he's also proved quite effective against the top order as well.
Here's Tongue running in towards us. This is short and pushed away, guided away down to deep backward point where Zach Crawley and his son does the fielding. 371 for 9. Alex Hartley is alongside me for the first time today. Lovely to see you.
Good morning, good evening, good night, everybody at home. I don't like the short ball tactic here, Dan.
No.
It's just not doing it for me.
Well, there was a full ball that took a wicket, wasn't there?
Yeah, just being a tail ender myself, I used to love it when players bowled short because you go, okay, well, unless I play the hook shot, you're not getting me out.
You just have to move out.
You just
the way.
have to get out of the way. You're bowling at the stumps. I'm number 11 for a reason. I'm not very good at batting. You know, that's factually. You know, number 1 goes down to number 11. If there was a number 12, maybe Scott Boland would be number 12 as well.
Well, mind you, the way he's batting at the moment.
Yeah, put him in at 9.
Here's Tongue into Boland, who flashes at this and misses into the keeper. No run. We're a forward short leg, a wideish short mid-on, square leg in front of square, long leg, slip gully, backward point, cover point and a mid-off. Bit frustrating, this partnership for England. Started today 324 for 8, so 47 runs have been smashed in 7.4 overs.
The tail's wagged throughout the series for Australia, hasn't it?
Yeah. And this is what the mop is for. In he comes. Boland, trigger movement, foot goes back towards the stumps, and then he defends solidly into the covers. And there is no run. You would say that the pitch is looking pretty nice.
Yeah, it looks lovely, doesn't it? It looks lovely. We were just talking in the build-up. I don't think they'll get a closer pitch to when we've seen England dominating Pakistan. I know it's a bit greener here. But those flat surfaces where you can throw your hands through the ball, this is the perfect time to be batting for England. So they'll be desperate to get this final wicket.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem that's taken it so far. Tongue's been more on it here, bowled a fuller length. He's into Boland, who comes forward and defends a fullish ball into the covers. No run, one off the over, 371 for 9. Boland 14, Lyon has 9 from 33.
Just a little more on Josh Tongue. I looked at him bowling to numbers 8 to 11, averages 16 of the 7 bowlers selected in this England squad who've played a reasonable amount of Test cricket, so excluding Jack, who's only played a couple of games. He's sort of mid-table against numbers 8 to 11 of the 7 bowlers, similarly against the top order. So decent figures both, but against specifically 9, 10 and 11 he's done pretty well. 7 wickets for 60 average, 8.6, so that's the best of this current squad, but that's a relatively small sample size, only 7 games, 7 wickets. So yes, I mean the mop, it's early to go with that nickname, I think.
It's a dishcloth, not a full-blown mop yet.
Still just a little wipe of the surface.
Yeah, spongy pad. Here we go. Here's Archer in once more. Forward in defence comes Lyon and defends very solidly. It's looked very easy for Australia to bat today so far with this newish ball. Archer's got 1 on target. He bowled quite a lot straight yesterday, apparently among his straighter days.
He's bowling.
Yesterday.
He's not bowling slow now, though.
No, he's cranked it up.
He's cranked it up.
That first over was a little bit stiff, wasn't
Always
it?
Always is with Jofra. Just a little
Do you think
loosener.
they just need to come in a bit earlier, maybe? Bowling over first. Archer in. Oh, now appeal for LBW and given. Archer thinks he's got his 5th wicket here. They're going to go upstairs. They're bound to because they've got reviews. But if there's no inside edge on that, it looks like he's trapped in front. But this could be the end of the innings.
For LBW, the original decision is out. Does Fidel Livius go to front and when available?
And if this is out, Archer will have picked up his 5th, his 2nd of the morning. He's been by far and away England's best bowler in this innings. And England will just be desperate for this to be out.
Thank you.
Because it's scorchingly hot. They've had a really awkward morning. It's been hard work.
Appears to be a gap there. We'll just confirm that with Snicko.
Now they're going to confirm with Snicko.
Okay,
That's pretty
flick on through the bed,
controversial.
yep. No bat. Let's have ball tracking when available, please.
Now is it going over the top? It's hit the back leg quite high, but it's the back leg.
Original decision is out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets. Umpires cool.
Hey.
Get back on screen. You can stay with your original decision of out. You're on screen.
There you go, that is it. That is the end of the innings, and it's 5 for Jofra Archer. Well deserved. It's umpire's call hitting the top of middle stump, but it's quite a chunky umpire's call. Around about half the ball, must be a little bit less than that, or else it wouldn't be umpire's call. But it was a fabulous day for Archer yesterday. He was the only England bowler who had any control, Alex Hartley, and he's been the pick of England's bowlers again this morning. Picked up the 2 wickets by bowling straight, getting a bowling Mitchell Stark, and then getting that last one, LBW, Nathan Lyon for 9.
Yeah, he has. He's been fantastic with the ball. He's bowled quick. He's been at his best. As you swap out and Jim Maxwell's going to come in. It's look, he has been brilliant picking up 5 for. It's one of those where frustrating watch that there when England are bowling short at the tail end. The 2 wickets that have fallen, Stark and Lyon today, both full straight deliveries. Lyon missed a straight one, and Jofra picks up his 5, which he thoroughly deserves. Nathan Lyon going for the review, but obviously he was just out of having a review left. Zoltz, you got anything for us?
Archer 5 for 53 from 20 overs and 2 balls. His 5th Test 4th Test 5 wicket haul in his 17th Test and his first in Australia.
It's good to have him back. Well, there's a lot of talk after the last Ashes of if he'll ever play Test cricket again, but he has been absolutely brilliant throughout this series. Didn't know how much he was actually going to play, whether England were going to try and manage his workload, but England absolutely need him out there in the middle as we say. Good morning, Jim. How are you?
Alex, I'm very well, and delighted to see that England have been able to wrap this up, but not without a few juicy strokes been played, which seems to indicate this pitch is pretty flat.
Yes.
And if England can't get 400 or 500, well, then they've missed a trick. What they have been doing off and on throughout this innings is sometimes, but as my young son said to me this morning, Dad, England don't bowl at the stumps.
I've just been saying that, Jim. It's so frustrating to watch, especially at the tail, when your tail enders for a reason. Bowl at the stumps is bringing in all modes of dismissal, all ways you can get batters out. A frustrating partnership, a couple of partnerships there, allowing Mitchell Starc to get 50, Nathan Lyon to be there for the best part of 6 overs. Very frustrating.
Well, he was bowled by Archer for 54, and Lyon was LBW to Archer for 9. And Boland made a very distinguished 14. A couple of legitimate shots and one snick to third man. And Australia went from 8 for 326 to 371 all out. 45 runs added, and added pretty quickly today to get them to that position, with Archer, of course, finishing with those 5 wickets for 53. Cast 16 overs, 2 for 89. Tongue 16 overs, 1 for 64. Stokes 19 overs, 3 maidens, none for 53. And Jacks took a bit of a wallop, 20 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 105. So Archer the standout there. Ball striking, wicket striking, and economy. Now, this is the big moment. They say you should never judge a cricket match until both teams have had a hit. And on the indication of what we've seen and some soft dismissals, I suppose, from Australia, you'd reckon this pitch is ripe for 500 plus. Can England do that? They got the patience to bat like that.
Well, this, for me, is the most important day of the Ashes series so far. This is an opportunity where England stay in the Ashes. If they have a howler of a day, it could be Australia's Ashes. They retain the Ashes again, and so England have to bat. You know, Pat Cummins, we've spoken about him coming back into the side. He says he's fully fit. Well, I'm telling you what, prove it. You know, keep him out there, let him bowl, let him keep bowling. Nathan Lyon's not played for a while. He's going to be a handful on this surface, don't get me wrong. He's an incredibly skillful bowler. He'll be licking his lips on the sideline seeing that Will Jacks was getting turn and bounce on day one. But this is such an important day for England with the bat.
So who are your picks? Who's going to make the runs? The usual suspects? Root? Crawley?
Yeah, I was going to say Crawley. Duckett is due some. You know, I think this surface is going to suit somebody like Ben Duckett. We've seen, you know, how England play on these flatter surfaces. It does suit our players a little bit more than, you know, the surfaces that nip and turn. So England they can't be reliant on the same people. They can't be reliant on Joe Root. They can't be reliant on Ben Stokes to hold an end. Harry Brook's going to have to stand up. He's admitted that he's played some bad shots throughout this series. He's got to put them away. You know, he's got to take his time if he's out in the middle. But the top order, the top 3 are going to be so important.
Well, I could say this in a slight religious tone, Alex, but when the Pope has an audience, he normally gets acclaimed. So I'm hoping for his sake that the Ollie Pope gets amongst the runs, not just a nice little 30 and nick one off.
Yeah.
But this is a great stage for England to perform, because there are as many, if not more, English supporters in this ground. Whoa, there we go. I'd rather be sailing. And the score sheet, it went the right way, luckily. It could have gone out the window.
I think it went out the window and then back in the window.
It went past Glenn McGrath's left hand, but he was down at fine leg, so it's not too bad. You're right. Oh, whacked him in the face.
Today he's lost an eye.
Have you been out there today in the heat?
I haven't, because I thought, you know what, everyone's warned me that it's going to be like being in a furnace today, so I thought, you know what, I'll stay in this air conditioning box. I will go down and just see how hot it is, because it's not very often I get to experience 40-degree days, Jim.
It's 35 already, I think, isn't it, Andy? Have you got a thermometer there?
I don't. No, I generally take the temperature from how pink my face is. But
I noticed you brought your friends with you. I saw them last night after play at the back of the box here.
Yeah, little W.G. Grace and Fred Spofforth, little dolls my sister made for me when I was doing some videos a long time ago.
So you only bring them out when you think England can win, or you?
Oh no, they've been here the whole
risk?
series.
You take the risk.
They've been here.
Okay.
Those two came
face
to face at the Oval in 1882, the match that sparked this whole.
Tell me why you're in the sort of theatrical entertainment vaudeville business.
Vaudeville.
Why hasn't any film director or a screenwriter, whatever, come up with W.G. Grace
as a biopic?
No, as a movie.
Yeah,
a
movie.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Why? Too hard to find someone to act W.G. Grace. Have to stick a few pillows down his trunks or something?
Not as he was a formidable athlete as a young man, wasn't he? Was a hurdler.
Yes. Well, they need to encompass all that.
Yeah.
And they need to encompass his tours to Australia. The first one back in the 80s, I think, and he had to travel by steamer and Cobb & Co. So steamer from Victoria, Melbourne to Sydney and so on. And then once on land, everything was Cobb & Co. Next tour he came, the train had arrived. Made a huge difference to moving around the country.
What, the Cobb & Co. being horse and cart?
Yeah, horse and cart. Yeah.
Sounds like it just needs somebody to commission it, actually, Jim. Yeah.
Well, I can't understand why someone hasn't written the story. I mean, it just one thing that has always stood out to me about W.G. Grace, whatever you think of his persona and ability, is that he was a colossus of his age, because everyone lived and breathed a bit like with Bradman in Australia. And when he came on that second tour, you could argue that he was the highest paid sportsman in history. He was the amateur, mind you. The pros got 200 quid each. He got £4,000. And he had a locum at his surgery back in Gloucestershire. So that story in itself is out there. But you can make a sensational movie about W.G. Grace and his exploits everywhere. And his attitude, of course. They've come to watch me bat, not you, bowl. All of that stuff. Which is another thing I need to add immediately before I dismiss this subject, is that if we want to talk about sledging and cheating, people in England need to understand it was W.G. Grace who started this. 140 years ago, my word.
Well, I'll tell you what,
it was
Jim,
all about him. He was the Donald Trump of cricket in 1880.
You need somebody to write the story, but you need to help them. You know everything about this guy.
Well, I don't know everything about him, but I've read a fair bit, and there's a lot to like about the whole of the era and the look of the game. The fact that, it was considered rude to play to the onside. When you go to Sydney, there's a big photo of Stoddart's team playing at the SCG in 1894, and you look at the photo and you'll see it's a 7-2 offside field.
Yeah, the two on the lakeside fielders won't have been happy either, because they've got nothing to do.
Well, they didn't bowl there.
Yeah.
Until Ranjit Singh turned up and started using his wrists and whacking it through the onside. It wasn't considered the way to play the game at all. Anyway, I'm talking here and there because there's no cricket. But there will be in a moment. The batsmen are out there. Have you got something?
Well, just to put Australia's innings in context of their recent performances when batting first at the Adelaide Oval, going back to 1982, it's the 24th time they've batted first at the Adelaide Oval, and the 371 all out is their third lowest score of those 24, and only the third time they've been bowled out in under 100 overs when batting first on this ground since 1982. Generally scores in the sort of high 400s and almost half of their innings over 500. So 371 all out, by historical standards, not a great score, and a pretty good one for England as a bowling team, but as you say, you can't tell until you've seen both teams play.
Yes, I think you could argue over the last 30 or 40 years, Adelaide has been the winningest ground for England in Australia, if there is one. Let's just have a look at that.
They've won 2 of their last 9.
Well, that's a good
Which is
strike
pretty
rate
good by recent.
Yes. Okay, 3 slips in the gully. And you guessed it, Stark's got the ball. He's running in, and Crawley is pushing away for a run. Sends it down to wide mid-on, and England are away. They're off and sailing. And they're sailing a bit more than a lot of those fans who'd sit on the western side of the ground in the open seats, who must be around the back having a lemonade, because it's damn hot. It is very hot here. It should be 39 at some point today. Dry heat, but still, it dehydrates you. It really does dehydrate you. Now, Duckett, he's in for a few today. You'd think he probably owes these boys a couple of boundaries on a nice little 50. It'd be interesting to see how England go about the task here. Alex?
Yeah, this is a huge day and a huge over for England. Stark's had a knack of picking up a wicket in his first over so far this Ashes series.
So he's on his way, and Duckett goes back and chops it down into the ground up towards mid-off. So Australia looking for a little bit of excitement on this apparent flat pitch with the new ball. Maybe a bit of movement. Hasn't been much so far in the game. Australia all out for 371, and Archer bagged 5 for 53. Very good bowling. He stood out from the rest. So Duckett holds his bat, looks around, settles himself. He can probably hear in the distance the Barmy Army giving him a tune. And it's Stark down at the Moreton Bay fig tree end. He runs in hard, and Duckett's forward off the edge. He was trying to send that through the onside. It must have swung a bit. Thick edge along the ground, straight out to line at point. So a good sign for Stark, the match-winning bowler and batsman. Another 50 today. The first time he scored back-to-back 50s in Test cricket, apparently, Andy. 77 and 54.
Yep, that's correct. As I mentioned earlier on, the second player in Ashes history to have 2 6-fers and 2 50s in the same series after Ian Botham in 1981.
So 3 slips and a gully. Khawaja at first slip, Labuschagne at second, Inglis third. Stark makes his way in from the northern end again, and Duckett goes back. He almost nicked that. He followed it off the pitch. It was just a hesitant moment. Will I play, will I won't? And he did. He flicked at that ball that bounced outside the off stump, and he very nearly nicked it to Carey.
That was a heart-in-mouth moment, really, there. Jim, not what anybody as an England fan in this ground wants to be seeing.
He's perhaps more used to seeing a ball of that length not get through as quickly as it did, and gives him time to play his shot. But here you got to have your wits about you, especially if it's Stark who's bowling the missile. Now Stark goes in again to Duckett. Duckett forward, and he's beaten outside the line of the off stump. So Stark's carrying on from where he's been so far in this series. He's looking very threatening immediately.
Yeah, he is. A couple of player misses from Ben Duckett. This one's slightly fuller from Stark. Duckett just fishing outside the off stump. And Stark's had the upper hand so far in this Test series. He's got a wicket in 3 out of the 4 innings, first over. You know what I'm trying to say? First over of the day, 3 out of 4 times.
He has. Yes. One of Henry Blofeld's planes goes overhead, and Stark makes his move. Comes in now, and Duckett forward, digs it out, punching it down towards Cummins, who's out there at mid-on. Pretty good over from Stark to begin proceedings here with England none for 1. The ripple of applause, appreciation for the spectacle that they see, and a great fast bowler doing his bit to try and get Australia away to a flyer. And down here at the river end of the ground, Cummins. Yep. There we go. First time in the series, Pat Cummins is going to be sharing the new ball, which he wouldn't normally do with Hazelwood in the side. But I'm sure he feels that in the circumstances of him coming back and the mix of the attack that it should be him, the captain, who starts up, and he's going to bowl down here at the River Torrens end of this famous ground. Ground has never looked better than it does today since it's been renovated. There's still a hint of fresh air about the place. It's not an enclosed stadium. Now Cummins bowls here to Crawley, who pushes across, getting over the line of the ball down towards a mid-off. So 3 slips gully, the usual suspects, a point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine lead.
It's good to see Pat Cummins back, isn't it? There's been so much speculation throughout the series when he's going to come back. He was bowling with the pink ball, in training earlier on in this series. There was actually talk of will he turn up and just play that first game, having been ruled out, and then the second game it just turn up and not do the toss. There's been so much chat around if he's going to play, so it is good to see him back.
He runs in again. Crawley's on the move and shuffles across to get a single wide of Boland down there at mid-on. Crawley on the move, looking to get outside the crease, looking for the length of the delivery to attack if he can, but perhaps with some more caution about his play than before and in other places. We'll see. Now Duckett, who had his hands full with Stark, scrapes out his guard from umpire Menon, and he'll see a similar field, 3 slips gully and so on. Now Cummins is just moving the field a bit left and right, here and there, hither and thither, and Travis Head goes closer to the umpire at square leg. It's Cummins bounding in, bowling to Duckett. Duckett lets it go outside the off stump.
He's left one, Jim.
This is a sign?
A rare, very rare sight. It's like seeing a cheater on a game drive. It very rarely happens.
That's true. But it's worth it when you do see one. Or you see Mum with the Cubs. That's even better. Did you do that recently on your tour?
Yeah, I might have done, yeah.
Yep. And you saw a cheetah?
Yes.
Yep.
Very lucky.
It wasn't an Aussie.
It was Alex Carey, actually. It was weird.
Cummins goes in. Duckett is forward and he edges it into the turf in front of third slip where Inglis is fielding. And he tumbles away to his left-hand side to stop that ball. If he just goes soft on this surface, it looks like it's not going to carry off the edge.
Yeah, we saw a few times it happening yesterday as well, didn't we, where there was a genuine edge and it fell short of Joe Root on a couple of occasions. So soft hands is the play here.
Yeah, so the lineup is Khawaja, Labuschagne and Inglis. Looks depleted without Smith in there. Here comes Cummins now. He bowls and he plays at this and he punches it through the covers. Runs here as it goes away towards the boundary. And that's where it goes for a 4-er. Yeah, nice stroke, sir. That's all you have to do on this pitch. If you get your bat onto the ball somewhere near the sweet spot and it goes off the square, it's gone. And lovely timing.
As a bowler, you don't mind that, though. You don't mind that because if Ben Duckett gets it slightly wrong, it obviously brings your slip into play. So that's why there's that huge gap in the cover region.
Yes, Travis Head's really extra cover, but it went to his right and out to the boundary. Cummins tries again to Duckett. Duckett forward and tucks it away on the onside and heat stroke. Just a single to the left of Boland at mid-on. So England moved to 7, and that's 2 overs gone. And Duckett and Crawley are both away.
You just see the stands filling up, but the ones in the sun, they are vacant, and I'm not surprised at all with how warm it's been. You can literally see down to our left, Jim, where the shadows are, how full it is, and the people in the sun have gone, nah, we're just going to stand at the back and watch. It is scorching out there today. A perfect day for batting.
It's the only place you can sit, really, other than high in the back of the side-on stands, is down here at the river end. because the sun is east and west, of course, and there's not much of it into the southern end. Now he bowls again, and it's short, and he cuts and misses. Stark banging it in, and he tried to hit that ball over point somewhere there. He didn't let it go, that's for sure, but he missed.
Makes me nervous watching these England boys bat sometimes.
Gee,
it really
have you had
does.
your blood pressure checked in the last couple of
I
years?
might need to.
Since Baz ball, as they call it, you know what I call it?
I think we're going to have to start bringing a medic.
Into the box.
Yeah.
Yes, well, you
medic.
had one here yesterday, and I hope Simon Mann's okay. He was a bit off his best yesterday, and he's having a rest at the moment. Stark away from the cathedral end. He bowls the ball. It's being punished through point, and Wade goes for 4. Yeah, just a little short. Just gave him enough room to get over the bounce and hit it in front of point and away to the Sir Donald Bradman stand for 4. A nice stroke. None for 11.
A little bit more width there from Stark. Slightly fuller as well, so Ben Duckett, he is good on the short ball.
Yeah.
He knows that he can flash his hands through that one. The one before was slightly shorter.
Yes, the element of risk is just accentuated because it's Mitchell Stark, not Joe Blow with the ball down at the other end. 3 slips into gully at Stark now on his way. Again at Duckett. Duckett drives and drives. Well, he didn't get it away. He dragged it. He was looking elsewhere than mid-wicket, but he got it on the inner part of his bat and sent it scurrying out there for a dot. So none for 11 in reply to Australia's 371. We've gone almost an hour of play here, and we saw some very quick run scoring. Australia scored around 30 off 4 and a bit overs before Stark lost his leg bail by an Archer delivery. Stark goes in again. He bowls to Duckett, and Duckett's forward. He whips it away around the corner down to fine leg where Boland is positioned just inside the Toblerone down there, and they get a run. None for 12, and Crawley's back on strike.
Yeah, we've got extra drinks breaks today because it is so hot out there.
Right. I didn't hear that. England got a review given back to them on the post-mortem of all that stuff that went on about whether or not there was a nick from Carey.
Well, they'll be wanting the 40 runs, Jim. That's what they'll be wanting.
Yeah, but we just accept so many things traditionally about cricket. You've got to accept that there will be still be with all this technology around. Stark bowls it, and it's left alone outside the off stump. As I said, when I first came here, we used to broadcast down at the other end because this place was no good, and they were doing renovations. And you'd be right in the crowd, right? And I still remember the conversation when someone said, it'd be a good idea, you know, if they used the pictures from television to judge run-outs and stumpings.
Yeah.
It's not that long ago. So we've moved a long way along the technical road to try and get to the point of perfection about the judgment on decisions, which is mainly with the third umpire these days. Stark goes into Crawley. Crawley forward and drives it straight to Lyon, who's out there at point. And that ends the over. Dan Norcross is over there somewhere, just behind me, very colourfully attired again. Over to him after you, Alex.
Well, I keep saying it's such a big day for England, but it really, really is. The Ashes could be decided on how England bat today, and it makes you a little bit nervous as a bystander when you're seeing Ben Duckett flash outside the off stump. But we did see him leave a ball, which gives it... Go on, Zoltz.
Well, he's actually left a lot more in this series.
Yeah.
So he's left around about 1 in 8 deliveries so far this series. Prior to that in his career, he'd left around 1 in 50 balls. So definitely, I mean, it's quite a small sample size. He's only faced 90-odd balls, but I think that's significant enough to be
so do I.
worth noting.
It's not you, Dan, it's me. I'm off.
She is off. And England are up and running. They're 12 without loss. If you're just joining us, they wrapped up the Australian innings, if you can call it that, for a concession of a further 47 runs. Jofra Archer picking up both wickets to fall. Stark bowled, and then Lyon LBW to pick up 5 wickets in the innings, go on the honours board here at the Adelaide Oval as Pat Cummins, the returning Cummins, is in round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who defends into the offside. A full straight ball, and there is no run. We saw some mystifying tactics again from England, bowling strangely short to the tail, which they've done repeatedly since 2022 to very little effect. Averaged 25 runs per wicket with the short ball to the tail, and they averaged 10 with the fuller ball, and today it was the 2 fuller balls that got the wicket. So they mended their ways in time for Australia not to get to 400 on a blisteringly hot day. We're due to get up to 39 degrees, and Cummins is in now with 2 slips and a gully to Duckett, who clips this away nicely off his pads. It's running down to the deep back of the square leg boundary for 4. Straying onto the pads is Cummins, and Duckett picks up another boundary, 16 without loss. Michael Vaughan has joined me. And what have you made of the
Good
first
morning.
hour of the day?
England, well, great, but this is a road. This is the best day for batting in the whole series by a country mile. There's a little bit of scarring there for the spin, so I guess if England play Nathan Lyon nicely, they should be able to have a bit of success, because there's no lateral movement, there's no seam, there's no swing, and there's no uneven bounce.
The way Lyon and Boland batted against what was a new ball.
Yeah.
I mean, Boland might have played the shot of the match today with an off drive for 4 as Cummins rocks and rolls his way to the crease. Oh, beats the bats as a ball just slightly leaves Duckett outside the off stump. He did play at that. It was a little bit wide. He could have left it. A little stabbing motion, but he gets away with it.
The one difference that I've seen already is that England didn't get the ball going past the outside edge often.
No. Well, they didn't.
Whereas we've seen the ball go past the outside edge 4 times already. And that's just because England play a different style.
A little bit fuller.
Well, you're looking at a pitch here, Danny. As a batter, if you look at your test career, you get on some pitches and you think you've got to put a bit in the bank. This is the beauty.
Cummins in. Duckett just chops this into the ground. It's fielded at point. There is no run. It does feel a beautiful day to bat, and it was a beautiful day to keep one's opponents in the field, because it is boiling.
Yeah.
Absolutely boiling. I've had a few hot days in Australia, but this is up there. You can get this in Adelaide, but it gets to 40 one day and then plummets back down to 24, and it's one of those 39, 40 days today. If you're in the crowd, take care, because if you're exposed to this sun for 3 or 4 hours, you'll know about it, as will the Australian fielders, if England can keep them out there. Cummins into Duckett, who drives through the covers for 4. Extra cover this time. A meaty blow, a flash of the hands, not a great deal of foot movement to the left of cover, the right of a wideish mid-off, all along the ground, and England go to 20 without loss. Duckett to 18.
Yeah, you feel that this is the kind of pitch for many of the England players that they could have a great deal of success on, because there's not that bounce off a length. So that ball there's the perfect example. It's a good length, and you can just kind of throw your hands at the ball.
You're setting them up here.
Well, you go Perth and Brisbane, that ball just would have a little bit of bounce. It doesn't here, it just kind of skids on.
Here's Cummins again, staying round the wicket. Duckett drives again, thick inside edge. He could have dragged that on. He's got away with it. Gets a single as it goes to the right of Carey, who tidies up. 21 without loss. End of the over, 9 from it. Duckett has 19. So they have to say, if this series is going to be alive. Barney Ronay of The Guardian said something to me that I really liked. He said, for England to have had a good day, he said at the beginning of the day, we need not to see Will Jacks. And he meant either with ball or in the field, because his field's quite deep, or with the bat.
Yeah.
If we don't mention Will Jacks once after not mentioning Will Jacks, as I have just done, then England will have had a good day.
And he's not been mentioned yet.
I just did, but yes.
But only because it's a story.
Yes. Do you think that's...
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, absolutely.
Yeah. So in other words, if they're 5 down, fine.
Yeah, so if Will Jacks is batting 6 down, maybe more, it's
not so
trouble.
good.
England need a lead. They've got to get a good lead.
Which won't be easy. We keep saying, 350 to 400 is par. Well, England's players play a heck of a lot of golf, so they're quite experienced in getting under par. For this series to stay alive, it's about today and about how long they can bat, how productively. As Stark is in again, starting his third over from Cathedral End to Duckett, clips this off his pads, down to long leg, takes it easy single.
Well, already, Dan, you can see Australia have gone, OK, Ben, you're coming out and playing a few shots, so they've put cover point on the boundary. They've gone 2 slips and a gully. They started with 3. They have a mid-off quite wide, and they have a kind of cover point 10 yards in front of square. So they're just going to try and restrict Duckett's boundaries.
He did that, didn't he? Even the first ball of
same here.
The Ashes, he did that, didn't he?
Yeah, Zach Crawley. They're going to put cover point on the boundary, 2 slips and a gully. Extra cover on the catch.
He's going to go over the wicket to Crawley is Stark. 2 slips and that gully. Cameron Green, that gully. Stark into the upright Crawley, who defends up the front foot but finds a little gap square of the wicket to the right of Green at gully. Takes it easy single. 23 without loss. Crawley to 3. He's not had much of the strike. He's only faced 6 balls. Duckett's faced 20.
But already Zach Crawley's played 3 really calm strokes. Like the ball gets him. He's put a couple on the leg side for singles, and that one there just says thank you very much. Well, I guess that's the next stage for Crawley. When the field spreads, can he just knock it around and just play?
Well, there's so long in this game. You know, England surely would have been delighted to bowl Australia out before an hour has gone in the first session of the second day. When you come to Adelaide, you can expect to be bowling till well beyond lunch on day 2 as Stark's in. Duckett gets up on his toes to defend the short ball into the onside. Mid-wicket tidies up, no run. So, you know, that gives them the licence and the freedom to not have to go hard, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they've had so many moments in this series where you kind of look and come on, just play with a bit of sense. And I think all England fans are kind of watching, going, have they got that sense?
Have they spoken about it?
It's the only thing that will let them down on this pitch.
Have they talked? Do you know? Have they discussed?
Surely. I mean, I saw Ben Stokes give Jofra Archer a spray this morning. Never seen that before.
Oh, tell me more in a moment. At the start, he's in over the wicket to Duckett. He gets up on his toes and chops the ball down to deep backward point. They'll just get the 1. Duckett went hard for the first, but the second's not there. 24 without loss. Duckett to 21.
Yeah, he obviously wasn't happy with something that Jofra was doing, and he let him know. I mean, I've not seen that from Ben. So visibly out in the field. So I'm guessing if that's happening out there probably has been some, and rightfully so.
Well, because we heard from Marcus Trescothick that they hadn't talked about driving on the up, which does that strike you as a little odd?
Well,
or do you think he's just saying that?
Well, maybe they didn't speak about it, but it was wrong not to.
Stark into Crawley. Crawley's beaten on the outside edge, defending a ball in the channel outside the off stump. But I mean, is it a different thing here? You know, we talk about the bounce in Perth and Brisbane. So, do you think the shots that got the players out driving on the up in Perth and Brisbane are not going to be as dangerous on here?
Yeah, because the ball kind of skids on a little bit more, and that extra little bit of bounce off a length in Perth and Brisbane is difficult. But also England, sometimes when they get on a pitch, they think it's a snake pit. They think the only way to play is to get quick runs, whereas this isn't a snake pit, and they might trust themselves just about a bit better and a bit longer.
Last ball of Stark's third over. He's into Crawley, who flicks this away nicely, square of the wicket. It's going out towards the boundary, and it won't quite get there. Cut off, but they'll get back for a couple. And Crawley moves to 5. England finish that over on 26 without loss. Lyon out there doing the fielding. Andy.
But to highlight how good a place Adelaide Oval is for batting, I mentioned Australia's superb record here in when they batted first on this ground, going back to December 1982. 24 times they've batted first on this ground. and being bowled out in 91.2 overs. Only the fourth time they've been bowled out in under 120 overs out of those 2024. One was in the 2010-11 test when they were 0 for 2 in the first over, or out for 245 and 85.5. There was skittled by India in 1992, so this is the third shortest and only the fourth under 120 overs.
I mean, that is an amazing stat, because my eyes suggested to me, Michael, that England didn't bowl very well yesterday. Jofra Archer excluded, who did. But you wouldn't actually, the noise you can hear, by the way, on our effects is the tamper. It's come out to bang at the crease. Objectively, they didn't really look particularly on it. Australia have kind of gifted them away.
Well, they gave them a few nice cheap ones. You sometimes get those kind of wickets on these kind of surfaces, but I think Australia will be disappointed with that number that they've got. I think that Carey was the only Centurion at number 6. Not that top order would have fancied getting a big one on this kind of surface.
Cummins starts a new over to Duckett, who defends on the front foot, back to the bowler, no run.
I just look at the Aussie time. Nathan Lyon will come on pretty soon, I'm sure. I think it's so important that Duckett's out there when Lyon comes on, because he's a good player of spin, and he could put him under a bit of pressure with his sweeps and reverse sweeps.
Even despite his left-handedness, you think?
Yeah, I just think Duckett is, he's a really good player of spin, and he could put Lyon under pressure quite early.
Cummins lopes back to the top of his mark, and this is comeback match, don't forget. Not a lot of preparation for him. Is he undercooked? He's in now. Around the wicket, and Duckett plays this away into the offside. Can beat the field. There's a bit of a misfield there in the covers. Allows Duckett a run out to Lyon, Lyon is, just noticed here, has gone from deep backward square leg on one side of the ground to deep point to the left-hander on the other side of the ground. So on a 39-degree day, and Lyon himself is he not 39? He's 38, I beg his pardon.
He's pretty fit though.
Yeah, well, but he had a little bit of an issue, didn't he, with his knee in the first test at Perth and whatnot. I suppose he is a spin bowler. You wouldn't be doing that with your quickies, but...
You also look at the catching without Smith. Marnus Labuschagne's gone to second slip, Khawaja at first. Smith, you just can guarantee gobbles up everything.
He would have loved to bat on this, you fancy. Cummins into Crawley, who lets this go by outside the off stump. 27 without loss, England in the 6th over.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Khawaja, who replaced Smith, he got 82, but I would put quite a lot of money on that. If Smith was playing, he would still be batting.
Yes.
On this kind of surface.
Well, you would think so, wouldn't you? I mean, England they've had a bit of good fortune in this series, which they've squandered. The loss of Hazelwood. Cummins not been available at the start. Khawaja having the back spasm in the first test. Then Smith out yesterday. Cummins in again. This is defended by Crawley on the front foot very solidly. No hint of flamboyance yet as he pushes that into the covers.
So Jofra Archer's at 5 for 53 today. It's his third fifer in Ashes cricket in just his 7th match. The last England bowler to have 3 fifers within 7 tests at the start of their Ashes career was Kenneth Farnes, Essex fast bowler in the 1930s.
Well, I think I saw an article in The Guardian, again by Bardi Rodde yesterday, saying that his average against Australia, India and South Africa is 26. It'll come down a bit now, presumably. About 25. So he averages better the better the teams he plays. As Cummins is into Crawley. Crawley defends into the onside. He's going to get a run as mid-on's a little bit wide. Boland, who has to shuffle to his left field. 28 without loss. Crawley to 6.
The one thing that's slightly frustrating about England is that it's taken them to go 2-0 down to understand how to play.
Well, so practice matches, you see.
I mean, someone came up with quite a funny point. So, well, England have got it absolutely spot on. They've had 6 days of practice leading into the 3rd test. They win the last 3, and that's it. They use the first 2 as their practice matches.
I always say, Michael, you can't make history and come back, be the first team to come back from 2-0 down without going 2-0 down, you know. Cummins into Crawley, who gets in a tangle, a ball that jags back into him. It's a bit of pain, it rolls out into the offside, and there is no run. England, after 6 overs, 28 without loss. And in reply to Australia's 371. More from you, Michael, and then Jonathan Hagley.
Yeah, I'm just having a look to see where that's hit Ben Duckett. Oh, in the midriff. But he's okay. He's out there looking up to Zach Crawley in the middle of the wicket. Yeah, it's been a sensible start. Played some nice strokes. 1 or 2 balls have passed the outside edge, but that's fine. That's opening the batting.
I love the cheer from the Barmies on the hill when Duckett left one.
Yes, and when Stark didn't get a wicket in the first over.
Yeah.
But they're playing sensibly.
Just a lesson again, though, for England. Look how Stark starts. Aggressive, fast, loosened up, ready to go.
Well, you know what he does before? Because I was on commentary next door with Brett Lee, and he says, just watch Mitchell Stark. He bowls an over before he bowls an over.
Correct. He's out there in the break.
At full pelt as well.
Yeah. Here's Stark then from the far end, bowls outside, Crawley's off stump, and he plays no shot. I just thought England today, you know, if ever there was a morning to be on it from the first ball, brand new ball, boom, 2 wickets to get, and it was just first 4 or 5 overs were just.
Well, you look at an England bowling performance. It's not easy because the pitch is good, but Jofra Archer has just produced an incredible performance. The rest really struggled.
Yeah.
And it's just, we always say don't judge a pitch, you know. Once you've not seen both teams bat and bowl on it, well, I think we'll pretty much know where England lie in the series by the close of play tonight.
Certainly will. At the moment, the openers are playing well, playing sensibly. No big booming drives. Here's Stark from the far end, bowls to Crawley, who defends again, a good length delivery. It's quite straight. Crawley gets into a nice position.
Stark takes the ball. Because I find it. You go back to 23 when they were 2-0 down, and they changed the bowling attack. Wokes came in and Mark Wood, but they seem to go, okay, we'll play properly now. And this is the best. I know it's a flatter wicket, but this is the best 6 overs of bat. Even in the second innings in Brisbane, it was a bit chaotic when they came out of the traps and scored quickly. This has been controlled so far.
Yeah. Yeah, it has.
I just don't understand why they didn't start the series being controlled. I don't get it.
No, nor do I. Stark again on a hot day, runs up, bowls, and Crawley gets a hit on the pad here. It's well stopped by the keeper there, down to his left. So just missed out slightly perhaps on flicking that ball away down to fine leg. The seats in the sun to our left are more or less abandoned. People, I think, thought, I cannot possibly go out and sit in that. It's just so hot. Not sure where they've all gone, but on the right-hand side in the east stand is lovely. Warm, of course, but perfectly in the shade. The members to the left, like a furnace over there. 28 for no wicket. Stark again bowls, and Crawley drives, and he's got that through. He has straight down the ground, long chase for the fielder from mid-off. They've taken 2. It won't go for 4, but they might get 3 here. They will, as Crawley turns and heads up towards the far end. Didn't quite get out of the middle of the bat. So still nicely played. Long chase for Travis Head, way down towards the Barmy Army, positioned there, standing on the bank. Not sure I'd fancy being down there around about 4:30 this afternoon.
No, they pretty much were baked yesterday, and I would think that probably the majority of them are the same crew.
Yeah,
back for day 2.
Like sardines down there as well on a 39-degree heat.
Town was lively last night, wasn't it? It was.
Yes, it was. It was.
There was a few stumbling human beings
and you
wobbling around the streets.
I wonder how they'll get back today. And a very nice meal sitting on the pavement last night. It just seemed the right day to do it. Very, just pleasantly warm, not too hot. Stark moves in, bowls, and Duckett flicks him through mid-wicket for 4. He's played that well. Half volley from Stark, and the angle. Well, I was going to say taking into his pads. That's about middle and off. He's picked that off.
Yeah, but this is what happens when you play nicely. Mitchell Stark's the enforcer for Australia. His job is to get wickets, and he's not got one yet, so guess what? He goes searching for one.
Yep.
Ball's full and straight, and Ben Duckett goes, thank you very much. That's what you call batting.
Yep. The Cummins one's interesting too. I was talking about it next door with Dizzy Gillespie, that in the nets, you have all the nets you like. I mean, we've had this conversation about England, don't we? Just nets, and don't play matches. But as a bowler, the nets don't hurt you. Someone hits you for 4, Who knows
no
if it's
consequence.
Yeah, isn't it? Exactly. Whereas here in a match is different. Stark again, bowls, short, Duckett up at his toes, steers the ball out to a man who's quite square there, deep backward point really. It's Scott Boland who tosses the ball back to Alex Carey. And now Stark scratching at his footholds. He's just not very happy. He hasn't got his wicket that he normally has, 2 or 3 at this stage usually. 37 for no wicket. Duckett has 28 of those. And Crawley 9 from 15 balls. Duckett, well, he's scoring at his normal rate, 28 from 27. So it's a good start.
England played Pat Cummins very effectively in the 2023 series. He ended up with 18 wickets, averaged 37, went at 4.27 per over. In the rest of his career, in the series where he's bowled at least 50 overs, he's never gone for more than 3.2 an over, and that was his highest average of those series in which he's bowled more than 50 overs. So he's been one of the premier fast bowlers in the world for the best part of a decade now, but that was his least successful series. England were very, very positive against him right from that first ball of the series that Crawley drove for 4 at Edgbaston.
And it's Crawley on strike now. Cummins, elbows jutting out, runs in, bowls to him. It's round up middle and leg, climbs and hits him on the thigh pad. And Cummins follows through and then kicks the ball away for someone else to pick up. And there is no run. We've got an open window here. And the northerly wind is blowing straight into it. And the only comparison I could offer is if you go downstairs, I think we'll be bothered at this time in the morning, turn your fan oven on to about 180. Give it 10 minutes, open the door and stick your head in it.
Do not do that.
No, perhaps not do that. But next door they've closed the window. In the ABC they can't take it. They've shut it. They can't understand why on earth we want to have our window open. Here's Cummins, bowls and a beautiful drive from Crawley, but he's hit it straight at the fielder there. Weatherald at cover. Beautifully timed shot.
Yeah, they've got this field that we've seen a lot through Zach Crawley's career. Cover point on the boundary, an extra cover in place, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. Just 2 slips in the gully. And they think if they can restrict Crawley's boundaries, they'll make a mistake. So far, he hasn't tried to dance down and launch one over mid-wicket that I've seen him do in the past. Just keep playing.
That's the thing. Patience. And goes Cummins again. Bowls, and he's flicked that away to leg side. A little bit uppish, but didn't carry there to the fielder at square leg. He was hit firmly at him. There is no run. As Jeffrey would say, you can't score runs in the pavilion.
Correct.
It's absolutely right. Back goes deep square leg now. So deep square leg, deep cover point.
Well, surely in the back of your mind you think, get rid of Cummins his first spell. He's not played cricket for months.
Yeah.
And what's he going to be like in his second?
Absolutely.
And if you're good enough, what's he going to be like in his third?
Yeah, let's see with the second new ball. Well, they won't get one tonight, will they? But you'd have to have 3 spells in him, you'd think. He'd be pretty jiggered. So long leg, deep square leg, deep cover point. Cummins runs in, bowls. Oh, it's a good one. Oh, it's a appeal for catch behind. He's been given out. And Crawley knew he'd nick that. Just in that channel, and he's pushed at it slightly. It wasn't a loose shot, but it was just in that channel, wasn't it? It wasn't a big booming drive.
That's brilliant bowling.
Yeah.
And they put square leg back on the boundary, so maybe Zach's thinking the bouncer was coming. And if you watch Aggers here, he comes wide of the crease. He creates that angle that has forced Zach Crawley into playing the shot. If he'd have come from a straighter angle, I think Zach may have left this ball, but because of that angle from wide, he's forced him into playing that stroke, and there's a bit of nip.
Yeah, there is.
That's brilliant bowling.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of bounce there as well. There's a beautiful ball, and it wasn't, say, Crawley caught behind. It was not a big boomer. That was a really good delivery. In a way, he's done quite well to nick it, actually. And Snicko there is proudly showing on the screen that it would have got that right. So thank you for that.
It's showing off today, is it?
Yeah, it's about 24 hours late. But there we are. So it just showed that that was the situation. So out comes Ollie Pope. England need a big innings from him, and he needs a big innings because there's obviously, well, there always seems to accompany Ollie Pope conversation about his position.
Well, and rightfully so, I guess. Against Australia, he averages 18. In Australia, he averages 17. He's never got a 50 against them. So this is the moment for Ollie Pope. The pitch is good. All right, Zach's just got a decent ball, but I can't imagine there's going to be too many of those kind of balls out there. You've just got to trust your technique, trust your game. And if you can get him, make sure he gets a big one. 30s and 40s out here, well, they're nothing.
No. Well, let's see how calmly he starts as well. Taking guard. It's a lovely ball from Cummins, and he'll feel he's back in business again now. He's got Ollie Pope out a couple of times in Test cricket. Pope twiddles his bat, looks around. There's 3 slips, and Green is in the gully as Pope settles down. There's half an hour to go until lunch. Cummins runs in, bowls to him, and he flicks that away with a bit of energy down to long leg. It wasn't just a little turning of the bat, he actually gave that a bit of a flick. And they take 2 runs there, so Pope's off the mark first ball. And again, they're dispatching a man out to deep point.
They're just going to try and stop the boundaries. They feel that England are just a boundary team. To Joe Root, they probably won't do that. They know that he's got the skill to just manoeuvre it into the gaps. I think against Crawley and Pope, they just feel that they want to work in boundaries. So they're more than happy for him just to take a single on the offside.
Yeah. Root due in next. Pope waits as Cummins bowls to him now, and he repeats the shot, but a little squarer this time, so it's only 1 run. Way down to the long leg fielder rather than the 2. Cummins takes his cap. He'll feel very pleased with himself. Back in business as the Aussie skipper pulls his baggy green on. And England 40 for 1. Australia made 371. Scored rather more runs this morning than England would have wanted. And it's the manner in which they came early too that was disappointing. One of the stiff looking overs propelled at the start of the day.
Well, that's why the batters have to bat really well. If Jofra's arrived with his pillow today, I feel he's earned that. And he should not be seen today, Jofra Archer. But those bowlers have to come out and bat today. Well, if you're a bowler, you're not speaking to your batting unit.
No, absolutely.
Just to highlight what you were saying about Archer being so outstanding by comparison with the rest of the attack. 5 for 53 for Archer, the rest 5 for 311 for 71 overs. Archer bowled 20.2 overs, so well under 3 and over. Stokes went just under 3 and over, but the others all 4 and over or more.
Yeah. Change in bowling at the far end. Scott Boland has replaced Mitchell Starc and is bowling to Ollie Pope. In he comes now and bowls, and Pope allows that first ball to go by outside the off stump. There is no run.
Well, it's that Ollie Pope in the summer against India. He batted on middle and almost opened up that offside by doing so. Even Australia's been getting right over to off stump and just outside. I don't know if he's worried about the extra bounce or.
40 for 1, so 331 runs behind. As Boland trudges back to his mark up there in the distance. Long, long way from us. It takes a little while for eyes to get used to searching for the ball from this range. Must be one of the furthest away. I mean, Johannesburg is very high and quite far away, but this, I think, in terms of distance, with the furthest in the world, I would say, is Pope there gets a ball that's just shortly got a real tangle there. That was short of a length from Boland, just outside the off stump. And Pope, whether he lost that or what he was doing, certainly in 2 minds as he played a sort of a prodding defensive shot there. Himself a bit of a tangle. Glenn McGrath's back. Hi, Dan.
Yeah, g'day everyone. Yeah, that ball there just sort of started angling back in, and then I think it seemed back even more into him, so got in a bit of a mess, but
I think he did.
139.8 kilometres from Scotty Boland.
In he comes again past the umpire, bowls outside the off stump, and Pope lets that go through.
Quite a positive start here from, well, especially Ben Duckett.
Yeah.
Played some good shots. Missed it a couple, but that's the way he goes about it. I nearly fell off the chair. He left one. He intentionally left one.
I know.
So I think it surprised everyone. But
well, you also got a standing ovation down there on the hill. They were applauding.
I thought, yes, Bazball's gone. I thought after that, but no, he's played very positively. Yeah. Pat Cummins picking up the wicket of Zach Crawley there.
Lovely ball. Well, beautifully. So that one in goes Boland then, and Pope suggests that might have kept a little bit low as he comes forward. It's fielded by Cummins there. I see Nathan Lyons loosening up, so maybe he's going to have an early twirl. Certainly going through his loosening up exercises.
Well, even if the captain hasn't asked him yet, he wants to have a go.
Yes.
He always likes bowling with a new ball here because that hardness gets that extra little bit of bounce. And talking to a lot of batsmen, they said they found it harder. The bounce here that Nathan Lyon gets coming over the top of the ball is always a little bit tougher to face.
Here's Boland moving in now. Bowls wide of the off stump. Pope has nothing to do with it. Carey collects. I mean, Cummins had what, 3 is it? 4. I mean, for a man who's not played for a long time, I mean, bowling in this heat only really be short spells.
That's warm.
I mean, ideally, you'd like to wind Lyon up, just keep him going, wouldn't he? And then rotate your quick bowlers.
There is a breeze. It is, looking at the scoreboard, it's coming a little bit from the west, and when it comes from the west or the northwest, it's normally coming out of the desert.
Yes.
So it can be a little bit warmer.
It's gusty too, isn't it? Boland bowls. Pope is a loose drive. A loose shot there. And it went past the inside edge of the bat and just missed the off stump. That's a poor shot.
Well, that's what Scott Boland does. If there's any movement in the pitch at all, he finds it. And that one there was just a really good length. Seemed back into Pope and, very loose.
Yeah.
Shot that one.
It's got to tighten up. There's 25 minutes to go until the lunch break. I'm going to really not lose a wicket before that. So Cummins is off. He's bowled 4 overs. He's taken a wicket and he's turning to his spinner. I mean, part of the plan, but only a subplot of the plan is you don't want to take too many risks. But it is for England to actually not let Lyon settle in and make Cummins have to resort to the quick bowlers and get some miles in their legs on this hot day. So it'd be too easy otherwise for Australia just to have Lyon chugging away at one end and then rotate the 3 fast bowlers from the other.
Yeah, so Nathan Lyon will be keen to get underway here. It's what's it been, 4 test matches since for Australia has played since he's taken a wicket.
A lot by his standards. I hope he's got some sun cream on his head.
Well, he only played 1 of those in Perth. The other 2 he was left out of the team.
So Lyon then round the wicket, moves in and bowls to Duckett, who turns the first ball from very full, drifting down the leg side to the fielder in the deep and takes a single. Part of the reason also maybe for his early appearance is that Duckett left-handed, but just spin a ball away from him. But, Pope does some gardening. The slip and a short leg with the helmet on. There's the Barmy Army trumpet. I didn't hear it yesterday. Maybe the wind was blowing the other way yesterday and took the sound away from us. There's Lyon and bowls driven by Pope to mid-off.
Very full again.
Yeah.
So we saw Jacks get a bit of purchase, bit of turn out of those footmarks that Ben Stokes bowling around the wicket. So just see if Nathan Lyon can get anything in there either.
Lyon again bowls. Catch it! He's flicked it straight to mid-wicket. Pope looks devastated. What's he done? Full ball round about the off stump, and he's flicked it in the air to mid-wicket. Second wicket goes down, and you've missed out there big time. Ollie Pope out for 3, and that's just casual, That's just why? I don't think that would even have hit the off stump. Diving catch there at mid-wicket, but not a difficult one. That's a terrible shot.
Bit reminiscent of Cameron Green there yesterday, going hard at it, but the ball, not a huge amount of turn, but it just came back in. Ollie Pope looked to turn that on the leg side and just picked out Josh Inglis.
Yeah, that is a very poor shot indeed, and totally unnecessary. And why on earth he didn't feel the need just to get himself in and bat? I'm afraid I don't know. Joe Root appears with a bit of work to do. It's 41 for 2 now, and 20 minutes to go until lunch. Andy, Glenn, I'm going to leave you, and Dan Norcross will take us to the break.
Well, before that wicket, I was just about to highlight Ollie Pope's unimpressive record against Nathan Lyon. He'd gone out 3 times for 37 runs in 79 balls before this innings. Now 4 for 37 from 81.
And where does that take Nathan Lyon now in wickets?
Well,
Andy,
Glenn, interesting you should ask. He might just
I'm feeling a bit nervous in
pull
the
up
seat
alongside a prominent medium pacer. Is that the right term?
fast bowler. Come on, like, geez. Yeah, getting sledged up here. You were a bit of aggressive. Were you a bowler? You would have had a fair bit to say out in the middle there, Andy.
I don't think you can count that wicket, really. It was an absolute gift.
Well, half the wickets
dear.
yesterday were the similar, weren't they? So, what are batsmen doing these days? Got to put a high price on your wicket.
6 catches on the leg side yesterday, out of the 8 wickets to go. Australia were 33 for 2. England are 41 for 2. They'll need to rebuild as Lyon comes in to Root. He's facing his first ball, and he drives uncertainly, but gets a single up to mid-on. And is off the mark, 42 for 2.
Yeah, Lyons at 563 wickets, ties him with Glenn in 6th place on the all-time list. Muralitharan for Sri Lanka 800, also a few for the ICC World 11 in a curious game 20-odd years ago. Shane Warne 708, Jimmy Anderson 704, Anil Kumble, great Indian leg spinner, 619, Stuart Broad 604.
Lyon into the left-handed Duckett, and Duckett comes forward, defends at the offside, wants a run that's not there, he's sent back by Root. Last thing they need is a run out.
And then Lyon and McGrath 5-6-3.
Thank you.
Joint 6th, and that's Ollie Pope's 15th innings against Australia, still without a 50.
Well, he's going to get a second innings in all probability, but I wonder if he's going to get another one after that, as Lyon is in.
Oh, he's bowled him! He's gone through him, Duckett. Lyon, expert bowling. He's just gone forward in defence. It's turned and it's hit the top of off stump. It's a beautiful ball. Lyon has 2 in the over, and England are crumbling here. They're 42 for 3. Duckett has to go. Again, it wasn't an aggressive shot, but it was a beautiful piece of bowling, and that is why spinners here at the Adelaide Oval are so important. And Nathan Lyon now goes ahead of Glenn McGrath with 564 wickets.
Wow, what a bowler. No, he deserved to get that. That's a great piece of bowling. Just deceived him, and Duckett was looking very good out there, and we always wondered what sort of impact Lyon was going to have in this game. And here we are, first over. That's a gem of a ball. That's actually turned.
It's almost perfect as Glenn attempts to smash the window and burst through to Damien Fleming in the next door box. Yes, it was just a beautiful bit of bowling. That is the difference between having a really, truly great spinner in your side and England having a part-timer. But they're now in all sorts of bother at 42 for 3. They're showing you on the telly. Showing you on the telly, Glenn.
Got to have a bit of fun, don't you?
Yes.
So, Nathan Lyon, he's just been a brilliant bowler, hasn't he? And here he is, first over back. You know, he was, what was he? Livid, or he was
filthy,
wasn't he, after being left out in Brisbane? But here we go. You know, he's that first over. Bit of a soft dismissal from Pope, but that ball to Duckett was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
But that's the thing, isn't it? You know, you can't be given the soft dismissal, because at some point there's going to be a ball from a bowler like him to a left-hander. I mean, we talk about Duckett's splendid player of spin, but if you were going to be slightly critical, maybe the bat went slightly across the ball, but he had to play it in. It pitched on middle. It hit the very edge at the top of off stump. It was a wonderful ball. England have lost 2 wickets to splendid balls, one from Cummins, one from Lyon, and they've gifted another wicket, and that is an issue as Boland starts a new over from the Cathedral end. He's into Root, 2 slips, 2 gullies. He gets up on his toes and defends the ball into the offside line. Fields no run. Going back, I mean, we haven't had a chance to do an autopsy on Pope, because actually in the time he was out there, which wasn't long, he looked all over the place. There was a ball that he played and missed that with a bat. I don't know how his bottom hand had come through the way it had. I mean,
well, the ball pitched and seamed back, and he was nowhere near it, and it just adjusted to the seam and just looked terrible.
And then the ball he got out to It's a regulation ball on off stump. He tried to hit it with the spin rather than just pushing the ball out to the offside where there was plenty of space. As Boland is in again to Root. Who's beaten, is he? Well, there's a big appeal for caught behind. I think it's hit the pad. The crowd love it, the umpire doesn't. Now then, I wonder, they're going to have a look at this. They are, they've gone upstairs.
Cameron Green said definitely edge, but we'll wait and see.
Well, this is a very key moment. Root, this is, with the score 42 for 3. Australians were adamant.
Original decision is not out. It's fair Levis go to front time. Available.
Oh, and it's Snicko again. After yesterday.
Oh, I'm not down in the van today, so we'll see.
Well, this could be very intriguing. Given not out, don't forget, so they need evidence to overturn.
How's he look? Joe Root, how's he looking?
Root doesn't look 100% happy. What do we think there? It's missing. It's missing.
Inside edge?
Is it? Or not?
Thank you.
Inside edge there.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, there is an inside edge.
Unfair. Spike. Can we go through the catch?
That's a big inside edge.
Involved.
There is a big inside edge onto pad. And now they're going to have to check the catch here from Carey.
Roll it back. Yeah.
Oh, now then.
Oh, that's.
Do we think that's taken cleanly? I think it probably is.
I think it is, but.
I think it is, but there's
It looks like it's bounced. Have you got anything slide on, or is that your best view?
I think it looks like it's bounced.
Well, it's bounced on the glove. But
I don't know. Has he wrapped the fingers round? This is one of these horrible ones. I don't know if the fingers are underneath or not. I think they possibly are.
Okay,
but
yeah, we'd go back to front on that. Doesn't really show me.
Technology
Here we go.
again.
We've got a side on. Well, so has he wrapped the gloves around it as it's touched the ball, or touched the ground, or not?
That's my issue with technology and these catches too. Because
go back to front time.
Oh, I reckon it's out, but I think this might be given not out.
No, I'm sort of with you on that. You've seen this a few times where.
Go back to zoom.
I think he's probably got the gloves, the fingers underneath it, but
I think that's out. But I reckon there's going to be. Okay.
Well, and I wonder if there's going to be a little bit of tit for tat from yesterday as well. You just never know. I mean, there shouldn't be. The Barmy Army are trying to signal that that's not out. You know,
go back.
Every time they go, ooh, at the moment we sort of see.
Yeah, no, that's. I reckon.
Yeah, to me that looks like there's a bit of ball on the ground there.
Well, there we go.
Really make my decision for the big screen.
Right. Well, we've heard him say that he thinks there's a little bit of ball on the ground there, so presumably this is going to be given not out. Not out. Root survives. England cling on by their fingernails in this series. They're not 42 for 4, they're 42 for 3. But it's all been happening in the last 10 minutes on this placid wicket. But we said bad all day. Well, we're going to have to go stand to bad all day now.
Yeah, so technology again. I remember back in, what was it, 0203 here, Michael Vaughan, Justin Langer took a catch and you couldn't tell from the angle of, and it was given not out. Claudy went on and got a big 100. And technology again, we try to make this game perfect, but anything's but.
Yeah.
And we don't want this game to be perfect, do we?
No, it's not supposed to be fair.
You don't want robots out there.
Well, you have a toss to start with, so it's inherently unfair from the moment you start the game. But I think that's one of those really tough ones for the third umpire. I'm with you, Glenn. I think he probably did catch it cleanly, but
you can't give it, unfortunately.
Boland into Root. Oh, and he's beaten on the outside edge. Boland is making things happen here. Boland and Lyon, who would have thought it? They're the ones making everything happen. That didn't do a great deal. Does he play
it just straightened off the pitch. And you look at the areas England bowled yesterday, they were all over the place. And Australia now getting the ball in the right area, and there's just a little bit there.
Yeah.
But the ball is still pretty new. It's only the 11th over.
I wonder if we're going to see.
That's a massive one there. If that was 4 for 42.
Well, it might
42 for 4.
It might still yet be, Glenn. As Boland is into Root, who falls forward in defence solidly back to Boland, no run. So how do you play this? I mean, I think Brook might bat out of his crease to Boland a bit and try to negate it. It's not really Root's way, but I suppose he might.
Well, then, we saw in Brisbane where Carey came up to the stumps and an absolute masterclass in.
But could he do that to
wicket
Boland?
keeping.
He could do it to Nisa, but I'm not sure to Boland. That's quite a challenge.
Well, you never know. But if the ball's nipping around, it is tough.
I mean, he's not probably taking that catch, for example. If he's standing up, he's just going to bounce off him, you'd think. As Boland's into route, tucks this into the onside, but finds mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, good luck taking those up to the stumps because that was a decent inside edge in at the pad. So your gloves are going to be further to the right. But, the controversy.
And it's that umpire again who's obviously not a giver at the far end. Umpire Menon. Because he didn't give the Carey dismiss.
That was a big inside edge. The umpire, that was why DRS was about for the howler. More for the LBW with the big inside edge.
Boland in, defends, inside edge onto pad. And Root has somehow survived that over. A maiden over?
Yes, second consecutive maiden for Boland. We watched him in the nets a couple of days before the game and he was seriously impressive.
He was fierce. I mean, he was the only bowler
incredibly intense.
Charging in, wasn't he?
Just on Nathan Lyons, the second time in his career he's taken 2 wickets in his first over of an innings. Just the 7th recorded instance where we have ball-by-ball data of an Australian bowler taking 2 wickets in his first over of an innings in a test against England. Scott Boland did it at the MCG 4 years ago. Pat Cummins at Manchester in the 4th innings there in 2019. And Glenn did it at Perth in 1995. You come up with quite a lot of stats, Glenn. Terry Alderman in 1989, and then way back to Monty Noble in 1984 at the MCG. 1904 at the MCG.
Right. That one at 94-5
at Perth. Yes.
Was that Athers wasn't involved in that, was he?
Almost certainly.
Lyon starts a new over to Harry Brook. Down the leg side. It's flicked away down towards the backward square leg. And just check the umpire's signal. I'm pretty sure there's bat on that. So that means that Brook is underway off his first ball. England have got off 42. And they're 43 for 3 now. Lyon has bowled 1 over. He's taken 2 for 2. Boland's bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens. The last 3 overs have been torrid for England since Cummins and Stark have come off. Here comes Lyon into Root. Goes back into his crease, defends grabbily. He's not looking his normal self at the moment. There's a bit of an appeal, but they're way outside the line. How's he playing? He's playing oddly here. Root.
Yeah.
Trying to play late.
He's still recovering from that near miss last over, maybe.
Would have been hard to mouth stuff for him, wouldn't it? It's Lyon again. He comes fully forward, a bit of bounce, but manages to smother it enough. There's a short leg waiting for the inside edge onto pad.
Well, it's morning of day 2, and there's this much turn. 4 and 5.
Do you think we're getting to 4 and 5? I suppose Australia
like to think so.
about a second time. Lyon in, and this is clipped briefly in the air. It's another dangerous shot, not dissimilar to the one that Pope played, but it just dribbles out. Didn't have quite the same force on it. Dribbles out into the onside where Inglis fields. There's no run. I'm not sure that's the shot to be playing. We had an unusual number of catches at mid-wicket, it seems to me, in 4 sessions. Now Cummins has come in at a short mid-on, not quite silly. He's about 6 yards in front of the crease at non-striker's end.
Reverse sweep.
Lyon in, reverse sweep, genius, and it's gone all the way down to the boundary for 4. Really well connected with by Root. There's a massive gap's been opened up for him, and he said, do you want to go for that? I said, yeah, thank you very much.
I could feel it. And Root does play the reverse sweep pretty well, so a little bit too full, but they brought Cummins across from cover there for that one that and just getting pushing into the covers, but Joe Root was up to the challenge.
Lyon in again through. He's going to go reversing again, but this time the field has been moved slightly behind square down there on the boundary, so he's just going to pick up 1 for it. It's magnificent when you get a message through from this on your WhatsApp. End of the over, 47 for 3, which begins. This is from our CricViz people. As you're looking at England 48 for 3, very nearly at 1.42 for 4. The pitch this morning has looked to be far easier for the batters. Flatter compared to the tougher conditions in the first session on day 1. So, make of that what you will. I suppose Australia have just bowled far, far better.
Well, they've bowled better areas, haven't they? More consistently in that area that you want to see with the new ball. And there is a little bit there. I thought England started, first few overs from Cast was full and ball swinging a bit, and then he went back to hitting the deck. And England bowled far too short in that first innings or first spell yesterday.
Boland starts to go over to Root, who does advance. He takes a step down the wicket. Boland may have seen him coming, drops it in shorter. He defends back to the bowler. So England, after a bright start, 37 without loss, lost Crawley to a good ball from Cummins. It straightened, took the edge of a defensive bat. 37 for 1. Then Ollie Pope got out in a horrifying fashion after a skittish stay at the crease. That was 41 for 2 when he was caught at mid-wicket off Lyon. And then a ripper from Lyon went through Duckett, taking the top of off stump, 42 for 3. Root has narrowly survived an inside edge that may just have been grasped by Carey, or at least that was the opinion of the third umpire, as Boland is in to Root, who lets it go by outside the off stump. And this, don't forget, on a day when England have to be batting at the end of the day, you feel they really do. And they're 48 for 3.
Yeah, important partnership, this one. You've got Ben Stokes coming in next, who's, he's a quality player. He's a fighter. He's proven plenty of times before. But these two, the recognised batsmen, they actually have to do well here.
That was I think it's been given as a no ball, that last ball. I think just seen from the umpire. It's gone up to 49 for 3 on the scoreboard. As Boland is in to Root, who flicks this away through mid-wicket. It's going to run off towards the boundary. Fielder's just going to go and collect that ball. Nicely played. Playing around the front pad, full on the pads, and England's 50 comes up, 53 for 3. Root moves to 10.
Yeah, a rare bad ball from Scotty Boland there. That was half volley on middle leg, and you can't afford to bowl that to players like Joe Root. They'll pick up a boundary off that delivery every day.
But it is rare, though, isn't it? I mean, when Andy and I watched him in the nets, every ball was to the left-handers. Every ball was pitching.
No, he likes left-handers
and straightening. It was horrible.
Yeah.
At quite a surprising pace for us. Root lets another one go by. Goes through very low to Carey and grasses it.
Yeah, it's deceptive. Don't trust the speed gun, Andy. It might say 130, but it's actually got. There's a thing, and it's hard to explain. You get that zip off the wicket. Some bowlers bowl it fast and it hits the wickets and sort of just dies, but others just get that zip off the wicket.
We didn't like it. We were going, I'm not facing that. Bring on Stark. we'll have a bit of Stark. I actually quite fancy taking on Nisa, didn't we? A bit of Nisa, a bit of Lyon. We're okay there.
You reckon?
Boland, not so much. Boland to Root, who defends on the front foot to the offside.
Yeah,
no run.
He is deceptive, Boland. He just, any life in the pitch at all, he finds it. A little bit of bounce, a little bit of movement, and he's done well.
And where does that sort of zip that you're talking about come from? Is that wrist or shoulder or a mixture?
I think it's definitely wrist, coming out of the ball in the amount of revolutions you put on the ball. Your swing bowlers come underneath the ball to get the ball to swing. You hit the deck, come over the top, and really put extra revolutions on that ball. So when it hits, it somehow seems that it doesn't really gain pace or just bounce, but it's got that feel to it. So.
Here is Boland to Root, gets struck on the pad, but he's
inside
edge, wells into the offside, fielded by Inglis. He's also looking to get outside the line here, Root. He's very much definitely just adjusted himself. He's gone to off stump and just slightly beyond, and he's also looking to advance. He's trying to negate the danger of Boland here. Yeah, I mean, that has hit him outside the line a little high.
Yeah. But apart from those three things.
Boland at the top of his mark. Last ball of the over. 2 slips, 2 gullies, Root on strike. And Root defends into the offside with an angled bat picked up by Inglis. End of the over, 5 from it, the boundary and the no ball. 53 for 3 England. They will have to endure one more over before lunch. Nathan Lyon is going to bowl it. And Harry Brook faced just the one ball he has, just the one ball since he's been out there. And let's see how he approaches this, shall we? Because he's talked quite a bit about how he's acknowledged that the shots that he's played weren't the best. He didn't go so far as to say they were completely brainless, but he did say, on reflection, it wasn't the best.
I should have done things differently. But yeah. So it's not so much It's also the timing. Like here we are, we've won over to lunch. It's not, if you score 10 runs off it, brilliant. But if you get out, horrendous. So get through this over, get to lunch, and then start rebuilding after lunch. That would be the game plan from here.
Where was it that David Gower was out over before lunch? It was here, wasn't it? As Lyon bowls. That's defended solidly by Brook to backward point. No run.
He's listening to us, Brook, though. That ball was not going anywhere.
Do you remember that David Gower dismissal? There was a little bit of a... Let's say he and his captain, Graham Gooch, were just having certain issues at the time, and he was batting beautifully and fluently, as often he did, especially actually towards the end of his career. His numbers were great towards the back end. Brook faces up. That's defended from the crease solidly, wisely. And then, was he caught at sort of fine leg? Just a wafty flick down the leg side. Oh. The last over before lunch.
You get a good one every now.
Not great.
That wasn't where he was flying over the ground in a tiger moth, was it?
I think it might have been that tour, yeah. Lyon in, tossed up, flicked into the onside. Brook's going to get off strike, take a single down to deep backward square leg. Moves to 2, 54 for 3, England. Brings Root back on strike with 3 balls to go until lunch.
Andy, how many did Australia put on this morning?
They put on 45 in 50 balls.
Yep.
Yeah, so they looked very, very comfortable, didn't they? As Pitch Viz suggests. But, of course, they didn't play a spinner in this morning session. And Lyon is in now. And Root's going to find a single as he pushes that ball into a gap just in front of square on the offside. And go to 11, 55 for 3. 2 balls to go until lunch. A tumultuous session. Archer picking up the last 2 wickets to finish with 5. On to the honours board. England starting very comfortably on a pitch that looks really nice to bat, and then losing 3 wickets for 5 runs as Lyon is in to Brook, who's just come around the wicket, and Brook has played an exquisite back foot push that's going to go all the way for 4. I mean, this is why people talk about the talent he has. He's done almost nothing there except time it perfectly, and that's why he doesn't need to hurl himself off his feet trying to smash start for 6s with a pink ball in twilight. He's got the time and the quality to be able to unfurl a boundary like that, and it's safe. It's just a safe shot.
They're boring, timing it, placing it. Doesn't look that extravagant though, does it?
59 for 3. Last ball before lunch. Brook defends. Back to the bowler. That will be lunch. 5 wickets have fallen in this session. 2 Australian wickets, but crucially 3 English wickets, 2 openers and 2 wickets to Lyon, and Ollie Pope to really a horrible shot that he will not want to see again, flicking the ball to short mid-wicket. Crawley out to a good one from Cummins, defending a full ball thin edge through, and then Duckett getting a ripper from Lyon, which turned, pitched on middle and off and hit the top of off. Lyon back in the side. The ground he loves has picked up 2 wickets. Cummins on his return has picked up 1. And England's hopes in this Ashes series are hanging by a slender thread. Would have been even worse if Root had been given out, caught behind, which he might very well have been on another day. But the third umpire reprieved him, judging that Alex Carey didn't quite get his hands under the ball. And, well, Australia on top. England 312 runs behind, but they've lost those 3 crucial wickets. And how do we assess this? I mean, the pitch still doesn't look too bad, but Nathan Lyons looked like he's going to be a threat, and Australia have just bowled really well in that little session.
Yeah, so no, it's that session definitely to Australia. 40-odd quick runs this morning for the loss of those last 2 wickets, but those 3 English wickets there, that'll hurt England. Nathan Lyon, that first over, he's starting to look dangerous already, so England have to find a way. Root and Brook, they're the key. If they're going to post a good score, both these guys have to get big runs out here. So, it's that the Ashes is just slipping through England's fingers at the moment. But
I'm running out of history. The more I think about it, there's so much of it, but most of it's in Australia, in Australia's favour. Now 2 men back for Stokes and a short leg, and he pitches up to him and he tucks it away neatly in front of square, and the man back will collect and throw in. That's Inglis, and they get a run, 4 for 84. And there's still another to come in the over. So what do you reckon, Phil? What's your answer? I'm giving you Rob Key's job, right?
Oh, lovely. Okay.
To get ready for the next Ashes tour at home and then back here.
Right.
What are you going to do to find 11 players, including perhaps a spin bowler, which England doesn't have anymore, to do the business in Australia?
Well, first of all, I'm going to order a very nice bottle of red wine.
Don't forget the other one for me.
Well, you're in on this with me, too.
You know that wonderful story that was told about Winston Churchill? He might have told it himself, talking about medicinal stuff.
Yeah.
Around the wicket, he bowls to Brook, who nudges that towards mid-on and gets a quick single. Well run. And they scurried through. Winston Churchill said, I love magnums of champagne.
Yes.
And I love sharing them with one of my best friends, particularly if that friend doesn't drink.
Well, he was a clever chap.
He was.
He was a clever chap. I had a chat with Ravi Shastri, because he won twice down here, didn't he, Ravi Shastri? With his teams, I think. Did he win twice? He might have done. Anyway, he's won it. No, didn't he?
He was coach of that team.
He was coach.
Yeah.
Yes, he was a coach when they won.
Yeah,
that's true. But as a player, he would have.
No. Sorry, as coach. And he said, get yourself to 350. If you get yourself to 350, you're always in the game.
Well, Lions bowling, and it's turned away, and that's what Australia have done in this game. Where they got
absolutely. Yeah. Get yourself to 350.
Yeah.
Even on bouncy Perth pitches and bouncy Gabba pitches and everything, try and get yourself to 350, and then just bowl nicely. I mean, it's not rocket science, is it? But then, I think everyone's just a little bit disappointed that we thought this side was talented. Very, very talented.
Well, they may be talented, but you still got to prepare adequately, and I don't think they did. Line around the wicket, draws him forward and plays out into the covers. I mean, this slightly, it seems to be sort of nonchalant approach of you can do it in the nets and you play a bit of golf and keep your head clear and the rest of it. You have a kind of battle plan, but the plan B doesn't exist.
No.
Line in again, Stokes forward, watchfully playing, as we often see in some of his long innings if it turns into one. It's got a slip. The silly mid-off is now becoming a short leg. Travis Head in close. Lions bowling from the river end, around the wicket in the sunshine. He draws Stokes forward. See, we've hardly seen in this spell of Lyon a ball that's a long on.
Yeah.
Most of it's been up, doing a bit.
Yeah.
And the batsmen are having to play forward. Lyon comes in again, and it's short. He's trying to cut, and he does. He gets it away, but just the hint, a bit of bounce, bit of top spin. He could have miscued.
Oh, that's a risky shot. That was cannon off stump if he misses that.
Well, he's a wily old bowler. You'd expect that. He's got 564 test wickets. He's around the wicket again, and he draws Stokes forward, and he pumps it away on the offside. There are runs out there, but you've got to be around long enough to score them. And that's the problem for England. He'd like to keep the game ticking over. And it's barely trickling at 4 for 86. And Brook is now 16 and Stokes on 6 at the end of that over.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sort of suffocation process at the moment, isn't it? Just sort of almost tempting the batter to say, well, come on. You're not happy just knocking them around for ones and twos and maidens and building up. You've got to do something if you want to get a run or a 4 and take a risk. So it's just good bowling by Australia. They've got the foot on the throat at the moment. They might not be going for the killer blow. It's sort of lining it up, by consistency, patience, professionalism, call it what you want.
Well, it's wearing England down. They're not used to playing maidens out.
No.
Now Boland takes over from the top end and he bowls to Brook, and Brook twiddles into the gully where it's stopped by Cameron Green.
And you're not going to get any off this fella either. He'll just run up and boom, boom, boom.
But I mean, to be serious, if you think about the Warren McGrath era, they suffocated almost every team they played against when they were at their best. And it was inevitable after 5 or 6 maidens that a wicket had fall. I mean, they were very skillful bowlers as well. But this is a little less than that in terms of the quality of the bowling, but it's still damn good. You don't get any freebies as he bowls again, drawing him forward, defending the length delivery away into the covers. Now, watching England bowl in this series, particularly yesterday, there was hardly ever an over where you could say the batsman had to play at every ball or just make a last-minute decision to leave. There was always a short one somewhere. And they got away. I mean, I don't know what the bowling coach is doing, dear old David Saker, but he must be ripping hair out all over the place watching it.
I think it can only be execution. I don't think it's plan, it's execution.
True. Here comes Boland, tucked away to the onside, a run there, wide of mid-on, and the throw at the bowler's end is wide. As he raced around to his right there, Cummins trying to throw the stumps down from side on. So they're getting the odd single, but that's all at the moment. It's very hard to get a rhythm in the batting when the bowlers are feeling as though they're going to break through.
I think also it's going to be difficult to explain on the radio this actually, but I think this England teams, you know, their ceiling is high, but their basement is quite low.
Right.
Australia's ceiling is quite high, but their basement is only sort of 1 floor down. Do you know what? Did that make any sense to you at all on the radio?
It's not a bad attempt.
Yeah.
I need to get the limerick out we had made up for Toughers next door. It's very good. As it's pushed away down towards almost vacant mid-off, but in comes Cummins to collect it, stop it before they can think about a single. Yes. I think it's time to have observation with humour, because you'll go nuts otherwise. You will.
I've already gone nuts, too.
Yeah. You just got to sweat on the moment where Stokes feels as though he's more comfortable and he plays one of those rapier shots to the boundary. Not yet. He's watching, he's waiting. Boland has him forward again, pushing away on the onside. But I like seeing Stokes in this mood, because I sense that if he gets to 20 or 30, he's going to make a lot. Because he can bat for a long time.
Absolutely.
And that's what England needs.
I mean,
not flim flam, thank you, ma'am, and go back to the shed.
He'd probably be the only fella you'd have in your team, wouldn't you?
Well, I think Joe Root might get a spot.
Well, yeah.
That's an interesting call. Stokes forward and he drives through mid-off. There's a gap there. Away we go. Take one. Race back for 2. It's heading up towards the boundary. Long boundary that it is, and it goes for 4. 4 runs on the off drive. That's more like it, Toughers. Get your juices back. 4 for 91 at the end of the over.
And there's your rapier shot, Jim, you called for, and that was a good one. As you said, just slightly full up from Boland, and just nicely sort of punched through that extra cover area.
Yep. Wasn't a half volley.
No.
He just took it on the rise. He waited and played it under his nose down through mid-off. Very elegant. And now we're going for another change. No, Lyons going to keep going. Why not? What are Lyons' figures so far? 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 25, is it? 26. Yeah. 2 for 26. And he had 2 for Blott almost, 2 for 2 with those early wickets of Pope and Duckett. Okay. Long ons there, deep square. Deepish cover. Lyons bowling, Brooks playing away to the onside. So it's a kind of ring field with men back to protect the boundary, not to give away easy 4s, and just sweating on Brook playing something more ambitious than he should. Lyon comes in again, and Brook is sort of beaten outside the line of stump. Bit of bat padding and way towards square leg. He didn't know much about that. As it bounced, there's bounce and a little bit of spin. But it's still a very good surface to bat on. It's just that Australia are finding their rhythm and control. Here comes Lyon again. Back goes Brook and defends it. Out there on the offside. Yes. It's I think it's hitting about 39 degrees now.
Yeah.
We've got the window closed because apparently the window being open here mucks up the fun for everyone else in the press box. Bad luck, fellas. Here comes Lyon. He bowls again.
Just made me jump there.
It's turned away to backward square and they get a single. What do you think windows are for? Goodness sake. Anyway, it's 4 for 92.
You made me jump out of my skin there.
Oh, just trying to keep the ball bouncing, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, Jim. Well, you're a professional, mate. You are a professional. No, but there is a breeze out there. There's a strong wind, but it's a warm wind. Where's that coming from? A desert somewhere, is it?
Oh, and it's normally a north wind. Yeah, it's from the desert. You're right.
Yeah.
Lyon around the wicket, draws Stokes forward, and he plays it out into the covers. It's not all dry out there. We flew over Lake Eyre the other day.
Yes.
Which, when it has been raining, is fantastic. It's a kind of pink lake, massive pink lake with a lot of salt. It's a huge salt pan. Lyon again, and he's forward to drive. On the bounce out to cover, crowd catch. They'll go up, but that's the end of the over from Lyon. It's 4 for 92 at the moment. At the end of that over, Stokes is 10. And Brooks on 20.
Yeah, well, Harry Brooks just looked to just change his way slightly, hasn't he? He's left a few, he's looked to get stuck in a bit, so hopefully he realises that he probably won't get a better pitch to bat on in Australia, perhaps, will he? There won't be too many better than this one, will there?
Melbourne a few years ago was the flattest pitch on the planet.
Oh, was it?
Thank goodness they fixed it up and left a bit of grass and did a few other things which England might remember from the last tour when Boland made his extraordinary debut. It goes around a bit these days, but this is probably the best one to bat on.
Yeah.
Away goes Boland and draws a defensive shot, pushing down the onside. But historically, you know, if you go way, way back, Australian pitches were chunks of cement. That's why Bradman loved them so much. They were shirt fronts, absolute shirt fronts. The pitch itself, after a day or two of play, was absolutely white compared to the green all around. Pitches that Michael Vaughan would have loved batting on, even against McGrath. But they don't have them quite like that anymore. There's a bit more grass around. Here comes Boland, Brooks forward, and he defends down into the ground. Look out, don't go back into your stumps. Hello, Michael.
Hi, Jim.
Okay, so what's the antidote for England here?
I think we've seen Australia are a hardened cricket team. They're tough.
Yes.
But their bowling department is exposed. You know, you've got Jofra Archer, who was magnificent. The rest of the England team is just didn't get anything out of this surface. And you've got Boland who's just getting the odd ball to nip. You've got Stark who's getting...
But they bowl at the stumps, these blokes.
Yeah, they challenge the forward press.
Yeah. Boland goes in again, and it's pushed away by Brood into the gully. So, but Jim, what are you saying? Is your county system inadequate for producing players who can get to this level and play with the skill and toughness required?
Well, look, there's going to be many question marks if England get beat here of what's been happening and this system over the last few years. But you can bowl length like they bowl length because they seem to get a little bit of action on the ball.
Mm-hmm.
If you bowl length and there's no action on the ball on this kind of venue, you're going to get pummeled.
Yep.
And it's just the fact that they just seem to get the ball to have a stand up or just seem slightly. It's only a little bit.
Boland is in and back and across he goes and pushes away to the offside. All the more reason to have a game or two before a test match.
Well, we can keep...
Yeah, we can go on about a lot of things, I know.
About the prepreparation. And the fact of the matter is this Australian side so far have just out-disciplined England in all the facets of the game. They've been better. And they've played harder cricket when it's mattered. The tail end of Australia have just dug in, put on another 100 and so runs. kept England out there for a period of time. Not as much. I think Australia will be the first to admit that they didn't bat well enough. They should have got 450, 500 on this day.
Yep, they missed out.
But it's the bowling that you look at the bowling, and it's just not looked easy for England's batters. And you've got an England batting unit that you can clearly see. There's a few that are struggling like mad for form, for mindset, for confidence. And the only way you can get confident is by being out in the middle.
Boland around the wicket and Stokes forward. He nips it away between mid-wicket and mid-on. A couple of runs here as it goes out towards the boundary. Will be overhauled just inside underneath the Gavin Wanganeen stand, which will mean a lot to people in England, I know. And it's 4 for 95.
And this week was always going to be the week where, you know, this top seven's been consistently picked for a period of time now. And it was always going to be the week where they were going to get judged whether that's been right. They've gone with the empathy of picking players consistently, and you know, get that when you're winning. When you start losing a few games and you keep making the same mistakes, I'm not too sure it's the right approach to continuously pick the same players making the same mistakes.
Yes, Boland drawing him forward. A thick edge goes past Green down towards third man. It's running out towards the boundary where it will be intercepted in the deep by Weatherald, who flings it back. They took a couple on the thick edge, which leaves Stokes 13 and Brook on 23. 4 for 98. Dan Norcross is coming back to join Michael Vaughan.
Cheers, Jim. But when you've got real senior pros, you know, we're talking about the lack of game time for England. Well, Pat Cummins hasn't played for months, and he's arrived today and managed to land it on a length. Nathan Lyon's not played for a while. Only bowled 2 overs up until this test match in this series, and he seems to have been all right. But the senior pros have had a lot of cricket over the last 10 years, so with senior pros you can almost give them less game time leading into a test series. I actually think that if you look at what England have done, they've almost prepared this team for the likes of Ben Stokes and Joe Root, who have played lots of cricket and I know their games inside out. But have they prepared this team for their weakest link?
Well, I'm just going to throw some numbers at you. Jofra Archer, 59 now. Atkinson, 66. Bashir, 68. They're not even playing. They've been discarded. Cars, 47. Joe Root, 73. He's the leading wicket taker in this team behind Ben Stokes. As Pat Cummins, with a gazillion wickets, bowls to Stokes, who pushes out to the offside. And so now I give you some other numbers. 11 wickets for Pat Cummins, 564 wickets for Nathan Lyon, and 420 wickets for Mitchell Starc. So should we really be surprised if 3 all-time greats bowling in their own conditions are bowling better than a side which has got an all-rounder with 238 wickets, and the next most prolific wicket taker is Joe Root? I mean, perhaps we've just been fooling ourselves. As Cummins is into Stokes, who defends into the offside, and there's no run. You know, they've lost Anderson, they lost Broad, they've lost Wokes, so they've taken a lot of experience away with them.
But you know, apart from 10 and 11, Anderson and Broad, the combination, Australia. I mean, Ollie Robinson, you would argue, was England's best seamer last time. He's a kind of English-style seamer. You know, I just think it's a really hard place to come and win from an England team. So somehow English cricket have got to work out how do we get some of our younger players more opportunities of playing cricket here. So in 5 or 6, 7 years' time, 1 or 2 might get picked, and guess what? They've played a bit of cricket here.
Cummins in around the wicket to Stokes, who lets this go quite close to his off stump. No run. So let me also give you the ICC rankings. Starc is at 3, Cummins is at 6, Hazelwood 8, Boland 9, Lyon 10. So they've got 4 players in the top 10. England's highest ranked bowler is Gus Atkinson, not playing, discarded. So their next highest ranked bowler is Bryden Cars, who's all over the place, and Ben Stokes. So
I thought you were going to say Ben Duckett.
Ben Duckett. No. So they are sort of, in a way, you know, taking the wrong implements, perhaps, or this is guided away by Stokes, but he can't beat Green at Gully. I say the wrong implements. When you lose that many wickets and that much experience, do you have time to develop the other players? And Jofra Archer, you can see with your eyes, is the best bowler for England, and it's proved it. out there, but then after that, I mean, I don't know. Do you think there's a selection issue? Do you think there's somebody out there that England should have picked that they haven't?
There's not many, let's be honest. I mean, Sam Cook was one that came on the Lions tour last winter.
Cummins in short, evaded by Stokes through the keeper.
Reports came back that he was England's best seamer last winter. He had one test against him, but let's be brutally honest, Sam Cook's not winning you an Ashes.
You wouldn't have thought so.
Down under without the help of many others. You know, my concern would be someone like Bryan Carson, Gus Atkinson. Why have they not been consistent on this trip so far? They've bowled the odd decent spell, but it's been an attack pick for Australia over the course of the last 2 or 3 years, because they felt that pace and hitting the pitch was going to be the way to go.
Cummins in once more. And this is all chopped down on by Stokes, and he's lucky that doesn't bounce back onto his stumps. Instead it just rolls towards Alex Carey. I mean, they've lost Mark Wood, that is a blow, but then they so frequently lose Mark Wood because he's in and out of the side.
Again, Mark Wood would offer pace, but what we're seeing from Australia is line and length skill.
End of the over, 98 for 4. I mean, Gus Atkinson got closer to it. He and Archer were quite parsimonious up top, weren't they? But then he just didn't stick to the same method. So do you remember at Brisbane it was, when he kept beating Jake Weatherall's bat from over the wicket, did that for 4 overs, and then inexplicably chose to come round the wicket and conceded 4 boundaries to floated up full balls. So there's a patience issue as well.
And I think throughout this series, England have swapped and changed their tactics too quickly. Someone said their kind of tactics, they get bored with 3 or 4 balls of decent, we need to try something else. They're not a very patient cricket team, that's both with bat and ball. They've been trying to play patiently with the bat today, but Australia have bowled fantastically to them.
Boland into Brooker, comes down the wicket. You talk about patience, and he slapped him over point for 6. I completely lost that, but I'm looking at the umpire, and that's broken the shackles. A 6 over, cover, I think you'd call it in the end. Came down the wicket to Boland, trying to get him off his length, and it brings up England's 104 for 4. What a shot that is.
Well, Pat Cummins had just brought cover point in on the 1 because Harry'd just been kind of playing sensibly, and that's good cricket from Harry Brook. You know, the fielders were out, so he's knocking it into the gaps for ones. They bring the fielders up, and he's that good. He goes, OK, I'll whack it over the top. That's good play. I've really enjoyed the way that he's batted. He's played with a great deal of sense.
When he did come out, didn't he, and say that he took ownership of his dismissals. Boland's into him again, and he just defends this slightly awkwardly, pushing back to the bowler. There's no run.
Well, before that 6, since lunch, Brook had hit 17 from 28 balls, 15 singles, and the 2 from the last ball of Boland's previous over, and the rest dot balls. So he'd kept a good flow of singles going, more than 1 every 2 balls. That was his first boundary since lunch.
What's his boundary per ball rate
in his career?
In his career. It's important that in order to put this into context. Boland into Brook, who works his way nicely around his pad out to deep backward square leg. They're coming back for a 2, another 2. 6 under 2 in this over. It takes the score to 106 for 4. Brook to 31, and the deficit now down to 265.
Well, you go back to Australia yesterday, they were 94 for 4. Yeah. So as the ball gets softer, you know, it does get easier for batting. That nip that we've been talking about, that'll be a little less extravagant. I guess the difference at the minute, you've got a world-class spinner. We've already got 2 in the first over that ball. I mean, the shot that Ollie Pope played that was one that I'll not want to see again. And then he bowls a decent ball to get rid of Ben Douglas. So you've given an off-spinner who's not been playing 2 wickets in his first over on a pitch that's pretty dry.
Now, deep backward point has gone out. There's a deep square leg and a long leg, so there's gaps on the leg side. Boland in. Brook drives beautifully up to extra cover. There should be another couple here as it's being pursued eagerly by Weatherall. They do pick up another couple, so 10 runs in the over.
He's a good player.
Still a couple of balls to come.
It's a wonderful shot. It's a good ball from Scott Bourne. That's why Harry Brook is he's such a good player that he can hit good balls for runs and he can hit good balls for four.
It's why you get frustrated, isn't it? Because you see what's possible.
I've loved this so far. He's 31 from... How many balls has he faced? He won't have faced too many.
33 from 38.
33 from 38, playing sensibly.
Here's Boland into him, and he slaps this away out to deep point. There's a big gap there, and he hits it into the ground. It's a perfectly safe shot. Gets another single, 109 for 4, goes to 34. Well, that's sort of the hope, and that's partly why I think people came here with such anticipation, because they can see generational players in Root and Stokes and Brook, obviously. And so I suppose the batting is the thing that's been the most disappointing aspect, but then the bowling is the thing that actually shows up the quality of the two sides, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's they tried the hardest with the ball yesterday, but they just didn't get the zip and the movement that we've seen. Australia are very, very good at, the first 20 overs of the Kookaburra ball, they very rarely miss. So you've got to be so good as a batting unit to get through it.
Boland in around the wicket to Stokes, who clips this away. Should be another couple of runs here. It's going to be a very expensive over, probably the most expensive of the innings so far. Takes it out to deep backward square leg, 13 runs from it. Stokes has 15 from 46. England spookily are 111 for 4, and Brook has 34.
Brook in his career so far has hit a boundary every 9.2 deliveries. In terms of where that puts him in the sort of all-time list of players who faced at least 1,000 balls in Test cricket, he has the 8th highest boundary count in terms of percentage balls hit for 4.
Should have a little guess.
6.
Are there some really rogue ones in there, like a number 11, like Tim Southey?
Well, Tim Southey's 4th.
Is he?
The lower order New Zealand slugger.
Trent Boult.
It's a slogger.
Slugger.
I thought they said a slogger.
Well, Stuart Broad has got an inordinate number of 6s, hasn't he, for the balls he's faced? I don't know, does he sneak into that list?
No,
not quite there. Chris Gale. Virender Sehwag, surely.
He's second.
Cummins in, through to the keeper, no run. He's second, so Viru is second. Oh, Brendan McCullum?
No, McCullum, for a lot of his career, wasn't quite the...
so boundary-y.
No? He was always quite an attacking player, but not...
Where's number 1 from?
Pakistan.
Oh, Shahid Afridi.
Correct.
That was silly of us, I don't know. Yeah, there's another 24 from 11 balls for Shahid Afridi with 5 fours.
5 Test hundreds from Shahid Afridi.
I wonder what the slowest one was. Cummins in, and Brook drives nicely up to very deep set mid-off. Just giving him a single, happy for him to be off strike. He moves to 35, England are off Nelson, 112 for 4. 3:25 a.m. back in the UK. If you're listening, you really are putting in a shift here, or you might just be putting in a night shift.
Yeah, there'll be plenty on the night shifts listening. Many just lying in bed listening. Well, this partnership's now just starting to show something.
Well, the skipper showed it, didn't he, on that last day at Brisbane? He showed what he wanted, and then I think he was infuriated by the manner of Gus Atkinson's dismissal, wasn't he? I think it sent him into a bit of a rage as Cummins is in around the wicket to Stokes, who's forward in very studious defence, pushes out to extra cover, no run. And if there's one man in this side you think could bat for a long time in searing heat, it is Ben Stokes. He's as fit as they come, but it's just the challenge of staying there. We saw he's got the concentration for it, he just needs some support. At the moment Harry Brook is showing just little signs of that support. The problem is you just always feel with a side that's got Cummins, Lyon, Boland and Stark, they'll find a way with the ball at some point. Cummins in, Stokes defends very watchfully.
Well, again, Stokes, Cummins around the wicket, he's got 2 slips of gully, a ring field on the offside, a ring field on the onside, because they know he's struggling to rotate the strike. So what they're trying to do to Harry Brook is get Stokes on strike, put on the squeeze. So Brook only faces 1 ball every over, it might frustrate him. That's the one thing about Ben Stokes' game. He kind of goes from first gear to fifth gear. There's very rarely that he gets into third gear where he's just rotating the strike.
Absolutely right. You seldom see it, do you? Cummins into him short down the leg side, a wasted delivery. This is Cummins' 8th over in his comeback. Has picked up a couple of wickets, big ones at that. Crawley with a good ball and Root with a really good setup, both edges through to the keeper. The other 2 wickets to fall, both to Nathan Lyon in his first over. His first over back after being filthy.
Yeah, the Ollie Pope shot was.
I mean, we'll discuss this, I'm sure, on the podcast later. But he's sort of in the last chance saloon here, isn't he now? As Cummins is into Stokes, who defends from the crease. Ball just sits up easily for him to block. End of the over. 30 overs have gone in England's reply. 112 for 4. The deficit 259. Brook 35. And Stokes 15.
Yeah, there'll be many discussions up. Now look at Ollie Pope, and his record against Australia is now, what's he averaging? 17? No 50s. Quite a few test matches.
Yeah, that was his 15th innings. This is his 8th Ashes test. I'm thinking there are only one other England specialist batter in Ashes tests has had no 50s in his first 15 innings against Australia. That was MJ.K. Smith in the 1960s.
In the 1960s as well, and some of those pitches were pretty heady. I mean, we got some horrible draws in the 60s.
Yeah, Graham Gooch took until his 15th innings against Australia to reach 50.
Really? When was? So did he not get one in 81? I don't think he played in 77, did he?
He played in 78-9.
He played in 78-9, of course he did, yeah. So that's when he got it thereafter. Boland in down the leg side, it bounces in front of Carey. Took a little bit of pad, I think. As Brooks covering up his stump. Did he get a bit of bat on that? Is that just a bit of pad? Good take from Carey, who's been impeccable in these test matches with the gloves. He's every department, isn't it? The catching, the keeping, the bowling, and the batting.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the 31st over, and I do think the ball is doing a lot less.
Yeah, dying a bit.
It's not done a huge amount, but it's done enough. Now it's doing it a lot slower, a bit more chance.
Boland in, forward comes Brook and defends well to short extra cover. There's no run. He's fighting with himself here. He's trying to make sure he stays in this zone.
But this is what Australia have done throughout the series. They've subtly changed tactics to certain players. So to Harry Brook now, they've just got one slip in a gully. They had 2. They've put cover point on the boundary. They've got mid-off still back on the boundary, and they've put a short mid-wicket in place. So clearly he's going to bowl a bit straighter. Before, I think they're thinking that they could get him out in channel, with a big drive. They've now gone, okay, you've delivered nicely to that tactic. We're going to go straighter and see how you play that ball angled into around middle and off stump.
Raised Waits defends another ball that's straight in it, and he pushes it into the onside of straight. Labuschagne is the field. It's a fearsomely hot day, 39 degrees. The game plan for England was always, could they bowl Australia out in a day and a bit? They managed to do that with a bit of a helping hand from some loose shots. And then this was their moment to bat the day and beyond. They're making heavy weather of it at the moment, but they're fighting back with Brook and Stokes. Boland in to Brook, who defends back up the wicket. He won't take the run, even though it rolls past the left-hander Boland. The thing is, they're not getting away either, though, are they? This is a very different tempo from the one that we're used to. You would think it's actually the right tempo, but
yeah, they've just got to continue in this vein and hope that this pair can bat for a long time. And there's been some big partnerships here at the Adelaide Oval in the history of Test cricket here, and you've just got to dig in and kind of fight for each other.
Here is Boland once again. And that's a very full ball dug out by Brook. Just pushes it up to mid-on. There's no run. So much time, doesn't he?
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
He's brilliant. It really is. That's why he's frustrating when he gets out playing some of the shots that he does, because he's just so good.
Players like that are destined, though, to draw more ire from us, because It's what they leave behind, isn't it? You know, when you see somebody...
Always want a bit more, don't you?
Yeah, when you see Chris Tabaret, right, really sort of digging in and, you know, gutsing it out. If he gets out for 51, then you think, well done you. You know, but Harry Brook, that's not the reaction. Boland's into him, he drives nicely, backward point. Gets a run. England to 113 for 4 at the end of the over. Brook has 36. Root has 15. This fight back of sorts is continuing. Now then, we've got another drinks break because we're having, I think, 2 drinks break per session, which I think is fair on a day like today. It is fearsomely hot. Have you had to sample it with the telly? You must have had to be out there.
This morning, I'm not on tea duty, which is nice, so I don't have to go there at tea, but someone will be out there. There's a little bit of a blustery, northerly kind of wind that's floating across the ground, which gives you a little bit of something, but it's a warm one.
It really is, isn't it? I mean, there's something, sort of hot wind, isn't it?
Yeah. I do notice we've shut the window here, haven't we?
Yeah, I don't know who did that. I don't know what the idea was. It just makes everything just a little bit darker.
Warm. I think it was something to do with the air conditioning in the building as a whole.
Oh.
The gripes from rival commentary teams.
Oh, so in order to get the air conditioning to work, we have to close the window. Yeah, it's fair enough. Oh, well, was that us getting our own back on everybody else? Or were we the ones responsible for everyone else's dreadful heat? Right, so if you are jaded, or if you're just waking up from a fever dream and you're imagining England at 47 for 9, they're not quite. They're 113 for 4. This morning they wrapped up Australia's innings for 371, another 45 runs added for the last 2 wickets. Jofra Archer with both of them, he bowled Mitchell Stark with a nice ball around middle and off, and then the final wicket to fall was Lyon trapped in from LBW. He did refer it, but it was shown umpire's call hitting middle stump. England bowled some wayward filth to start with, but I suppose you'd take 371 all out in the first innings at Adelaide on a really hot day. Their batting started brightly. They were 37 without loss before a good ball from Cummins did for Zach Crawley. And then Nathan Lyon came into the attack on his return to the side, picked up 2 wickets in the over. One a horror shot from Ollie Pope playing around his front pad, and he's just picking out mid-wicket. It couldn't really have been worse. And then a really lovely ball to do for Ben Duckett, pitched on middle and off and hit the top and off. That was Duckett's bright innings brought to a close, and the only wicket to fall since lunch is that of Joe Root, a really big one, but good bowling from Cummins, a good set-up and with a thin edge through to the keeper. Since then, Harry Brook has really dug in. He's played no silly shots. He's hit a spectacular 6 over expert cover, but it was at the right time off the right bowler with the right field. And Ben Stokes, the captain, is absolutely digging in. It's a reprise of his innings at Brisbane. He's leading dully from the front, which is exactly what's required.
Yeah, he's fighting. He got a brutal blow to the head from Mitchell Stark. That was a quick bouncer, but he's managed to compose himself since. You just know that with Australia that they'll just keep chipping away, and then they get one, and then this theatre gets created once again. So it's so important that when you get in against this kind of team, the pair that are out there, they've just got to go really deep, back the day out, but as long as you can, because 1 wicket, as we've seen, it generally brings 2, and when England are under so much pressure, it could bring quite a few. It looks like Nathan Lyon's going to come back into the attack.
Well, he's shown the value of having a top-class spinner. Right? If you have a top-class spinner, it's all very well complaining. England don't have a top-class spinner. And so when we come to do inquests, Michael, I mean, that is all about the system that hasn't really created one. And Shoaib Bashir was a punt, wasn't he? He was a punt on the basis of...
If he was a punt for 3 years, why haven't they punted him here then? Because he's never bowled well outside of the England team. So when they say, he's not bowling well, I go, well, when has he? Apart from when he's played for England. When he's in an England jersey captained by Ben Stokes, he's bowled nicely and he's bowled some good spells. He's not the finished product, but they've taken him on this 3-year journey for this. So they've got that completely wrong. If they've taken him on that journey, then you get to the one area in Australia where you know you need your spinner and you don't pick him. they've got Jack Leach back over in the UK. If Jack Leach had played the same amount of Test matches in the last 3 years as Shoaib Bashir, he'd have arrived here with around 220 Test match wickets. A hardened senior pro. Maybe that's where they've got it wrong.
Yeah.
Because Jack Leach is a better bowler now than when he played for England.
Well, I mean, these are the frustrations, aren't they? Because
Jack Leach, how old is he now, Andy? I mean, again, he's the kind of cricketer that we'll have put in the bin in English cricket because he's a bit too old, he's a bit past it. Whereas Australia have just picked Michael Neser, who's 35, not played for 3 years.
Leach is 34, 142 Test wickets at 34, which is a decent record. 547 in first class, average 27. Bashir.
Treats have been taken and we're going to resume. Lyon starts new over, defended by Brook from the crease, picked up by Carey, now run.
Bashir in county cricket has 18 wickets, average 84. He's taken 68 tests, average 39.
I mean, that can never have happened, where you've taken almost 4 times as many wickets at Test match. As its delivery is punched off the back foot nicely by Brook. He'll get a single out to deep point. Actually, I suppose Joe Root might be one who's closest to that, potentially. 114 for 4.
Sure, but it's kind of what this few years of English cricket has been like. They've just plucked players. That's what they've done. They've been the Mavericks. That's what they are. Maverick leadership, Maverick selectors.
I mean, was it
they've broken the system. So I reckon from 204 to 22, English cricket had as good a time as any other era in the men's England team. Ashes series home and away, won away in India, won 3 World Cups. On the back of
Lyon into Stokes, goes back into his crease, pushes to cover point, no run.
On the back of a few small hunches, and a hunchback in the day would have been a Joe Root. Probably got 6 first-class hundreds. Alistair Cook, when he was younger, 21, on a few, but still got a few first-class hundreds.
Lyon in, Stokes goes back into his crease, pushes this away through the covers and just get a single for it though. Good sprawling stop.
Whereas a hunch now is basically picking players who have done absolutely nothing.
Josh Hull,
Jacob Bethel.
I
think that Jacob Bethel's the next batter in the waiting for a Test team in Australia. He's never ever got a first-class 100.
Here's a player for you. What if in 2022 they'd back James Vince?
Yep.
Does he not feel like a Baz Bawley type of guy to you?
Yeah.
Lyon round the wickets at Brook, who stays in his crease and just pushes it to short.
There's a couple. There's James Vince, I think, would have done nicely in the last 2 or 3 years. I think Adam Lyth was a good player. That was kind of. I think Keaton Jennings is a better player than people give him credit for.
Well, Alex Lees was also discarded. Was the rare one to be discarded, wasn't it? The forgotten man of Bazball. Lyon in again, works into the onside, just tucked round the corner for a single. That is the end of the over. 116 for 4. Brook has 38. Stokes' vigil continues, 16 off 52. Please feel free to ruminate further, Michael. I'm getting out of the way for Jonathan Ackley.
Yeah, it's been a few years of totally different from what we've seen in English cricket, in world cricket, with the way that they've played and some of the selections that they've gone for. This was always going to be a tour where they were going to be judged.
Yes, it seems to have dawned on Harry Brook that this is the best way of him going about his business, playing very nicely. And to be fair, apart from Pope's shot, the least said about it, the better. The rest have been prized out, and that's all you can ask. And they've fallen basically to good deliveries. And you can't, you can't ask for more than that, really, can you? But Brook, he's played that one lovely shot over extra. He knew where the ball was likely to be. It wasn't a flail. It wasn't a mad dash down the pitch and head in the air and a cross-batted shot. It was a beautifully controlled stroke. And he's talented enough to play that, but he played it really well on that occasion. But other times he just hasn't. He's just played a really poor version of it. Stark's back in the attack and bowls to Brook, who's right forward and guides the ball square into the offside. And well played. They take a single. So it's 116 for 4, 117 for 4 in fact. And Brook moves easily on to 39 from 51 balls. Well, that's a perfect acceptable scoring rate. Glenn McGrath's here.
Yeah, g'day, I guess. G'day, everyone. Yeah, that's good old Test cricket.
Yep.
Brooks looking good out there, looking solid. This pitch, there's a little bit in it if you keep hitting that right area, but all in all, I think it's a very good batting wicket, and there's plenty of runs to be had out there. So these two need to do the bulk of the work for England moving forward from here.
Yeah, absolutely. Make Australia work hard for every wicket. It's 39.5 degrees out there. In comes Stark and bowls, and Stokes on the back foot. And Brook a bit late setting off. Throw comes in from cover, and Stokes had to dive for his ground as the throw actually missed the stumps there. But, he had to suddenly really get a wiggle on. Brook was slow setting off. I think he was surprised that Stokes had taken that run. Anyway, they got there in the end. The stump's not broken. I must say hello to Alice and Matthew with their new baby Harry, listening to the cricket in Milton Bryan, somewhere near Milton Keynes. I presume Milton Bryan is, but well done you two. Hope you're enjoying listening to the cricket. Hope Harry's behaving himself. 118 for 4. Stark again, blistering heat. Moves in, bowls, and that's played very late by Brook. He got rather tucked up there. I think he was looking to leave that initially, and the ball made us come back a bit out of it. Certainly caught him unawares, and he's very lucky he didn't give like a slip catching practice catch there to Cameron Green.
That was very good fielding from Cameron Green as well. It just came back, and it was a half volley to the left of Cameron Green.
I think it's damaged his hand. I think Green's immediately leaving the field.
Yeah, whether it's the webbing or whether one of the knuckles, but normally, the webbing. If it is, that's a nasty little thing, because that was a quality piece of fielding. He's a big man and he just moves so well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other fieldsmen that might have been down at the boundary for 4.
Funny shot though, isn't it? He got a bit tangled up. In comes Stark, left arm over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a poor shot. That's that one again. Just a nothing shot, a sort of a flat-footed swish outside the off stump. It's exactly the sort of lack of concentration that we've been talking about with Brook.
Yeah, the wobble seam again from Mitchell Stark there, just sort of pitching and going across, just going away slightly. And what do you reckon Brook was looking, just to run it through the vacant slips, or just sort of
it's just a get out shot, wasn't it?
Just wide of gully there, so gets away with it though.
He does on this occasion. There's 3 slips all spread out there, big gaps in between them, no third man, and Stark runs up, bowls, and Brook this time cuts it hard. Much better shot, in position, moved his feet, head still, over the ball, bang, 4. That's a good shot.
That's what he was trying to do last ball.
Yeah, he just executed it better this time. And partnership reaches 51. He's still 249 behind.
Yeah, I think that was just a little bit wider. Gave himself room to get the hands through, and just controlled that really well. The other one was just a little bit close. He tried to manufacture something, and that's the difference between those 2 shots. You've got to pick the right ball and play the right shot to it.
Here's Stark, smoothly approaching, and Brook quite content just to cover up, push that away back to the bowler again. To end that over, 122 for 4. Still the wind pulling up the flags, perhaps not quite as vigorously as it was before, but it's still the hairdryer.
Yeah.
It's this red hot air blowing into your face. It's a bit like it must have felt interviewing Alex Ferguson on occasions. I think you stand up there, you put a microphone out, and you get a great blast of hot air in your direction. A similar sort of experience.
Are you speaking from experience?
No, I wish I had. I'd love to have interviewed Alex Ferguson. I'd love to have done. Fascinating character, isn't he? But they always talk about the hairdryer that you got from Sir Alex when he wasn't very happy about things. And
he let you know how he was feeling, did he?
Well, the poor interviewer would just stand there and get the blast of hot air. But we've actually had to close our window here, because apparently with the window open it was playing havoc with the air conditioning throughout the entire building. So we had to close the window because the hot air is blowing into it. So we've closed the window, and hopefully now everyone around is feeling a bit cooler. But that's how hot it is. Lyon round the wicket, bowls, and Stokes flicks that away past short leg. He'll want 2 here, as Boland's got a long run to come around that boundary. Out to our left in front of the members. They're all sheltering up there against the shady part. And gradually those seats there will fall properly in the shade, and it's those in the east stand to our right who are going to get the full blast.
How's the Barmy Army? 2 days in a row.
Well, they're not flagging, are they?
No, they're hanging in there.
They are. Lyon again, bowls short, Stokes on the back foot, puts the ball hard into the ground and finds Inglis cover. No, there's still, I mean, some are sitting down. I think some on the left there. Others have found the shade of the sight screen. That's a nice place. You can just park up against that sideboard.
Just any bit of shade out there.
Yeah. Lyon tosses that one up. Nice change of pace. Stokes waits for it. Again, Inglis fields.
He's bowling well, Nathan Lyon, in his 11th over. 32 for 2. So is that what you call holding up an end?
Is it precisely called holding up an end?
That's why you do it, is it?
Yep.
Couple of wickets.
You don't go for 5.5 and over. And Stokes forward. So Lyon picks that up, gazes at Stokes as he picks the ball up. A stare there in his direction. He's always busy, Lyon, as well. He gets back to his mark very quickly, hitches up his shirt sleeve.
First time in the series, Australia's level in the over rate.
Lyon again bowls, and Stokes on the back foot. Won't get a single there. Well, that's a good effort in this heat, isn't it? I mean, that really is. You could excuse a team today.
Are they having an extra drinks break? Normally when it's quite extreme heat out there, they have an extra...
Every 40 minutes,
every
I think
40?
they're having one. Yeah.
Fair enough too.
So in Louth, where I visited, it has to get to 44 degrees before they call the game off. Today's only 39.
Yeah, I know, you wouldn't worry about this temperature. And out there, it probably got to 40, 44 quite often. So
the games have to be called off.
Well, cricket is a summer sport.
Yeah.
You've got to push through. The country people are tough out here.
Yeah, but they're not happy. They still have to call the game off. Lyon over the wicket. And Stokes on the back foot. A little hurried this time.
So does that mean if it reached 44 degrees here, they'd put a hold on the Test cricket?
Apparently.
Because there was a Test match in Sydney a few Ashes series ago where it was in low 50s and Joe Root was really struggling. So that wouldn't go ahead nowadays. So they do have a maximum temperature in place now.
When it's at that temperature,
or
above, you don't call the whole day off, but I think when the temperature is above a certain mark, I've never seen it. It's never happened when I've been doing a game. But poor old Louth Cricket Club, they turn up, they play a game, and then it's called off.
Oh, it's tough. Well, you just go back and work on the farm, so there's no difference. But
you'd go to Shindy's, you'd have a beer, and then probably you'd wait for it to drop below 44.
Down to 43.9, and off you go.
Out you go again, you carry on.
Yeah, no, the hottest we played in was, we played Pakistan in Sharjah, below Dubai there. It was 55 degrees Celsius, and that was... Seriously, that was ridiculous.
What time of year was that?
Around October, I think. We're bowling 1 over spells. And
that Test match?
Yes. And we'll run down a fine leg after our over, and we would get the ice vest out of the esky and put it on. There was no air, no one in the stand. It was concrete stand.
It was still too, no breeze, just baking.
We bowled Pakistan out for 52 and 59.
Wow.
They must have suffered more than we did. I think we scored about 312 or 320, but that was extreme.
That is extreme. Green is back on, observes Andy Zaltzman. Thank you. And Stark's going to bowl from the far end. Bit of chanting breaking out down there. It's pretty subdued, I think. I haven't heard much from the trumpeter. And Stark cruises in with a sight screen behind him and bowls short, is pulled away just out of the reach of square leg. I'm not sure he saw that, because it was in the air, I think, as it went past him. It's Cummins there.
He wasn't far away, was it?
No. But it was in the air, and he sort of perhaps reacted a bit late, I don't know, but I don't think he picked it up. So Wonderbrook, he goes to 44. 125 for 4, so England is still 246 runs behind. And batting wise, Jamie Smith due in next, and then Will Jacks, and then down to the bowlers. So this is a really crucial stand. But they've got to give the bowlers a rest as well. I mean, they can't have Jofra and Big Bryden running in tonight when it's still 37 degrees.
It's cooling down over the next 3 days, so
Here's Stark bowls. There's no stroke from Stokes. It's taken there by Carey. Let's have a look at the weather for the next few days. Adelaide tomorrow. Oh, it is. Yeah, it's only 30 tomorrow.
No, it's bring a jumper with you.
Yeah. 30, 28, 24.
Is there a bit of rain on Sunday?
What's on there?
The odd shower? No.
I was tempted to look up what Christmas Day is looking like, actually, in Melbourne.
You've got
nice and sunny, 18 degrees. That sounds like a reasonable day. Southerly wind.
Cold.
Freeze. It's quite chilly. I'm going to take my jumper out for that one. In comes Stark, bowls, and Stokes plays out towards cover, and there's no run, and the forecast for that it's all long range stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say it must be long range.
21, 26, 27, 27. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth day. Chance of a shower at the moment.
Yeah, I've got in mind showers easing on Sunday. Must have something through the night. Chance of a little bit of rain in the morning, but they're all different. Must be a great job to have. You can predict anything you want.
Yeah, and some are in and then some are out, and one gets it wrong. I tend to look at the weather forecast that I want to see, really.
Yeah, just look out the window.
Yeah. Stark bowls a very high bouncer. That might interest the umpires, I think. Have they given that a wide? No, just the one short ball for the over.
I didn't think Ben Stokes was that tall.
They're pretty hard these days, the umpires on those wides. Stark's over, all 145-ish.
Still not bad for a bowler that's bowled over 100 test matches, played in over 100 test matches, still running in bowling 145 plus.
Very good effort indeed. He's been the player of the tournament, so I think he's Australia's third highest scorer, something ridiculous like that, I think. Stark again runs in bowls, and Stokes drives him but doesn't time that at all. It's a full ball right up at the block hole, really.
Yeah, inside edge into the pad, I think. Oh, just tailed back as well. So this ball is now 34, 35 overs old. Just wonder if it's just a hint of reverse swing, and Mitchell Stark's such a great exponent of reverse swing. But I just wonder if that pitch is abrasive enough at the moment to really have an impact on this ball. I know it's been 2 pretty hot days. I was just wondering when Cameron Green, he hasn't bowled yet this innings. I wonder if we're going to see him. I just saw him starting to warm up.
Stark bowls, a short one. Stokes sways out of the way, flies through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. The Barmies are up. Yes, this second app shows that there could be some showery stuff around in the morning on Sunday. I'm going with the cheerful one, the positive one. Pulling faces at your old mate next door. Your fast bowlers.
Fast bowling cartel. You're part of that, Angus.
I don't think I can't liken myself to one of those great Australian fast bowlers. That's the Dennis Lilly. Flick of the. Am I allowed to be in that?
Yes,
as a sort of part-time member. Any fast bowler can join.
Yes.
I thought it was only the Australian.
No. Anywhere in the world, if you're a fast bowler, so it's part of raising the ball.
Yeah.
That's where it all started.
Oh well, look, I'll do that next time I see Damien. I'll do that.
See? Yep, you're part of that.
He gave it back. A reciprocal sign. I'm in. That's really good news. Thank you.
Yes. Well, you were a fast bowler. You played for England.
That might have been once or twice. He goes Lyon round the wicket and bowls. And there's a appeal for a catch down the leg side. Is out. Brooks saying, no, I'm not. I'm reviewing it. Ooh. Well, they all went up. Carey certainly very keen on this. But Brooke instantly said, I'm going to review this. Now, whether this is because there's a reasonable chance the system might reprieve it.
There might be 3 noises all spread out.
They could be all over the place. Let's have a look. It was down the leg side. It's an unusual one. Spun down the leg side. Brooke tried to nick the ball away into the leg side for a single.
Strange one, isn't it? They all went up in unison as if it was regulation.
Okay, we're going to have a look now. It's very close to the pad. Well, it's off the pad.
We go to Snooker when available, please.
I think it's off the pad. Umpire gave it out. That's beyond the bat, isn't it?
Just roll it back. forward again. Okay, it looks like there's a gap and some rumbling. It's all flat, flick the pad. I'll go back to Nitin on field. Nitin, I'm going to recommend you change your decision to not out. You're on screen.
That's definitely pad.
Oh, it looks like the noise was later this time, so they still haven't got it right, have they?
They're not having that.
Maybe they got it from the bowler's end again this time.
That was off the pad. There's a triumph for Snicko.
And that's why must have been a woody pad noise.
Yeah, well.
So umpire didn't hesitate there.
No, he gave it out very quickly.
But Brooke, he was up quickly. He didn't even review it with his captain.
There's a leg slip though. He's going to be slightly careful of that because it wasn't too far away. And he defends the next ball. That's a Barmy Army appealing there. How's that as the fielder picks it up? Oh dear. They do have a good time, don't they, down there? And again, swings that arm. And bowls, tossing it right up. It's a half volley, really. And down it goes for another single out into the leg side. Diving Green there couldn't stop that. And first thing again, Green hasn't bowled, has he, so far? No,
I just saw him warming up there before, so I wonder if he's not far away. But it's good to see him back out on the field. He did run off quickly.
He did.
Just a bit of tape, maybe just a bit of blood, or.
But it's amazing how little he does bowl. But when you've got a spinner holding an end up, then you can rotate opposite other end. But Lyon bowls, and that's driven by Stokes, not timed. Followed by Stark at mid-on. Australia made 371 if you're just tuning your way for the first time today. England 126 for 4. Some rebuilding going on here. Partnership of 55 now between Stokes and Brooke. Lyon tosses up. Stokes absolutely smothers that coming forward. And yes, Greed is definitely loosening up there now at cover. So maybe a change down at the northern end. Skips in, bowls, played firmly off the front foot, Green's after it. So, no runs scored, it's the end of that over. And I think that signals time for me to go. We've got, how long? We've got, 10 minutes to go till tea? Around about that, it's 2:30 here on a hot day in Adelaide. 10 minutes to go until the tea break. Thoughts from Glenn and then it'll be Dan Lawrence.
Thanks, Haggers. Yes, and it will be Cameron Green from the northern end. He's been warming up for a couple overs there. We've got Harry Brook on strike. I'm keen to see what Harry Brook's thinking, whether he comes down the pitch for the first ball off Cameron Green or just whether he gets a bit of a sider, see how he's coming out. But Cameron Green, he's a tall man. When he gets right, he can get good bounce out of a pitch. But Dan?
Yeah, well, he's been batting a bit differently this innings, but there were some concerning signs if you're an England fan when he played that over from Stark. He went after quite a few, didn't he? He got one away.
Well, one was a bit close, and the next ball was exactly what he'd been trying to do the previous ball. So yes, you still had to show intent, be positive, keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Cameron Green starts in his first ball of the match from the Cathedral end into Brooke, who punches a short ball into the covers with no timing, rarely for Brooke, and picks out head, and there is no Inglis, I beg your pardon, there is no run.
Cameron Green, 36 test wickets, average 36. This is his 35th match. He's had a lot of injuries over the years, bowled very well against England in the last Ashes series in Australia, picked up 13 wickets, average 15 in that series. No major hauls, but most of his wickets were top order players when well set scores of 25 or more, but since then hasn't bowled a huge amount.
He's in again, slightly scurrying, lumbering approach. This is defended by Brooke into the offside, a full ball. It's picked up once again by Inglis, moving to his left in the covers, no run.
And this is 26th test since that last Ashes series in Australia. He's taken 23 wickets, average 43 in that time. Average just under, around about 10 overs per game in that time, so he's had a lot of injuries to deal with.
Yeah, he had a back operation, so spent quite a bit of time coming back from that, and they sort of put bowlers in cotton wool, just they don't rush them back anymore. You've got to be sure. And what was that, a no ball as well?
Just overstepped, 127 for 4. Green is Is he in? Oh, has he edged that? He has, I'm pretty sure.
And up goes the finger. And Brooke has considered referring it, but I think I heard the nick from here. And Green has made the breakthrough. He's come into the attack in his very first over. He's got the big wicket of Harry Brooke, who today has batted within himself. He's tried so hard to restrain his instincts, but he's just been drawn like a moth to a flame to that ball. And he's got a little tickle playing a defensive prod and an easy catch. It's a pretty good ball. It's turned him round a touch. It's strained a little bit, but almost feel that Brooke was playing for tea there, and he's got a tiny feather through, and Carey takes the catch, and Australia are now right on top. England 127 for 5, Brooke goes for 45.
And that's what Cameron Green can do. He is a tall man. He bowls a heavy ball, gets a little bit of extra bounce, and that seam came out perfectly straight. You could see the shiny side on the outside, which tends to think the ball's going to sort of move a little bit, but
it did just enough.
I think it just did enough. So I think there's no reverse swing as such, but it just held its line, went away, that little bit of extra bounce, and Harry Brooke, he's disappointed with that. He stood there like
he thought about it, didn't he?
I'll give it a go. The sound might be out, but unfortunately for him and for England, the 5th wicket falls at 127. So
well, that's the end of a partnership, a very useful partnership, but not a defining one. It's 56 they put on, and England needed it to be a lot more than that. And it's great captaincy again from Cummins. He's brought Green on just before the tea break. And Lyon picked up 2 wickets in his first over. Now Green's got a wicket in his first over.
So I just wonder if there's a hint of reverse swing. Stark's previous over, I noticed one just came back into Ben Stokes from outside off stump. That one there, just sort of with the shiny side on the outside, you expect it to probably swing in. That one sort of held its line and just squared Brooke up a little bit. It was one of those ones where he could have quite easily left on length, but was drawn into the shot. So
well, he'll be annoyed now because it's 2 innings running. He's got out to a defensive shot. So it's not how he normally does it. Andy.
3 balls for Brooke, just 3 boundaries, 1 6 and 2 4s.
But the thing is, if you play a big shot and get out, the press know. Yes. If you play a defensive push and you get out, they go, oh, bad luck.
Jamie Smith faces his first ball, gets up on his toes, defends a short one into the offside, picked up by Weatherall. There's no run at point.
So far fewer boundaries than the average Harry Brooke innings. Talking earlier on, 1 per 9 deliveries in his Test career so far. 3 boundaries and 63 balls today. And I mentioned how Green was a very effective partnership breaker in that previous Ashes. His previous wicket in this series was Ollie Pope for 46 in the first innings of the first Test. So getting out well set top order players, very valuable 5th bowler to have.
Well, he's coming in now. Smith slightly crouching, gets up on his toes again and just guides a ball to Weatherall this time, a little bit wider. Didn't really need to play at it, but he did, playing away from his body. Picked up by Weatherall at point. There's no run. Tea is due in 5 minutes. That's why it was such a hammer blow that to England. Brooke within sight of the tea break. One might have thought if he'd made it there unscathed along with Stokes, you'd just about call it as England's session, having lost just the 1 wicket, albeit the big one of Root. But that 2nd wicket in the session, and with the match situation being what it is, has put Australia right firmly on top. Green in again, and once again a bit short from Green, and Smith's easily able to play it out into the offside defensively, and no run.
Is he setting him up for just the full one that sort of just angles in? Just angles in. I probably wouldn't use it right now, just save it, but
1 left in the over, and he might not get another over before tea. Touch and go.
Nathan Lyon gets through his overs pretty quickly, but he doesn't have anyone on the. There's 3 fieldsmen on the leg side, no one in close at mid wicket there. You've got him in on deep mid wicket and fine legs. So
here we go. Green in, it is full, and he does play at it, and he does miss it. And Labuschagne's convinced that there's an edge. Nobody else is. That's not an unusual state of affairs. End of the over, 127 for 5. A wicket taking over for Cameron Green. Applause rings out the Adelaide Oval. He's got Harry Brooke. And Smith yet to score. Stokes 19, England, if they weren't already up against it, really are now. We're just seeing that. It was a very similar ball to the one that got Harry Brook out.
That's a good ball. It sort of angles into off stump and just straightens the smallest amount of movement. And they're the ones that you nick, the ones that just move enough to get the edge of the bat, and that you can really see distinction between the side of the ball they're working on, shining, and the opposite side. They're doing their best to get a little bit of reverse swing. I don't see a huge amount at the moment, but Nathan Lyon, you can feel it building pressure from one end, attacking from the other.
Now then, Stokes is putting in a lot of work on the galloping front here.
3 minutes he's got to get through.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 40 now as Spider Cam departs, and Lyon starts a new over. Stokes goes back into his crease, pushes out into the covers, picks out Green, massive figure of Green, who's just taken that wicket, of course, and there is no run. Lyon will want to get through this over. They want to have another over if they can, unless they get a wicket, in which case, of course, that would be the end of the over. Lyon in around the wicket to Stokes, goes back into his crease again, cuts, but can't beat backward point. There is no run. It's one way you can fairly much guarantee it's the last over before tea is if you can get it away to the boundary.
A couple of boundaries.
He's got 2 balls in 50 seconds, so
he's very experienced, Stokes. I'm sure he'll
find a way
that it's the last over.
Lyon into him. Forward he comes in defence and pushes to point. There is no run. 3 balls remain in the over. 1 minute 35 seconds to go until tea, or at least the scheduled tea break. The man deep mid-off is giving the single as Lyon turns, orchestrates, comes in. Forward he comes, defending again. Stokes pushing into the offside. Square the wicket. That's very, very good, apparently.
Is that Marnus again?
It sounds like Marnus, doesn't it? That's very, very good. It's nice and encouraging, though, isn't it?
Well, it's pretty good.
It's wretched, Gary. He's not going to say that, is he? Lyon turns, comes in again, goes back into his crease, Stokes, but he can't find a gap. He wanted a gap, can't find it. It's filled in the covers. We've got 44, 43, 40 seconds to go, 1 ball remains. Stokes has not done anything here. He hasn't found any excuse. He hasn't found a shoelace to tie. He hasn't found a side screen to bother about. I think we might get another over in, as Lyon is in. Forward comes Stokes, defends into the offside. There's no run. Umpires now making their loping way towards the stumps at the Cathedral end, with the clock ticking down. 13, 12, 11. We're getting another over, just in time. So
by about 5 seconds. So England don't want to lose a wicket now, do they?
They don't. I don't think Stokes did enough there. Got to say. I mean, Zach Crawley famously drove the Indians berserk at Lords this year with his time-wasting tactics. And I think there was nothing there. I think there could have been a change of gloves. It's hot.
No, you can't change it mid-over.
Well, at the start of the over, they could have done.
Yeah,
it could have. The over. There's a dereliction of duty there. So Green is going to start an over that may not otherwise happen. He's into Smith, who drives firmly back at him. But does well, does Green, to get down to that and stop the ball. He's so nimble.
Yeah,
for such a
fella.
tall man. Amazing, really, isn't he?
He moves. He's nearly like 2 fieldsmen in the gully there. Well, he's definitely 2 Ben Ducketts in the gully there, isn't he?
He's definitely 2 Ducketts.
But for a tall man, he gets down extremely well.
He must have great knees and hips.
Good flexibility. It's got to have good flexibility.
Gymnastic almost.
Well, he's young.
That's true.
Remember when we could do that?
He's in again, edged and just past the diving gully. Not a great shot that from Smith. He's going to pick up 4 for it, but that was not convincing at all. And you kind of feel that if Cameron Green had been there, he could have, of course, been there as well as Bowl.
Yep.
But he would have reached that. Instead, Inglis, I think, that's in there, couldn't quite reach it. But it was very poorly played by Smith.
Yeah. Green would have definitely reached that. If it was another bowler, I reckon that would have been a wicket. But it's a little bit hard to field off your own bowling at that stage. So,
right, there's some concerns here that Stokes may be in a spot of bother. He's limping a touch, leaning on his bat a lot. As Green is in, it's flicked away out towards deep square leg for a single. Which, I mean, if he is, then that's even more of a reason to wonder why he didn't get the physio to come on. At some point. So
might be leaning on his bat out there because it's hot.
Well, it could be because he's hot. He might be on the verge of cramp or something similar. But again, if you're feeling a bit like that, then you can always call for a protein drink.
But even watching him run that single there, he looked a little ginger. So they don't need Stokes to go down now.
Well, that would sort of put the tin in on it, wouldn't it, really? 132 for 5. 3 balls remain until tea. So he doesn't look the best. But whether that's the heat or the effort, the concentration, the disappointment, or any kind of actual injury. Not seen any physio come on yet. As Green is around the wicket to him. Bouncer, wasted delivery through to the keeper. 2 balls left. The deficit 240. England's top order gone. Not exactly blown away, but removed pretty surgically.
Consistent bowling, sort of.
What have you noticed there? 144 miles an hour.
Miles an hour? Ooh, that is quick.
Yeah, I'm putting way out on that. Kilometres an hour, so that's exactly 90 miles an hour. 144, pretty much. Green, that was a bouncer as well. And again, left alone, close to off stump. Slightly perilous leave, but he's got away with it, Stokes. He's got 1 ball to survive before tea.
Just angling back in there.
Yeah, there's a real feel here that there's a couple of partnerships that separate Australia from pretty much winning the Ashes here.
Well, this will be the last ball before tea.
Stokes desperate to survive. He's gone for a little wander. Prepares himself. Green around the wicket into him, and he lets that go by. It goes into the keeper's gloves, and that is tea. England began the session at 59 for 3. They've added 73 for the loss of 2 wickets, 2 big wickets to 2 Yorkshiremen. Joe Root just nibbling defensively at a ball from Pat Cummins, getting an edge through to the keeper, Carey, and almost exactly the same, really. Cameron Green came on for an over shortly before tea, and Harry Brook had really played within himself, batted absolutely splendidly for his 45, just got the tiniest tickle to ball that just turned him round a touch. It didn't do a lot, but it did just enough. England today have lost 4 wickets to defensive shots. They cannot be accused of throwing the wickets away, but you have to hand it to Australia. They have bowled brilliantly. They've just kept the ball on a string, and as a result they have got England in all sorts of bother at 132 for 5. Stokes has 19, Smith has 5 at the tea break, and that deficit, Glenn, 240. Things are looking pretty bleak for England here.
Yeah, no, another session you give to Australia there. Those 2 wickets of Root and Brook have had done more damage, but it just goes to show the difference in bowling at the moment. The Australians are bowling more consistently, more good deliveries. England batsmen have to play shots against better deliveries compared to what the Australians had to when England bowled. So they're getting the rewards. But Stokes is still there. Smith is quality decent batsman. You've got Jacks to come. The tail can wag for England. Will have to wag if there's still a chance in this test, this series.
They are desperate to get up as close as they possibly can to Australia. The plan was to bat all day and then get a lead. That's looking increasingly unlikely. The wicket takers today: Pat Cummins 2 for 28, 2 good deliveries, getting edges. Nathan Lyon 2 for 33. Those 2 wickets coming in his first over, and Cameron Green 1 for 6, also in his first over. The other bowler, Stark, done for 34 and 9, unusually wicketless today. And Scott Boland done for 30 from 7. So England 132 for 5. This after they wrapped up South Africa, Australia's innings for 371 earlier today. Both wickets to Jofra Archer, who's bowled absolutely splendidly for England, but pretty much no one else did, and that was part of the problem. Right, as I say, players are out there. Phil Tufnell's here. He's got a serious look on his face. Jonathan Agnews is no less serious. I'm getting out of here.
Well, you've got to keep smiling. You've got to keep smiling if you're an England supporter. But there is still hope. There is still hope. These two get themselves together, a partnership, and try and edge and get as far or as close even to Australia's first total. Pitch is still good. Why not, Aggers, old boy?
Well, agreed. Yeah, they've just got so much to do, haven't they? Still, they're 239 runs behind.
Oh,
Jofra's pulling his boots on again. He's got to go out there. Yeah. All they can say is that bar one dismissal today, they have at least been got out.
Yes, they just seemed to bowl more better balls than we did.
Well, handball. How many times have you said the word cut?
Never.
No.
I don't think I've said it to
No,
an innings.
I don't think I have either. Certainly not of Nathan Lyon.
4 times and over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's part of the key. They bowl much better lengths.
Yeah.
Probing around the off stump. They have bowled the top of off stump that Ben Stokes was talking about before the match started. 132 for 5, and Pat Cummins again is running in tirelessly from this end. He bowls outside the off stump to Jamie Smith, who has got 5 runs to his name. Hasn't looked entirely comfortable, if I'm honest, but he's there supporting his captain Stokes, who's on 19. And the men out so far: Crawley for 9, edged a good one. Pope played a shot that I hope I'll never see again for 3. Got Nathan Lyon away, caught at mid-wicket from a ball that would have missed off stump, I think. Duckett, a good ball from Lyon from around the wicket, same over, pitched middle and off, hit top of off.
Yep.
Root, good delivery.
Yep.
Nicked outside the off stump. Cummins again runs in and bowls, and that's played from the crease by Smith, and Cummins fields, and then Brook again nicked behind. Wasn't an extravagant shot. He was just looking to play calmly and sensibly, really.
6 stump, wasn't it? 6 stump on a good length, and you just get that little bit of wobble or a little bit of sea movement. It doesn't have to be a lot. If you've got that line and you're in that channel, just takes the slightest bit of movement just to catch the edge, doesn't it? It gets you forward, get forward and feeling for it. That's what England didn't do with the ball, I'm afraid.
Cummins runs away, bowls short, and Smith ducks underneath it. And it's collected by Carey. Just checked the temperature at the airport, 40.
Yeah, no, it's lively. I've just been out the back.
40 degrees.
Yeah, I've been wandering around in the sunshine out the back. And if you sort of stay just for somewhere for about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, you can, I've got a short sleeve linen shirt on, which is rather nice.
It is very nice.
Yeah, I think and you can just feel it sort of nibbling at your skin. Yeah. It is a toasty one.
It's going to be a hot walk back later.
Yeah.
132 for 5. Cummins runs away, bowls, and Smith on the back foot plays that up to mid-off. They put the biographies and the sort of way that people play up on the screen, don't they, in short, pithy sentences. So Jamie Smith.
Yes, go on.
Compulsive hooker and puller.
Yes.
Subject to being bowled or LBW.
Oh, lovely.
Bring in the catches at extra cover and mid-wicket.
Okay, there's not a lot left, John.
No. I was thinking, well, that suggests you don't rate him very highly. Whoever put that together.
No.
Basically, run up and just bowl at him and he'll get himself out.
Well, yeah. In a couple of sentences.
Cummins bowls to him outside the off stump. He plays no stroke. He keeps it a little bit low there. It's taken down by the boots by Alex Carey. Still they stand down there, and there is a group who have arrived who must be insane.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's 40 degrees. They're standing down there in absolute sunshine. There is no shade, and they've come as traffic cones.
Yep. And what do you reckon that outfit is made of? Sort of like a plastic...
a horrible sort of
nylon.
Plasticky nylon. It must be 100 plus degrees in. And there they are. They're standing there on the bank. Cummins bowls, and that's a thick edge. The ball rolls along the ground. And to a second slip. The wind must have changed because the aircraft's coming from the other way. Now we get a view. They're coming into land. So there must have been a slight change of the breeze, but 40 degrees.
Yeah.
down there at the airport. 371 England scored.
It is down.
Sorry, Australia scored. This 132 for 5.
Yeah, it is down. And there is that little bit of breeze whipping in from the desert, I think it is, as Jim said. And it is virtually like if you put your hairdryer on and sort of on full heat, but sort of medium power, and put it sort of a foot away from your face. It's like
well, I likened it, and I've never experienced this, but to interviewing Alex Ferguson after a bad game.
Yes.
Yeah, the full force.
Absolutely.
Many reporters have felt that.
Anyway, there's a lovely little place down by the river if you fancy it Sunday.
Sunday? The game will still be going on then, Philip.
No, it's Thursday today, isn't it?
Thursday. Sunday's the last day of the game.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you never know.
Actually, I was down there. This is where my little bushman's breakfast was.
Yes.
John O'Day singing. He's a star.
Is he?
Yeah, Australian ballading bushman, they call him. There's Cameron Green starting a new over outside the off stump. He sings classics like The Old Rusty Ute. Songs like that.
I haven't heard that.
No, a lot of proper good Australian.
Yeah. Bit twangy, bit wangy.
Yeah, he sits there with his guitar.
Oh, yeah. Bit of
these old Australian classics.
Yeah.
Waltzing Matilda and things. So he was on good form this morning.
Yeah. Oh, they've enjoyed an Australian waltz through this England batting lineup, haven't they?
There's Green, and he bowls, and this is played up towards cover.
It's not been a Charleston where you've got to use any effort or anything, or run about and try different things. It's just been a very nice little sort of waltz around the dance floor.
With your swag on your back.
Yeah, just good areas.
Yeah.
You know, keep your style, keep your form in hold.
They do use the word swag quite a lot, actually, don't they? I thought it was a very old-fashioned term that people wouldn't have swags anymore because it's just really for those who, the sheep herders and those out in the bush, wasn't it? But actually, the word swag actually does get used quite a lot. And so Green again, and Stokes plays slightly across the line. They've got some bounce. Their camera's very tall.
Well, your Matilda's your sleeping bag. I think.
What's the swag then?
Swag bag is, I think,
the swag man.
It is sort of like that you put your pots and pans in.
What's a jolly swag man?
Oh, I don't know. Not sure, but I think your Matilda.
I think that's the actual sleeping bag.
That's the sleeping bag. Well, swag in England is sort of ill-gotten gains, isn't it?
No, it is.
You sort of, that's just...
I'm going to put it up. I'm going to make clear. We're talking about Australia here.
That's right.
Swag.
Yeah. Swagger.
Well,
moves like swagger.
Now the next one, Stokes pushing and driving and playing it back up the pitch to Cameron Green. And there is no run. Well, you see this, there's a King's Deluxe single swag.
Oh, it's your tent.
Looks like a sort of a tent.
Yes, that's your tent, and you go into your Matilda in your swag.
Put Matilda in the swag.
You do.
Wow. They look rather nice. There's a rugged 4x4 single swag there.
Yeah.
King singles, mega swag.
Oh.
Yeah, they're sort of a tentish thing.
Yeah.
Green bowls outside the off stump. Stoke has a look at it and then decides not to play a shot. And there is no run.
They've got their own. Just like
it's a bedroll. A swag is a portable sleeping unit.
Right.
It's a bundle of belongings rolled in a traditional fashion to be carried by a foot traveller in the Australian bush.
Yeah. So it's your bedroll.
It's your roll. Swags are carried by shearers, miners, and many others, some of whom would have been happy to have been called a swagman and some not. Green bowls, and Stokes defends. And it's picked up there in the gully. The early 1800s, the term swag was used by British thieves to describe any amount of stolen goods, as we would say. But then it got transferred, meaning goods acquired. And the swagman, and the colloquial variation, swaggy, appeared in the 1850s in the gold rush.
Oh, right, so you put all your swag in and went off to earn your fortune up in the hills.
Yeah, you got yourself.
And did a bit of trussling.
Fossicking.
Fossicking.
I don't know if you fossicked with your swag on your back. Because let's look up Matilda then. Matilda, I'm
sure
Australia.
Matilda's your sleeping bag. So waltzing Matilda isn't waltzing around with your girlfriend.
In Australia, a Matilda traditionally refers to a swag. So it's the same thing.
Yeah. Same thing. I always thought waltzing Matilda was, as you say, having a little dance about with you.
Is a Matilda a swag? Question. Yes, a Matilda is a swag. So it's the same. What's a jolly swag man?
Jolly Matilda man.
Right, Cummins starts a new over, the scythe edge from Smith. It flew through the slips at a very catchable height and goes flying down to third man, but there's no one at home.
Lashington's outside off stump.
Yeah.
Full and wide, decided to go after it, Smith, and really thick outside edge. I mean, a catchable height would have gone to about fifth slip. Luckily through the gap, otherwise Mr. Green might have...
Well, he might have got there, yeah. But it was
an arm out and got it.
Just a swish of the bat, really, there.
Yeah.
Smith goes to 8. On chase there for Quadra to go and fetch the ball, which he now has. And Cummins over the wicket, goes in, bowls outside the off stump, and Smith allows that to go through to a very low height. Crowd transferring from left to right now. Those empty seats in front of the members are now slowly being filled up as the shade takes over that area.
Oh, do they swap about?
Yeah, I think it looks like it. And then over the right hand side, well, they're largely bailing out there, certainly the bottom tier.
Thinning out over there.
Meanwhile, on the hill, the Barmers still stand there, even those dressed up as traffic cones. Cummins bowls short, he goes for the hook shot there, with that compulsive hook. It says on the biog, it just flew over the gloves and was collected by Carey. There's some excitement there. Lively bouncer from Cummins. He's been bowling just a nice tight line and length up there, but actually it was a no ball by the look of it. Just overstretching. It's a dangerous shot because it's not that short, and Smith takes it on. Two slips of gully and a short leg. Cummins runs up, bowls, and he plays it off the back foot. Didn't quite get in the middle of the bat. There's a bit of a plunkety sound as he played that, but he's going to get a single. Out into the offside, and the field changes round for the left-handed Stokes.
They just seem to sort of manufacture a bit more action on it. You know, I mean, we are talking about some world-class bowlers here, right? You know what I mean? And, you know, perhaps not quite in that class, but they just sort of manufacture a bit more action from where it pitches the Aussie bowlers somehow. Do you know what I mean? That little bit of extra bounce, a little bit of sideways, a little bit of nip. When our bowlers, when we bowl to hit the top of off stump, it's sort of pretty gun barrel.
Yeah.
You don't get that little extra oochki on it, you know.
But it's a big difference in length, isn't it?
Yeah.
The two
huge, big, huge.
Yeah. Cummins runs up, bowls, Stokes drives. And that's a good shot. That was too full from Cummins. It's been driven past mid off. That'll come for 4.
Lovely.
Yeah, good shot. Stokes has been very restrained up to now.
Like a rapier.
Yeah.
Waited for the bad ball, put it away through extra cover. Beautiful shot.
So, friend Travis Head chasing that.
Met him the other day.
I know you did.
Good lad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you mention his moustache or? No?
Well, no, I didn't.
But he sort of takes the mickey out of it, doesn't he, himself?
Does he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because he lost it somewhere on the last tour of England,
Lost
didn't he? I don't know why.
Fell off.
I don't know why it came off, but it did come off. Here goes Cummins, bowls short. Stokes goes for the hook shot. Ball goes to long leg. I remember interviewing him about it at Headingley. I can't remember why he had to shave it off now, but there was a reason why it went. He looked completely different.
Would have probably been a jolly jape amongst the
could have
guys. But no, he was a good lad. He was enjoying himself, enjoying his summer. I suppose you would be, wouldn't you?
It's done Ben Stokes' slow starts today. We've seen him do this various times in his career. He had 19 off his first 80 balls. 55 times he's faced 80 or more balls in his test innings. Only twice has he scored fewer than 19 in the first 80, and once was that famous Headingley innings. He was 7 off 80 in that one in 2019.
Cummins bowls. Smith defends. The ball runs up to mid-on. Here we go. I've got to go, so let's do this. In July 23, Australian cricketer Travis Head appeared without his trademark moustache at Leeds.
Yeah.
The reason, he revealed he had accidentally butchered the facial hair with clippers, and so once it started, it had to go. So there we are. That's minutiae information. Utterly irrelevant, really, to proceedings at this stage. But that's the sort of mood in the camp, I'd say. 143 for 5. So England 228 runs behind. Tuffers, thoughts on that or anything else you like? Andy, you can carry on what you were saying. And Dan's coming in.
Yeah, Stokes' other slower first 80 balls was on this ground 4 years ago. He was 17 off 80 on that occasion. Also 22 off 80 on his in his debut on this ground back in 2013-14. So he's made a few slow starts here. Yet to have a 50 on this ground.
Have you got a happy stat for us, Andy? have you got a sort of a happy stat?
Happy stat?
Or a sort of a confidence-building stat?
Green into Stokes, who lets this go. To the keeper, there's no run.
Because the mood is a bit down in the camp.
Yeah, well,
but Dan's coming though with a beautiful blue shirt.
Thank you very much.
Lovely. Look at that. What's pansies or something? Is it?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm not really florally minded. I don't know what they all are, but they're floral thingies.
It's lifted my mind.
Your
my
mind. I've lifted his mind.
Even though the colour is blue.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, good point. Yes. I'm a bit slow today.
Yeah. Well, I think we've all been a bit slow today. Just watching this.
143 for 5. 143 for 5. Green in. Stokes pushes off the back foot nicely, but can't beat Stark at relatively deeply set point, but one that can still save one if you hit it hard enough, as he did.
Warm and dry. Dry. Very dry.
Well, the deficit's only 228 now. Chipping away,
that's what you got to do. You've got to stay positive.
Okay, here's one for you. Here's one for the team.
Yes.
Are any of the runs at the moment precious, or have we not got to that stage yet? Is it possible to get precious runs at this stage, or are they even vital? Do you know what I mean? Green is in, defended by Stokes, back to the bowler, no run. You know, we say, these are precious runs, or these are vital runs. Are these just totally necessary runs before we even get to that stage?
Yes, these are necessary runs. I think precious and vital runs usually happen when sort of 9, 10, 11 are in.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I think they're sort of. Oh no, they're not. They're more sort of
bonus. When you get a bonus
runs. How many kind of runs are there?
Well, that's the thing, you see. Because my contention is, I don't think you get bonus runs until you're actually doing well. If you see what I mean.
Okay.
As Green is in to Stokes, who defends a ball that jags back into him, played to point, there's no run. So, if you were sort of, I'll tell you the bonus runs.
Yes.
Australia got a lot of bonus runs when they were ahead already at Brisbane, but then Stark and Boland added at 80 odd. Those were bonus runs.
I'd say they're big bonus runs.
Big bonus runs, yes.
I thought they were vital runs as well as bonus runs. Shouldn't be both
vital.
Well, they turned a position of control into a position of dominance.
Yes, but that's the thing. That's the thing. They turned a position of control.
Valuable.
You see.
Valuable.
Valuable. Okay.
Valuable bonus.
I think Australia have scored some easy runs.
And easy runs they have. Green is in, and England, in the shape of Stokes, defend the ball into the offside, and there are no easy runs to be had here. There are no easy runs for England. No. But if England were to get to within sort of 120, then you could get precious runs at that point, because then you're starting to think, if we get that deficit down below 3 figures, they could be precious.
Listen. Yeah. Just get some runs.
Just some runs at the moment, yeah. Right. Any runs will do.
Any runs.
But they need to rush it.
We haven't got many runs, have we?
No. Green bowls a short ball, which Stokes goes after and misses, and that completes a maiden over. 143 for 5. Stokes 24 off 90. Smith 10 off 18. I would say that the problem England have had in this has been that the runs they have got have been persistently fewer than the runs their opponents have got.
Well, there you
for
go.
The cost of more wickets.
Yeah. So what would you call them?
Insufficient. So often the case in cricket, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think we can say at the moment England have insufficient runs, but they're on the lookout for some vital runs. 143 for 5, 228 behind. If you're with us, coming up to 5 o'clock in the morning, you hardy souls.
Wake up.
Back in England. Yes.
It's cold.
On the plus side, we've got a lovely view of this. It must be tough if you're back home and you've woken up to the score. You've been hoping for more. You'd have gone to bed, I've no doubt, dreaming of a massive partnership and hearing us say that Joe Root's on the verge of another 100. Sadly, I can't bring you that news as Cummins is in to Smith, who waits and then pulls vigorously. Well, where's he pulled it to? All the way into the crowd for 6. What a shot that is. I mean, horribly dangerous, but a fabulous shot.
Well,
he decided to take him on.
Yeah, short square. 3 men out there for the pull shot that doesn't quite get the right elevation or top edgy or anything like that, but that was a 6 and a good shot. He does hit it well there. We're going to need a few more of them, that's for sure, but fraught with danger.
Very fraught with danger. But it looks like Jamie Smith's considering the counter-attack. I'm not sure that Cummins will mind that, because he's got a long leg, a deep backward square leg and a deep forward square leg, as well as a short leg and a man at a sort of catchy mid-wicket for a top edge.
Another one.
Cummins is in, short, and has he got that? Caught it slip. Smith is waiting. It's come off a bit of Smith, possibly glove, possibly bat. I don't think the fielder genuinely is certain about this. Khawaja made a strange signal.
Hooray.
When yes, it wasn't really a and it is, and this would be a rather important wicket if you really get it.
First.
Right, so they're checking to see if this is a fair catch. So the umpire clearly thinks that it's come off glove or bat. Cummins was delighted, thought it was out. Khawaja didn't really celebrate, which is never a good sign.
Glove.
What was the soft single?
Well,
it looks like it's at the glove.
Looks like it's off the glove, says the third ump. Let's take a shifty.
Yeah, no, sorry, we just need to go back. Just want to confirm. You got Snicko just to confirm that glove, and then come back to that soon.
No, I don't think he's caught that cleanly. I don't think so.
Same old Aussies. Full ways.
Now
so it looks like it's just come straight off the helmet. There's nothing at all.
Actually, it's not even come off the glove.
As it is?
No, according to Snicko, it's come off the helmet.
Well, both of those gloves were right in front of his face, so he couldn't have seen the ball. Might have got a little glance of glove onto the helmet. And
Just go back to the first view. It looked like it actually
didn't go through this.
Ball hitting the helmet.
Did it carry?
This is confusing. So Snicko can't.
No, sorry, I want to go back to the first front on the long off.
I've had enough of Snicko.
Right, they're taking a lot of looks at this. At first,
actually, just show me that if that's bounced, there's no problem.
Bounced anyway.
It's bounced. The ball has bounced into the hands of Usman Khawaja. Yeah. So they're bothering to check to make sure whether he sticks it.
Nothing to say that's hit the glove at all. Just go back to Snicko, just confirm no glove. One more time.
So they're checking Snicko to see if it's hit the glove. The umpire seems to think there's nothing to say that it has.
It's flat line. Keep going. Glove.
Oh dear. It's not out because he didn't catch it.
It's missed the glove. No bat involved.
Even
there
if
you
it
go.
was.
Right, so they've decided it's not out because it hasn't hit the glove, but it was also not out because it bounced in front of the slip. But you have to do this in the right order, Tuffers.
Oh, right.
So I'm so sorry, but this is the way they do it.
Can't we just take a shortcut straight to the bit that really matters, whether we caught it or not?
Well, I often wonder about this bit when they spend ages looking to see if there's an inside edge or an edge on an LBW. But when you can see very clearly there's sitting way outside the line of off stump playing a shot, you might as well just give us the ball tracking and we can just be done with it, move forward. But this either way, Jamie Smith is going to.
Do you get got out or out?
No, this is interesting.
Snicko needs to be sacked. That's the worst technology there is.
Right, so now they're angry with Snicko. Can you hear this? I'm assuming you can hear this at home. So you can hear the players here. They're convinced that the ball's hit the glove. It's just that because it's not matched up again, when we see the big spike, it's come after the ball was near the glove. But it doesn't really matter either way because the ball's bounced in front of the slip. So it's all very moot. The Australians are unhappy with Snicko, which is somewhat ironic given what happened yesterday. And we will move on very shortly after some Some tempers. 149 for 5. Smith survives, but I tell you what, he didn't play it awfully well.
No, he didn't. It was a well-directed bumper, wasn't it? Right in front, sort of hands right in front of the grill and the badge on the helmet. No way you could have properly seen it. It wasn't a real short ball, but it lifted a little bit extra, and I think he did glove it, but then it didn't catch it. So if it would have hit the helmet, it wouldn't have gone, sort of taken the pace off it. It's usually glancing blows off the helmets when the glove sort of deadened it a bit. So just wrong all round that. But this is what's going to happen now, isn't it? With Snicko. Now we've had a complete...
Well, no one trusts it.
Well, no one trusts it. You know, would you buy a used car from Snicko?
Harsh, but fair.
Well, also, Smith had to have a concussion check for a ball that could probably hit him on the glove.
Oh, well, there you go. Another thing that's gone wrong is if it's hitting on the helmet, he should have a concussion check.
They had one.
They're bowling again. It's Cummins into Smith, who pulls at this out towards deep square leg, and he's going to, well, not get 4 for it. A truly spectacular piece of fielding on the square leg boundary. I'll check the fielder for you. Marvellous work, diving full length. That is fabulous stuff.
Marvellous Marvin.
Yes.
Was it Marvellous Marvin?
Marvellous Marvin.
What's his name? Marvin?
Marnus.
Oh, God, Marnus.
It's been a long day, I'll say it again. 150 for 5 at the, not the end of the over. It feels like it should be the end of the over because it's been going on for ever.
There's 3 balls left.
There's 3 balls left.
They used to have 4 ball overs in tests.
That's true. That'll be what I was thinking of. But the 150 is up. And Smith has 17. He's survived that incident, and now Stokes is back on strike with 2 slips and a gully, a very different field. Cummins around the wicket to him, and he covers up in defence and works the ball into the arm side just in front of square. There's no run.
Why does everything become a little bit trickier when it's really hot?
Fractious, people get a bit fractious as well, don't they?
Perhaps dehydrated.
Yeah, things that you wouldn't have minded, you could just have water off a duck's back, suddenly become extremely irksome.
Yeah, it's like being hangry, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
A person coming in and now knows a thing or two about hangry. I tell you, have you ever seen our next pundit when she's hangry?
No.
You wouldn't like her when she's hangry.
Really?
No. Cummins in again to Stokes, who defends into the offside. There's no run, but that's been a very bizarre passage of play, hasn't it?
No, it has.
Yeah.
No, it has. No, sorry. Sorry. I forgot I was working there for a minute.
Yes.
No, absolutely, because they got so many things wrong.
Yeah.
You know, and I think the last nail on the coffin was that...
the concussion check.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the... Yes, you're right, that was...
Yeah, Snicko... What was that? Marnus Labuschagne said, Snicko needs to be sacked. Worst technology ever.
So what does he come in to have an HR appraisal? As Cummins is in, forward in defence comes Stokes, as he has been so much today in defence, plays it at the offside. There's no run. Now, Mr. Snicko, I want to have a few words.
Yes, come and sit
150 for 5. Take a seat. Now, let's going to do a little appraisal here. Yeah, you've been wrong, and you've been wrong again.
You've been a very, very naughty boy.
Yes. Now, your probation period of 5 years, or however long it is now over. Right, thank you, Tuffers. You can go take a lie down in a darkened room, and Alex Hartley can come and help us make sense of what we've just seen. We've had 4 or 5 minutes of our lives taken away from us just to establish that Snicko's probably wrong again, but on this occasion it didn't matter because the ball bounced in front of Usman Khawaja, who didn't celebrate when he took the catch particularly, so we were always minded to think that it wasn't going to be out.
But then we've had a Snicko needs to be sacked.
Snicko needs to be sacked.
That's coming from a home player.
I know. Who actually got a bit of an advantage out of it yesterday.
Yeah.
Because, England bowl out Australia for 320. Suddenly this just looks like an awful situation rather than a terminal one. There's a full ball driven up to the mid-off from Green to Smith. Starts a new over. No run. Now you're looking, you've narrowed your eyelids. Like you're about to pass judgment to them.
No, I have no words. Dan.
Yes,
I have no words. I'm trying to describe how I feel and how this game is going, and I was so hopeful at the start of the day. I'm just flat.
Well, do you know, might it just be we've seen an exceptionally good Australian bowling performance? As Green is in again, Smith pulls this, high in the air, out over deep mid-wicket. And he's going to get 4 for it. He's hit it straight enough to be nowhere near the deep square leg. So another vigorous shot into the leg side by Smith. Takes him into the 20s. He's on 21 from 23 balls, and England are 154 for 5. He's going to have a bit of a dash by the looks of things.
Well,
might not last long,
to
but
score some runs. I think Australia have bowled well, but it just shows when you put a ball in the same spot for more than 2 balls, you create pressure.
So now it's just making you angry about where England bowled.
They just bowled far too short.
Yeah.
So, as a summariser, I'm fed up.
You are, aren't you? It's a little bit like when Stokes and Jacks put up some fight at Brisbane and everybody wandered around saying, this just makes me really annoyed they didn't do it in the first innings. And then everybody's saying, Jofra Archer's going to get 150 kilometres an hour, just makes me annoyed he didn't do it every ball. I think we've got to take the wins where we find them out.
Okay. I've got it off my chest. I'll be better.
There's a deep mid-wicket out, though, now. This spells danger.
Just don't be stupid, Jamie Smith.
Here we go. Cam Green into Smith. Short ball. And where's that gone? He's pulled at it. It's come off inside edge onto body. Went in the air for a while and just landed down in front of him. I was looking for it over a deep square leg, thinking he's now planted this ball straight into the hand of the fielder. But he hasn't. He's kind of got away with it. Although I do seem to recall that because it spun back. Was it Harry Brook who was out, played on off? Was it Nathan Lyon at Edgbaston doing something like that?
Yes, it was, I think.
Yeah. That was nearly 144 kilometres an hour. He's brisk, isn't he, Cam Green?
Yeah. It's effortless, his run up as well, and his bowling action.
Well, I fancy this could be short again. He's into Jamie Smith, who gets up on his toes, works the ball into the onside and takes a single. So he didn't try and larrup that one. And moves to 22, 155 for 5. I mean, the thing is, though, he's batting with his captain, who's been a picture of defence and sensibleness. He's 24 off 93. He's not been sucked into anything.
Said that, didn't I? Said if he's 7 off 70, I'll be happy.
Right. Well, what I don't totally understand is if you're Jamie Smith and you're seeing him do that, and you've also heard him say by dressing room is no place for weak men.
We didn't say stupid men, though.
No, that's true. Green into Stokes, who defends late, a full ball into the offside. It's picked up a short extra cover, no run. But I mean, is there not a sort of imperative? Like the shot he played off the previous ball.
He's not out.
Nice little tuck
fine.
into the onside.
He's still there. So actually, he hasn't played a stupid shot. He's not got himself out. So therefore,
it's okay until he plants it
okay.
into the hands of deep mid. Yeah.
But he hasn't done it yet. So you've got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, it's just the shot selection is somewhat hairy, isn't it? Yeah. I think you're sort of having a cake and eat because you're going to tear a strip off him if he does get out, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yeah, you just nodded. Green in, driving his Stokes, a beautiful shot through extra cover a bit. Not that over pitch, but it's going to bring him 4. It was not a long half volley by any means, but he picked the spot between cover and extra and goes to 28 off 95. It completes the over. England 159 for 5. They're 212 runs behind. No point thinking about the follow-on because on a hot day like today, even if England fell in a heap, Australia will just bat, won't they?
Yeah, of course. It would be an absolute disaster if our seamers had to go out there and bowl again today.
Yes, I think I can agree with you on that score. And it would be great for the series as well. You feel they need a whole night's rest. And how long have we got?
Well, we were talking yesterday. We were talking about them having 2 days rest if England could bat.
I know.
And now we're talking about if they're going to bowl again today.
Well, look, isn't it lovely that we can conjure up that degree of optimism?
Yeah, and
we should
do you know
look
what?
at it that way.
It'll still be there for the next test. Well, if we're going to lose, it might as well be 3-2.
Well, exactly, and then there's always 4 years' time.
Yeah, because 4 years ago it went so well for us as well.
Well, there's another Ashes at home in a year and a half.
Yeah, we're always good at home, girls and boys. We're all right. We put up half a fight.
Cummins starts a new over into Smith, who's showing some fight, and he's gone for a big pull. As he missed it, there's an appeal for caught behind. The umpire thinks he's caught it because he's now checking to see if that has carried. So we're going to go through this all over again. I think Jamie Smith is he walking off or is he making the T sign? Well, I don't think he needs to make a T sign yet. He might not have to revert it. So the umpire has decided that he thinks that he's got an edge, and now we're going to go through this whole system again. It's the same umpire.
Director, third umpire, umpire review for fair catch. Does it feel he just go to front on first?
What was the shot?
Well, here we go. It was short, hip height, very similar to the way Crawley got out when he was on 70 odd at Brisbane. And either he's missed it or he's got a little feather on it. I think Jamie Smith was trying to make the T sign.
Okay, there's nothing obvious there. Can we let's go through that. So
Probably come up and show that he's hit it.
It's definitely carried.
Snicko, please, next.
Oh, because everybody trusts Snicko right now.
Well, it's definitely carried. It's definitely carried. So that part of the equation is done.
He's going to get done here. Jamie Smith is absolutely going to get done here.
Despite some indicators for bet. Listen, I'm really going to for the big screen.
He's going to boot off here.
Yep, he's going to. Right, now Snicko is giving this out. Well, it's a frame after, but it's the frame. That's all it takes. It's just a frame. So it's a toe end of the bat. And I think Jamie Smith is going to have to go here. Yes, he's been given out on the big screen. And now he's walking off. And this is Snicko Wars today.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Al, you describe that. I'm getting out of the way. Jim, Maxwell is going to come in and try to defend Australian technology.
Well, this is where Snicko needs sacking, like we just heard down the stump mic, because the third umpire has said there's nothing obvious there because I can see a gap between the bat and the ball. Jamie Smith is convinced he didn't hit it. He went up to review it straight away. Australia have gone up. Clearly they've gone up and made a loud noise because everybody knows we don't trust Snicko right now. So you just appeal for everything and review it if you have to. Ben Stokes has got his hands on his hips. Jamie Smith's gone off shaking his head because he's convinced he didn't hit it. And again, in this test match, we've got something wrong with the technology, Jim.
Well, that's true. I think you got something wrong with the shot selection.
Yeah, well, I don't agree with the shot that he played. I don't think it was the right one.
It's about 3 or 4 times he could have got out like that.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. I think,
Just let him go. They're going to hang around out there, but he can't help himself. He likes the look of the short ball, and he's trying to smash it. And he's missed a cue a couple of times, and there was a lot going on out there around whether or not it carried, whether or not he hit it, and clearly Smith was keen to challenge the decision, but the evidence of technology, for what that's worth, shows that it hit the bottom, the toe of the bat. And I think that's pretty evident. You can even match up this Mr. Squiggle with the motion of the bat. What do you reckon, Andy? You would have given that out, wouldn't you?
I don't know. I've never been very good at umpiring.
Haven't you?
No.
All right. They send you back to square leg and say, you stay there. I'll do each end.
Smith 22 of 26 of 6 and 3 fours. 2 of the fours slashed through the slips, the other two airily over the leg side.
Yeah.
And then out attempting to repeat a similar sort of shot.
So to tell you folks, it's 6 for 159. Whereas a lot of the speculation and hope about England's batting was for 400 or 500. It's never looked like it after the start. They've been a bit of this and a bit of that, and this is where they are. Jacks is out there now. Cummins runs in and bowls to him, and he pushes back down the onside. So Cummins on return to the side has 3 wickets now.
3 for 46 from 11 overs and 2 balls.
Yep. The leading bowler in the attack. It's one of those hot days where you want at least to have a sponge, an ice necklace, or a lot of water. You get dehydrated with the north-westerly breeze coming down out of the desert. Cummins runs in again, and a bouncer, and he says, no thanks, not interested in that, as he ducks underneath it. So Stokes is out there on 28, and Jacks has just arrived. They had a very good partnership in Brisbane and held up, blunted Australia for some time, and now they need to do it again. As one of Henry Blofeld's jets flies over the ground again. Good morning, Henry, if you're listening. It's a plane you'll know well, the branding of it at any rate. 2 slips in the gully, and here comes Cummins to bowl a short ball. He ducks out of the way of it. That was pretty sharp.
As a third umpire, when you see a gap between bat and ball, but then a spike on Snicko, is there a ruling that you have to go with? Do you have to trust Snicko before you trust your eyes, or? Because I don't know what the process is. There's obviously a process in what the umpires go through to get to a decision.
I think the technology is God. If it's saying something conclusively, you've got to go with it. Whether he's nicked it or missed it, you go with it.
There was a clear spike, but there was also a gap between bat and ball.
That's last dismissal?
Yeah.
No. That looked fair dinkum to me. It's when the timing of one and the other is out, and that was bang on the shot that he was playing. It wasn't early or late, whatever it is. Cummins bowls, and it's whipped away to the onside, but there's no run out there as he tried to flick it towards the onside boundary. Yeah, I didn't see a gap of significance, but you know,
I did.
That's why I'm not the third umpire. It's much easier to be a commentator and talk about it and let someone else make the decision. It's a bit like politics, really, Andy, isn't it? Absolutely. Yeah. Try to avoid getting into that position. We've now got a slipper gully and a leg slip, as well as a short leg for Jacks. Around the wicket, Cummins bowls to him, and he goes back and just knocks it down behind square for a single. And there's a scramble to pick up and throw, but they make a run to complete the over. 6 for 160, and Jacks is off the mark, and he'll have the strike.
Well, England will be thankful they played the extra batter again, that's for sure.
In case you're just waking up to what's happening here, Australia finished with 371, Stark 54, Lyon 9, both out to Archer, who took 5 for 53, 371, and in reply they lost Crawley, caught by Carey off Cummins for 9, Pope caught by Inglis off Lyon for 3, Duckett bowled by Lyon in the same over for 29, Root after lunch caught by Carey from Cummins for 19, Brook caught by Carey from Green for 45 leading up to tea, and just recently Smith caught Carey bowled Cummins for 22. 4 catches for Carey and 3 wickets for Cummins. Okay, down at the top end, Boland is back into the attack from the Cathedral end. He runs in towards Jacks, who pokes away on the offside. Again, the slip fielder just staggered forward a little bit because of the anticipation of slow, low bounce. Now, here we go. We are in contact with Snicko on the last 2 incidents. They say their technology showed the ball hit the toe of the bat when Smith was out. And in the previous incident, the ball hit the helmet and not the glove. Agreed with the umpires. So if that's the case, I think it explains what was happening. Does it not? Now he bowls again, and it's pushed away out to mid-wicket by Jacks, and there's no run there.
Okay, so with the previous one then that hit the helmet, not the glove,
yep,
why didn't the ball fly through, and why did it die and not carry to Khawaja?
No, you'll need an expert in ballistics or something.
Do you know what? I'm
that one.
I'm on one today, and I disagree with Snicko Boss. The Snicko Boss is not my friend right now.
But that one, the previous one off the helmet, it didn't carry to Khawaja. It took it on the bounce, so that wouldn't have mattered, as it's defended by Jacks now out into the covers.
No, whichever player said Snicko needs to be sacked on that first one, probably agreeing with the second one. No, keep them. It's fine.
They all get emotional. I mean, the decision making in the game is much better than it was 20 years ago overall. Yeah, a few blues here and there, But, when you're aiming for perfection, don't expect to have it. It won't happen. There'll be human error. There'll be something. And then eventually they'll refine the technology and use a better system. As bowler's outside the off stump and it's allowed to pass them in.
I think the frustration comes from this because there is a better system. It's just not in place.
But the ICC should pay for it so that Test cricket all over the world is using it.
So it's
it should not be up to the television organisation which has the rights to pay for that extra technology. I don't think, but there's an argument you can have. Who pays for it when the ICC are running events? The television companies, I'm sure, not the ICC. But they need to take control to get rid of any obscurity. Now back and across goes Jacks to Boland and plays it into the covers. That's what I think, anyway.
I don't disagree. I think if it's going to be fair all the way around the world, because then you get the same standard of technology, so you get the same people making the same decisions.
Yeah.
You get better at using the technology. Third umpires get better at using the same technology. The people in the trucks calibrating it all will get better. I don't disagree with that, Jim.
Well, if you're having World Test Championship, there should be uniform technology for all of the matches. In goes Boland again, forward, tucked away out on the onside, but that's not the case, obviously. If Bangladesh play Afghanistan, I bet they're not using all the tools in the shed. I know, I may be wrong, but there you go. Do we know, Andy? Do we know if there is any uniformity to the use of technology in Test match cricket?
I don't think there is. I'll dig around, see what I can find.
Yeah.
It's got some numbers on Jamie Smith. Had a superb start to his Test career. Reached 1,000 runs in his 21st innings back in the summer against India. That was the joint fastest in terms of innings played. Any wicketkeeper has reached 1,000 runs in Test cricket alongside South Africa's Quinton de Kock. Smith did it in just a year, exactly a year from day of his debut to reaching 1,000 runs. But since then, his last 9 innings, just 101 runs, so average 11 since then, and in this series 5 innings, 74 runs for 5 dismissals of 86 balls.
Do you know we've got the Alex Carey before he fell in the pool and after he fell in the pool stats? Maybe we've got the Jamie Smith before he was a dad and after he was a dad's stats.
Jamie Smith was out here a number of years ago. He played at our club in Sydney. He played second grade mainly. Didn't score a run. Like 74 and 5 hits, that sort of thing. But he's grown up. Now Lyon's bowling again, and he's off the back foot here. Stokes getting a single out to deep point as Lyon pitched short. 6 for 161. Jacks is 1. Stokes is on 29. Now Jacks is scratching out his guard, and this will be interesting. I think Jacks might find a little bit more flight and deception than perhaps he could offer when he was bowling yesterday. I don't remember him beating anyone through the air. So let's see what he can do with Lyon. Deep mid-on, deep square, and no deep cover this time. Slip, backward point, cover mid-off, short leg, backward square on the sweep and a mid-wicket. Lyon goes in, Jacks leans forward, catch it! That was so close at short leg. It was in the air, just wide of Travis Head, who dived to his left. May have got something on it, but he couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah, I think he was nearly a stunner of a catch from Travis Head there at short leg.
Yeah, just spurted off his hand and went away as he bowls again, and there's a yes from Jacks. Yeah, it was wide to the left of Travis Head. He got his hand outstretched, touched his fingers, but it was going. He hit it firmly, and now he's got a single, and it's at the comfort of the non-striker's end. He's made 2. Stokes back on strike with an in-out field, a slip short leg, 2 men back on the onside and offside, and on one on the onside, and he defends the ball back and across and down the pitch to Nathan Lyon. So Lyon started up with 2 wickets in his first over. And here he is around the wicket in 40-degree heat. And Stokes allows the ball to pass. It's been a very patient innings from Ben Stokes. He's been there for over 100 balls. And he's working hard to keep his wicket intact and hope that someone else can stay around. Lyon bowls and he's forward again, chipping it away just to the right of Lyon, who dives and stops. And I think we might have a drinks break here. There's a few attendants coming onto the ground. Yes, drinks are coming onto the ground. And the ground staff coming out to do their stuff. So Australia made 371 and England muddling along at 6 for 162. Jacks is 2 and Stokes on 30 at the end of that over. So just down the board for you in this innings. Crawley made 9, Duckett 29, Pope 3, Root 19, Brooke 45, Smith 22. A judge caught off the toe of the bat trying to pull a short ball from Cummins, and at the moment Stokes is where's the score gone?
Stokes is 29 off 99.
99 nuts, right? And Jack's what?
2 off 30.
2. Okay. And the short bowling, Stark none for 34 from 9. Cummins 3 for 47. First test of the series, 12 overs bowled, and Boland none for 30 from 8. Lyon 2 for 35 off 14, and Green 1 for 15 from 5. So that's the situation. 6 for 162. So they deserve a drinks break. It's very warm, 40 degrees or thereabouts at the moment.
Yeah,
it's a little bit cooler in here, isn't it?
A little bit. It's got a little bit cooler now. We've shut the window, but still this stand down to our left has been empty all day because it's been baking in the sunshine. And now all the fans that were sat on the right-hand side of the ground, they've all gone to the left-hand side. So we're just having a little swapperoo of who's in the shade and who's not as the sun changes direction.
Yeah, well, some may have gone home, I think. It would have been a tough day, particularly for an English supporter, to watch England fight but not get any serious partnerships going. Andy, you're looking a little fretful there. What's happening?
No, it's on Pat Cummins. 3 wickets today have taken him from 309 to 312 in his career. He's overtaken Brett Lee, who had 310 wickets in his 76 test. Cummins now 312 in 72 and a superb average of 22. And on the Australian all-time list, that moves him up from 8th to 7th. So he's 1 wicket behind Mitchell Johnson, and then ahead of him Dennis Lilly on 355. Mitchell Stark, who's been making rapid strides up the all-time Ashes wicket-taking list this series, moved up 15 places into the top 10, 420 in his Test career. McGrath 563, overtaken today by Nathan Lyon 564, and then way out in front the incomparable Shane Warne 708 Test wickets.
Nation has 2 spin bowlers at the top of their all-time wicket-taking list. Any? Just off the top of your head, you know.
Possibly India, maybe. Ashwin and Kumble.
Yeah, the Kapil Dev's not up there, is he, anymore? No, that's a good call. You'll have to look it up for me, but yeah. We're going to have a change in a moment. I think who's coming in? I'll do one more over just to keep you happy, Dad. Have a cup of tea. Right, oh, I see. It's hard to follow these times and this clock, because this clock is on British
Yes, it is.
Standard Time, not local time. So my maths is working on it, but there we go. I'll do one more for the hell of it. How about that, Dad? We're muddling around out there. How many overs have been bowled today, by the way?
Today we've had 48 in this innings, plus 8 overs and 2 balls at the end of Australia's innings. 56.
So in theory, we're another 30 overs away from the close. So, and my recommendation that you stay out until you've bowled all your overs. We will be here at 8 o'clock. Now, Boland's running in, and he has Jacks pushing away on the offside into the covers. but that won't be happening. And I don't know, what is the time now in Australia, in South Australia? Remember, you're very lucky in Britain, very lucky. We have 9 time zones in this country.
Yeah, it's
from
wild.
Christmas Island to Lord Howe. India, 1 time zone. China, 1 time zone. Australia. And I asked one of our former prime ministers once, why can't you fix up the clock so we don't have these ridiculous time differences? And Boland goes in and he bowls it, and Jacks pushes down the offside. And he looked at me and he said, well, I can tell you why. There are no votes in it.
There you go.
End of argument. Yeah. So
You're the only one that wants it then, are you, Jim? Is that what you're saying?
I'm certainly not. But, you know, the half-hour difference between Adelaide, Melbourne, Sydney and Hobart, and then Queensland, they have an hour behind. Darwin's another half hour.
Can't get the cows being confused, though, can we, Jim?
No. And you know, the curtains, they get to change colour if they do it. Away goes Boland, and it's worked away by Jacks out to square leg. Glenn McGrath, who comes from the bush, might have an answer to these problems as he settles in alongside me. I was out your way the other day. Your brother's name was mentioned. I was in Moree.
Oh, g'day,
with
Jim.
Aggers.
G'day, everyone.
Doing the Angel Flight caper.
No, we're more Narromine, Dubbo,
Narromine.
and my brother's out other side of Burke, like a lot further west.
Not far away.
Oh, probably
Couple
be
of
at least 6-7 hours from Moree to Burke.
We flew to Burke. we went out there, Lightning Reach. We went through that. Boland is in, and he hits him on the body. A little inside edge maybe, and runs away on the onside. So you've still got some dirt out there?
I sold my block to my brother, so I don't have any country out there. So he's got the whole 80,000 acres now.
Your block, I love that. Yeah. Yes, 80,000 acres. Is there anything on it other than goats?
Sheep and cattle.
And cattle.
Yeah. So a bit of both. And the rainfall, fairly marginal country. It's 1 sheep per 10 acres on an average year. But you get floods that go through, which you grow good feed after that.
Here comes Boland, and another defensive shot from Jack Cheston. Part of our trip in these light planes, because we're flying at a couple of thousand feet, so you can see everything, which you can't do in a commercial flight. But we ended up through Parachilna up the road and went out over Lake Eyre, which was an extraordinary thing to do.
Yeah, no.
Because most of the time you go over Lake Eyre, it's salt.
Yes, and once every 25 years it gets good water, and this last 12 months it's nearly been full. So, quite a spectacle.
It is. It's sort of a pinky colour. Boland in, keeper standing up. Jacks forward resolutely, pushes away down to mid-off. And that is the end of the over. Glenn, I'll leave you with some country rumblings. And Dan's going to come in and have a chat.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, it's all been happening here, hasn't it, in the last half hour, 40 minutes. Test cricket, technology, it's been quite incredible. But here we are in Adelaide, blue sky. Test match is still going. I'm keen to find out Dan's thoughts on the last sort of 40 minutes or so. I've got my view on a couple of things, but it's all been happening here, mate.
Well, it has. I mean, I think the luck has kind of evened out in a way, because we might have argued there was a catch Alex Carey didn't get that might have been out, as Lyon is in, starting a new over, defended by Stokes. There's no run. Australia are very miffed with Snicko when they thought that Jamie Smith had got a glove on it, but actually the ball was shown to bounce anyway, so Khawaja wouldn't have got the catch. And then I think Smith probably did get a tiny feather that he didn't feel on his toe, with the toe of the bat, as this next ball's driven up to long off for a single, because there was quite more than a murmur. We've talked about murmurs and spikes. It was quite a big chunk, and I don't know for sure, but I think if it gets right at the bottom of the bat, it feels slightly different. Sometimes you can miss that.
Yeah, so
I think maybe it was the right decision. It's just that it looks really terrible because the technology is so poor that it makes everybody think, well, there's the spike and the ball's not there, so it can't be that. So, but that's my view, really, is that the technology is causing everybody to get terribly vexed. As forward comes Jacks to a full ball, defence back to bowler.
It's interesting. I think those last two decisions, the right decision has been probably made, but my issue is with the process.
Yeah.
Like the first one off, whether it came off the gloves and didn't carry to Khawaja.
Full. Driving is Jacks for 4, through extra cover, overpitched, a rare overpitched ball from Lyon, and he's found a lovely gap between mid-off and extra cover all along the ground. And England advanced to 167 for 6, 204 behind.
So I think both decisions, the umpires were asking whether it carried. So the first one to Khawaja, it didn't carry. So why check Snicker? So don't even worry about it. So it doesn't matter if it came off the glove or the helmet or whatever. So no, it didn't carry. End of story. So no controversy there.
Full. Oh, it's turned into the onside. There's no run. So I agree with you. And what should then happen is, if that had carried, the umpire should then give it out.
Correct.
And then Smith can refer it if he thinks that he hasn't touched it. That would be my preference.
Same as the second one. He was reviewing whether it carried.
Yeah.
You don't check whether he nicked it or not. I think, yes, it carried. Okay, umpire, give it out. Then again, it's up to Jamie Smith to say, I don't think I hit it. Review it, then review whether he hit it or not.
I agree. As Lyon is in, this is flicked away down to short fine leg, but straight to the field. A ball that turned a bit into Jacks, no run. 167 for 650 overs gone. Jacks has 6. Stokes 30. I'm with you completely.
So if
because you get free referral that way, don't you? Actually, if you're the
exactly either or, or if you're the fielding side more so. But the thing is, if they followed that process, we wouldn't be talking about much here. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Some people think did it flick the end of the bat? My gut feel is yes, it did. But the process, you have to have a process, and I don't think the process was followed, and that's the biggest. That's also an issue outside of technology, not to being up.
Well, the thing is, I think they've decided that is the process, because they do this with a stumping, don't they? You know, sometimes people, the fielding side can get a free double bubble, really, because if they go up for the stumping, they will also check to see if there's an edge.
But
people are abusing that for a while.
What's the umpire asking? He's not asking, did he hit it? He's asking, did it carry? Okay, let's focus only on that. Third umpire, Chris Gaffney, just focus only on that. Give back to the umpire, didn't carry, yes it did. The umpire makes a decision, and then it's up to the batsman or the fielding side.
Boland bowls, start of a new over, and Stokes defends into the offside. He has 30 from 102 balls. Andy?
He had 29 from his first 100 balls. And in England's last 5 Ashes tours, only once has a player had fewer runs than that, having faced 100 balls. That was Josh Butler in the 4th innings on this ground, batting for a draw. He had 20 off 100. Ended up not adding many more in the next 100 or so balls that he faced.
He's hit wicket in the end, isn't he? Boland bowls a ball that's driven nicely square of the wicket out to the man fielding on the point boundary. 168 for 6. So, because he had a very long vigil, didn't he? Did awfully well to try and take the game deep, and then he was hit wicket in a really unlucky kind of fashion, really.
Yeah. Well, hit wicket's never unlucky fashion, is it?
Well, it can be. It can be if your hat falls off, or something like that.
Can it? Yeah.
That's a cruel.
That's okay.
It was 26 off 207 hit wicket off Jai Richardson. Almost managed to get England to a draw.
Boland runs in over the wicket from the Cathedral end. Forward comes Jackson, defends very solidly on the front foot into the covers. No run.
That boundary off Lyon by Jackson the last over, and Lyon's 15th over, was the first boundary he'd conceded in 12 overs.
Thank you. Well, they've been on it today. Have Australia, they bowled really, really well. So amidst all the controversy, I think what we should say is there'd been only a couple of poor shots, one from Pope, one from Smith. The other 4 wickets have been prized out through good bowling. I mean, they're very technically minded. I wonder what Geoffrey Boycott would think, perhaps. I'll suggest as Boland bowls again, ball that's clipped to short mid-wicket, short square leg, there's no run. Perhaps, Brook might be looking to get a bigger stride in, might get outside off stump, that sort of thing. He was playing it a trifle from the crease, and then that allows the ball to turn you around a bit.
Whereas if he'd come down and smoked it over the bowler's head for 6, he wouldn't have been out.
Wouldn't have been out, no.
Do you get out playing aggressively? or is it better to get out playing defensively?
Well,
it's better not to get out.
Yes, I think that's the thing. Boland in. This is again worked into the onside, but not with quite such a plomb this time, and it just rolls to Stark at short square leg. Keeper was standing up. I think Carey's now going to go back, and I don't blame him. I would, having watched Boland in the nets, he's not a man I would like to stand up to.
Yeah,
to put it mildly.
So just going back to Harry Brook, what would Harry Brook be thinking now? My last 2 innings, I've got out playing defensively after I've been told I'm taking too many risks. What do I do now?
Well, work on your defensive technique against that ball might be the way. Boland in, down the wicket a touch comes Jacks now that Carey's gone back and just strokes the ball to mid-on. There's no run, 168 for 6, 51 overs gone. Jacks has 6, Stokes 31. Because look, there were good balls, weren't there?
Yeah.
Both to him and Crawley. But if you're going to be hypercritical, there are ways of getting yourself into a better position. I think sometimes what would Hashim Amla do? And I think he wouldn't have been quite there.
You reckon?
Don't you think he'd have got on-off stump and he'd have got big stride in?
Exactly.
And then they would have been, right, you can hit my pad if you like, but I'm outside the line playing a shot, so I can't be LBW.
Or if you're being ultra positive, might be another step down there, and
boom,
so it's one of those arguments you can talk from whichever angle you want.
It's what the point of cricket is, isn't it? So it's not,
and that's what
to be
Test
easy.
cricket's all about.
Lyon starts a new over. Forward comes Stokes defending to short extra cover, no run. There were some concerns before tea that he might be a little bit injured. Yeah, but have you seen any further evidence of that?
No, whether he's just tired. They said he was limping, so I'm not sure. I haven't seen any signs of that.
Short, back in his crease goes Stokes, but annoyingly for him, he can't beat the diving Inglis at extra cover. And there is no run. There's a very inviting gap there for at least a couple of runs. If you got hold of it, maybe 4. A rare shorter ball from Lyon. This time it's Fuller, and forward comes Stokes. Guides it into the point region. There is no run.
Yeah, so the last 2 innings from Stokes been very watchful.
You feel like he's doing it pour encourager les autres, don't you? Somewhat. Let the rest of the team know. There are other ways. Forward he comes again, defending to short extra, no run, and he's got a man with him who stuck by him in Brisbane for a long period of time. If they can dig in, it can be enthralling, but it's a different pace of play for sure. Line in, forward comes Stokes, defends back to the bowler.
But I think the difference for this series, Australia's bowled better areas for longer for this whole series. Compared to the English bowlers, and fair enough, they got 8 wickets yesterday, but whether they deserved 8, I'm not sure.
They were gifted a few. Here's Lyon again. That's it straighter this time. It has to be dug out by Stokes. End of the over, a maiden over, 168 for 6. Stokes 31 from 107. Jack 6 from 27. Ryan has been in touch with us on WhatsApp, Ryan in Sheffield. He says, I don't believe there is bias, but I believe the umpires on and off field have been thrown entirely by faulty technology, which should have been scrapped after the first test fiasco. And as it happens, this has appeared to be one rule for the home team and another for the away side. This is the biggest series in the sport and deserves better. Not a good look in any sense for Australia or cricket in general. I think actually what's happened is that the nastiest howler was probably Carey yesterday, because they'd got it even worse. They got the wrong camera, hadn't they, or the wrong stump mic rather.
Which doesn't make sense either.
It's crazy, but if they've done it from the wrong stump mic, then it's so hard for the third umpire then to have given Carey out, because the distance between ball and spike and bat was so huge. As Boland is in, this is defended on the front.
So you take Carey's dismissal out.
Well, if Carey had been given out, then I'm not sure it looks quite so bad, does it? Because then it's just the technology's not great. Everybody's suffering from it.
But yesterday was Carey said he would have reviewed it, but then he also said he would have been happy to walk if he was then given out. So does he know he actually hit it, or he's still not sure? But
he knows to review it because it's Snicko.
Well, if take out yesterday's review,
Yeah.
there hasn't been any real howlers, though, has there?
I don't think so.
Oh, now there's the inside edge onto pad and given. Jax has got to go. Just a nibbling ball that's come back into him. A really good catch from Alex Carey. Inside edge onto pad. It ballooned up in the air. Jax is walking. He's not bothering to refer this. It was a thick inside edge. It ballooned up into the air. It's another defensive shot that's caused a wicket. And Carey was very alert. He's standing up to the stumps off Boland. And the moment he saw that ball, he just dived forward. That is fabulous work from Carey, who has been superb throughout this Ashes with the gloves. On top of the 100 he scored in Australia's first innings, and England's last really recognised batter has got to go for the 5th defensive shot out of 7 wickets to fall, in contrast to Australia, but it hasn't done England any good. They're 168 for 7.
Yeah, so we saw an absolute masterclass of keeping up to the stumps to the faster bowlers in Brisbane from Carey, and again he's up there to keep the English batsmen in their crease. If he was just back normal where he would be for bowling, that would just been a nothing ball, and nothing, been a dot ball, and we go back to
it would have
playing.
just bobbled up, wouldn't
but
it?
he was right there, and so you'd have to give credit to Carey for that, for being up there, for backing himself, and Jax would feel pretty unlucky, but he was walking out of the crease. He enticed Carey to come up. So it's funny. And again, this is Test cricket. This is what I love about Test cricket, that all this, the little intricacies, that doesn't happen generally in one-day cricket or T20 to the same extent at all.
No, and you've got to be a really good keeper to be willing to stand up to Boland. And he's got his reward there. And as you say, if he'd stood back, as he has done on and off, he's come back and forth. Had that ball happened when Carey was standing back, it would just have landed on the crease.
Well, last over, we saw Jax walk at one that Boland bowled, and that's what brought Carey up to the stumps. So, it's funny.
He can't win as a batter then.
Like, if he just stayed in his crease, would have been back. Like, it's funny how things sort of can lead one to another. And Scotty Boland's, to me, just picked up a bonus wicket. As a bowler, you think that's an absolute bonus.
Yeah, it's a very unusual form of dismissal to be caught bat pad. If you're a fast medium bowler, caught bat pad by the keeper.
Yeah.
Boland starts into Cars, comes forward, defends. It's a short extra cover, no run. Be interested to see what the plan will now be from Ben Stokes. Is he going to feel he's got to come out of his shell, or is he going to trust Cars' defensive technique? There's an hour and 13 minutes left in the day. He absolutely does not want his bowlers to have to come out and bowl today, because it is fearsomely hot. It sort of heats up, doesn't it? It's as hot now as it would have been at almost any point.
Yeah, sort of around that 2-3 o'clock period is the hottest part of the day. As now we'll start looking at the breeze. It's changed from that northwest to a little bit more westerly, and so hopefully a bit more sea breeze coming in.
Boland in Cars plays away from his body, guides the ball to gully where Green inevitably is situated, and there's no runs. He fields it on the bounce. 168 for 7 on a day England so desperately wanted to bat the day and drag themselves back into the series. It feels that it's now going to take something of a miracle.
There's still a long way to go in this Test match.
Well, it depends how long Australia choose to bat, but yes.
The game's never over.
Poland in. Again, Cars defends, this time slightly stabbily.
Think back to 06-07.
Yeah, true.
England declared first innings 550 odd.
Yeah.
So from that match you think you can't lose. From this one here you're thinking you can't win. When you come out, you bowl well, you bowl a little bit more consistently, you get some wickets. And England are a great chasing side. Then they've got to find that right balance between defence and attack. And if England win from here for this game, that'd be a massive confidence boost, wouldn't it?
This is very positive. Try telling that to Alex Hartley, will you?
Yeah.
She's on a bit of a state. Boland did complete his over, a wicket taking over, and Cars defends around his front pad. The short mid-wicket, no run, a wicket maiden. 168 for 7. Andy.
Yeah, Boland's current spell 1 for 1 from 4 overs. His previous spell he was 0 for 25 from 4. This is much more like the Boland that we've become familiar with, certainly in the Ashes Test in this country. Alex Carey, 5 catches already in this innings, and it's only the 10th instance of a wicketkeeper scoring a century and taking 5 catches in an innings in a test, and only one previously in the Ashes. That was Matt Pryor at the SCG in the final test of the 2010-11 series.
Has anyone done 6 catches and 100?
Dennis Lindsay for South Africa against Australia. And A.B. de Villiers for South Africa against Pakistan in 2013.
It would be A.B. de Villiers, wouldn't it?
So, but isn't it funny sitting up here? We want to commentate from a non-biased perspective, but we still.
Lyon starts a new over. Stokes defends on the crease, pushes the offside, no run.
We all sitting up here, watching, from our, and feeling from our heart. I want Australia to do well. You, Alex, Aggers, the boys want England to do well.
Yeah.
But I guess we want to see a really good close series contest. I want to see a contest every single game with Australia just getting over every game.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Might be still one-sided result, but
defended by Stokes back to.
But at the end of
end
of the day, Test cricket's still the ultimate. When you saw India out here last year, amazing, incredible series. That series in England recently, England-India. That was an amazing series
Lovely
as well.
Close games, great close games.
Yeah, but we need them to be close to keep Test cricket.
Lyon in. The driving is Stokes, and Lyon is brilliant. He manages to field up his own bowling there because there was a single there. Would have rolled up to Cam Green at long off if he hadn't dived away to his right, the 38-year-old spinner. Did very well.
But we need to keep Test cricket alive and well and competitive. And with T20 taking the world by storm, who knows where cricket's going to be in the next sort of 5 or 10 years.
Stokes drives the short extra cover, no run. But it's tough enough as it is, Glenn, without you bringing the spectre of the death of Test cricket to bear.
No, I'm saying we don't want that.
We don't want that.
Don't want that.
No, but you're right there about close games, because people would look at the 2015 series and think, it was 2015, wasn't it? And think, 3-2, that was fun. Every game was really one-sided.
And to be honest,
England won it. They were 3-1 up, weren't they, going to the last game? So there wasn't much on it. Lyon bowls again. Is tapped into the onside, finds short mid-wicket. No run. 1 ball left in the over. Stokes would like a single. Try and keep on strike if he can, but it's a tightly packed field with a slip forward short leg wicket mid-on. Short extra cover, pointer backward point, and just the long off back, encouraging Stokes to play that shot. He's back into his crease and then just clips the ball on the bounce. The short leg, end of the over, another maiden. 168 for 7. Stokes is 31 from 115. And I'm told that the wind is now from the southwest, so you're right. You're dead right.
So you can see where it's coming from, which is more over the ocean. So there'll be a cooler breeze coming in. So when it comes off the ocean, it's cooler than when it comes off the desert.
Yeah,
which
that
sort of makes sense.
Does make sense, yeah.
But it still must be pretty warm when we look at the eastern stand here. How many spare seats are there in the sun?
Yeah, not many people are sitting in that.
No.
And very, very wisely, I would suggest.
Lot standing over on the western stand there, the Chapel stand. Bradman
which is in shade.
England have scored 9 runs and lost 2 wickets in the last 9 overs.
9 for 2 off 9. Boland, something of a tale, isn't there, to be told there. Boland starts a new over to Cars has bowled him straight through him, stuck on the crease. Did he keep a touch low? Not really. He's just played around it, and it's good probing bowling from Boland. England lose their 8. Cars has to go. Bowled. England 168 for 8.
Yeah, well, it's going from bad to worse here. Looking at the ball that Boland bowled, whether there's a hint of reverse swing, just angled in, cast plate from the crease. He didn't go forward or back, just stuck the bat out, and unfortunately straight through to the fence and clattered into the stump. So
it wasn't a great shot, was it? I mean, it was defensively weak. He's gone for a duck, He didn't move his feet. The ball did deviate. I'm going to give it that. And he aimed at the stumps. It's not a bad tactic against the tail ender, is to aim at the stumps.
Yeah, how's Jofra going to? He's going to come play a few shots, will he?
I don't know. I mean, while Stokes is there, everybody might be feeling that they've got to try and dig in for him, but Stokes isn't actually trying to get on with it himself. We've just seen that shot, and a bat should address the ball, it seems to me, rather than just sort of stay limply in the hand, which is what happened there. And it's middle and leg. It didn't get up as much as perhaps Cars might have thought it would do, but
it wasn't that short either. That he should have been taking good stride forward there, getting out to meet the ball.
Second wicket for Boland. At England at 168 for 8.
The Brogan Cars have got a useful series with the bat against India, 164 runs in 6 innings, with a 50 and a couple of other 30-plus scores, but in this series just 33 runs in 5 innings, and 4 of those 5 have been single-figure dismissals.
Thanks, Andy. Jofra Archer comes to the crease with the keeper standing up. Labuschagne at first slip. I don't know how he's going to see anything that's coming to him there, because he's very, very fine. He's almost directly behind Carey, and a forward short leg. Archer on strike, Boland into him, defends on the front foot.
You're right with Labuschagne there. You know, who's that at third slip? Is that
Inglis at sort of wideish?
So he could, was a second slip. Inglis could quite easily dive across and catch a ball. So he's
not sure what
he's protected. The ball should not get to him. I do think the Australian slip cordon do stand quite close, a little bit too close. I think they should give themselves a little bit more room, especially when you've got someone like Steve Smith there who can cover a fair bit of territory.
Yeah, because Boland, he beats the outside edge, taken well by Carey. And there is no run. I mean, you had some very good slippers though, didn't you? I mean, you'd have had Mark Waugh who could cover
Mark
quite
Waugh,
a large
Ricky
distance.
Ponting, Shane Warne, Mark Taylor. Yeah, they did spread out quite a lot. So you could have nearly 3 slips, where most other teams would put 4 slips in that same spot.
It almost gives you an extra fielder, doesn't it? Well, so it does. Here's Boland again. Archer defends on the front foot, pushes into the offside. There is no run. We've been talking about what a good pitch this is. Great opportunity to bat. Hot day. England 168 for 8. Hugely disappointing, but Australia have bowled really, really well. And today you will not be hearing us talking about foolish shots driving on the up. We might be talking a little bit about perhaps lack of clarity and purpose. Perhaps just being a little bit timorous with the way.
A little bit more positive. You can be positive in defence as well. You don't have to be.
Boland in, defended positively by Jofra Archer to short extra cover. And there's no run.
He's not a mug with a bat, Jofra.
He's no mug with a bat.
He stands, he watches the ball well, he can play some decent shots too.
Yeah. I'd go so far as to say he can hold a bat.
Everyone can hold a bat.
But can he score any useful runs? That's the thing.
Well, yeah, they need something happening here, don't they?
Desperately. Deep point's gone out, deep square leg, having to give the single to Archer. Not sure Stokes would take it as he leans on his bat at the non-striker's end. Boland into him and he lets this go by outside the off stump. As Archer, end of the over, 168 for 8. Archer yet to score. Stokes has 31. England are up against it.
And that's now 4 maidens in a row, 2 of them wicket maidens. So now, to update from the last, it was now 9 for 3 off the last 10.
9 for 3 off 10. Right, well, to come and get involved in this scintillating passage of play, it's going to be Jonathan Agnew. After some more thoughts from you, Glenn.
Yeah, no, thanks, Dan. So, it's all about bowling maiden overs. So, Andy, how many maidens in a row? Because that's from Boland, or was that combined?
Combined 4, so 2 by Lyon, 2 by Boland.
Yeah.
Boland in this spell has 5 overs, 4 maidens, 2 wickets for 1 run.
And it was always said, if you bowl 3 maiden overs in a row, the chance of getting a wicket substantially goes up. And I think that's a bit of an example there. Unfortunately, Aggers.
Well, I think I might refer David Saker to Nathan Lyon's figures regarding holding an end. Round the wicket he goes. Well, beautifully today. That's stroked away by Stokes for a single into the offside. Archer very slow setting off. Well, I don't know what he was up to there, but he didn't respond at all there to start with. And Stokes takes a run. So Lyon now into his 18th over. He's taken 2 for 41. That is holding an end.
I'm not sure Archer thought they were going to take any singles here to start with.
No, he was hanging back. Anyway, he's going to face Lyon. I tell you, if I were Archer, I'd be pretty angry about this. He's running in this morning still. Goes Lyon and bowls. He defends this. Running in, trying to finish it off. He's took 5 wickets, bowled really well, and now within a few hours he's out there batting, and he'll be bowling again probably today.
Yeah, so 56 overs out there. It's especially in these conditions, and we're just getting our window opened up.
Lovely.
Which means it's
There's
cooled
Lyon
down.
again bowling. That's turned away to short leg.
Oh, it's quite pleasant. Nearly need a jumper on out there.
And there's no run. I think it's still about 40 degrees. I just come to the ABC. They have a little monitor in there.
Yeah.
But
no, that breeze from the southwest now is a lot more pleasant.
Yeah. Then goes Lyon over the wicket, and Archer prods forward. Trickles away to be picked up by mid-wicket. There's no run. The migration of the supporters is well underway now, so those largely have evacuated the east stand, which is staring straight into the sun, which is still pretty high, but you can see the way it's moving up the stand. Lyon bowls, catch it, shouts carries, that's turned away around the corner. Archer picks up 1 run. No question of Stokes trying to keep the strike or anything at the moment. There'll be a few burnt knees up in the top tier of the east stand as that sun goes up, but the migration to the members and people standing up there, rows of them standing up in front of the brick wall that separates the first and second tiers.
Got to give credit to the Barmy Army. They're still in front of the scoreboard. They haven't gone anywhere.
There's Lyon, bowls, and squeezed out by Stokes. And there's no run. However, I've had some vital information regarding those wearing the traffic cones. Up there in broiling heat, 40 degrees. You think, well, look, these lads, it's a trip of a lifetime. Maybe 6 months ago they booked their trip here. Let's go as traffic cones to the Adelaide Oval. Come on, let's really make an impact. So they bought their traffic cone outfits on Amazon probably, packed them up. They brought them here, despite the fact it's 40 degrees, they're going to wear them. Clearly mad. The vital information I just received on ABC from somebody on that hill is they're Aussies. They're Australians. They are from Sydney.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
And they're mad.
Well, I think they're still mad.
It sort of comes with the territory a bit, doesn't it?
I was a bit relieved that they weren't English, to be honest. Yes, they are Aussies. So anyway, whoever they are, wearing those traffic cone outfits, some sort of rubbery latex, plasticky material, I'd imagine. Good luck in 40 degrees. Now there's a change of bowling going on down at the far end. Not sure this will please Jofra Archer necessarily. Mitchell Stark's back. He hasn't taken a wicket so far in this innings. And he's cruising in now from round the wicket and bowls to Archer, who plays that late and guides it for 4. Slashing the ball to third man. With a whip from Stark, bit of a loosener.
England have avoided the follow-on.
Thank you, Andrew. So, well observed. Michael Vaughan's alongside.
How are you, John? How's the spirits?
Not good. I'm welcoming everyone whose alarms are going off at 6 o'clock at home. It's been a tough day for the old country. Australia moved their score log to 371. There's some loose bowling again this morning from England. And with Mitch Stark again, he made a half century. Stark, it is bowling now to Archer. Yes, it is Archer who plays up to mid-off. And England are now 174 for 8. All I will say before we go down the catalogue of dismissals is that with the exception of Pope, and Smith was a bit of an odd one, they have at least been got out today. I think Australia's bowling has been outstanding.
This for me has been probably the best pitch for England to bat on. But they've come up against a bowling attack that's bowled as well as I've seen for a long period of time.
They've been outstanding.
They've hardly missed a trick. They've hardly missed a length. The tactical side of Pat Cummins today, and all the different kind of fields that he's had set for the different players, and just the subtle changes have been wonderful to watch.
And that all despite the temperature being 40 degrees, absolutely roasting hot. And Stark again cruises in from round the wicket, bowls to Archer, who's on the back foot, just playing the ball out square into the offside. So for those who are just tuning our way, so yeah, it was 371 that Australia made. Archer finished with 5 wickets. What time did their innings end? Do you keep records of that sort of thing? Andy, I'm only asking that because I wonder how much time Jofra Archer has had off the field from the moment he walked off it to the moment he walked out to bat.
The innings finished at 10:36 a.m. So it's now coming up to 4:35. So
he's had about 6 hours off the field, is he?
Yeah.
There's Stark again, bowls to him way outside the off stump. He lets that go by. So Crawley out for 9, edging Cummins to Carey. Nice delivery, no problem with that. Pope caught Inglis bowled Lyon for 3. I'm not really going to comment much on that dismissal, except I suspect, unless Ollie Pope does something pretty sensational in the second innings, you'll see a change at number 3 for the next Test match. Duckett, 29, got a good one from Lyon, spun. Root, nice delivery from Cummins, just held its own slightly, edged for 19. Brooks similarly from Green, he got 45 but edged through to Carey. In comes Stark, bowls, and Archer goes for a rather ambitious looking pull shot here, and he'll pick up a single down towards long leg. Smith's was a strange one. It was another odd sort of a mishmash of technological nonsense from Snicko. Did it hit the bat? Did it not? I think probably it did, but not where the Snicko suggested that it did as far as the frames were concerned. As you know, all that conversation from yesterday with Carey. There's an earlier one as well in which the technology couldn't determine whether the ball hit Smith on the gloves or on the helmet, despite it being pretty clear it hit him on the gloves to the naked eye, and indeed to the eye out there, because had it hit him on the helmet, as Snicko suggested, he'd have had a concussion test. In comes Stark. He bowls to Stokes on the front foot. Just plays the ball carefully up to mid-off, so Archer will be on strike for the next over. But Smith pulling, it wasn't a great shot, and he was dismissed. But there was all sorts of talk again. Mitch Stark heard over the pitch microphone saying that Snicko should be sacked. It's the worst technology and all that sort of stuff. So it's an interesting little theme going on here within the game itself. Smith 22, Jacks, terrific cricket from Alex Carey, standing up to the stumps. Nice ball from Boland, just straightened a bit, inside edge into thigh pad, and because Carey is standing up the stumps, he was able to take a nice diving catch coming round from behind. So really good piece of work by the wicket keeper. He was out for 6, and then Carse missed a straight ball and was bowled for 0.
Well, I think it nipped back. It wasn't a bad delivery. It's just what Boland does when you first go out there. You've got to have a really good, strong forward defence, and you went back to a ball that he should have been forward to.
Well, here's a clubbing shot from Archer. Now his runs here, that'll get the England supporters cheering. They've had very few boundaries or anything to cheer about today, and it's not going to quite go for 4 because it's been pulled back there
Question
by
for you, John.
Cameron Green. Go on.
Who's had the worst of the games? The England cricket team or Snicko?
Well, fortunately for
So
Snicko,
far.
Snicko didn't have to win this game to stay in the Ashes, but it's had a very poor game.
I think he's lost confidence, Snicko.
Well, but so the players are working on it, aren't they? You know, they'll just review everything now because there's a chance they might get away with things. Lyon round the wicket, but always a reverse sweep. There's a peel for leg before wicket from Carey. Given not out, there's no response there from Nathan Lyon.
I think Ben's struggling. I think he's got cramp. Yeah. When you think he's out there,
he's not very mobile, is he?
No, he's scrapping with that. I think it's that left leg, and it could be quite soon. I mean, we've still got 52 minutes left in the day's play.
Yeah, he could be out in the field shortly. Lyon bowls to him. He simply blocks that back to the bowler. You think if Stokes is going to play a few shots, he needs to do it now, really, with Archer there. He can prod around and keep him company. Not expecting too much from Tongue.
What's the forecast tomorrow?
Not quite as hot, just the 30. Lyon bowls, and it's short. Oh yes, he is struggling now. That really gripped him as he played that shot. And he hobbles up to the far end. 1 run to Stokes, who's now faced 121 balls for his 33. Might refer David Saker to this spell from Nathan Lyon as well. This is holding an end, David, not what we saw yesterday.
What did he say yesterday? I didn't quite get his quotes about the spinner.
This was pushed away by Archer. He said, to quote something like, and I was very pleased with Jaxie for holding the end.
Okay.
At nearly 5.5 runs and over.
I just think this England side create too much noise.
Yeah.
They create too much noise with sometimes the way that they play, and then they go to press conference and they just think we're all daft.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard being pushed out there as the coach to try and say positive things all the time, isn't it? But there's Lyon bowls, and a big hit, catch it, they shout. As Archer tries to slog that over deep mid wicket.
But I do think, Agus, if you think about this 3-year journey that we've been on, that's been the common trend of all the coaches or anyone that goes into the meet. You've got to be positive. Like, there's no normality, there's no reality that things can't always go well and you don't always get things right.
I think part of the problem with that, just to add to that discussion, is that because they come out with this stuff publicly, it's led us to wonder whether that's what they're saying privately. So it's easy to jump to the conclusion that actually private they're saying the same sort of thing. Well, Bowl Jackson, he's great, yeah, he held that end really well there. He's taken 2 for 100 off 16 overs or whatever it was.
It's like Marcus when he came out after Brisbane, when he said, we've not spoken in between Perth and Brisbane about playing the drive on the up here in Australia.
Yeah.
What conversations are going on?
Indeed. It's tempting to say that. David Malan is with us. He's not here in Australia as such. I'm sure he wishes that he was. Maybe seeing this, David, you're quite pleased that you're not. Hey? What are you making of all this?
Yeah, disappointing, really, isn't it? Look, Australia have bowled exceptionally well. They've been right on top of England. Obviously, a couple of soft shots in there, Pope for one, but Australia have bowled well, and England just haven't had an answer to it.
Yeah, I think it's quite important because we have been very critical of the shot selection in the first couple of tests. I mean, Pope apart, and you can talk about Smiths, I suppose, but I think he knew what he was going to be getting. But actually, they have been prized out today with some skillful bowling.
They have, but I guess we go back to what everything's been said over the last 3 years about how they always want to be putting pressure on the bowlers and they want to be finding ways to be putting them under pressure. And in this innings, it doesn't seem like they've lived by those values that they've been talking about for the last 3 years. It almost looks like they've changed their game plan totally. Now, for us at home, that's great. They've gone in and they've decided to adapt to the conditions and they've tried to adapt their games to conditions. But also you've got to question what they've done for the last 3 years if they keep coming into different test matches like this and changing the way they're playing. Now, I like the fact that they've showed some application, but what are the team's values and what are they staying true to, I'd guess.
Do you think it could be a bit confused, Michael? I mean, because of what's happened and the conversations that have taken place, have they been, I know it sounds silly on the back of what we've been saying for the last few weeks, but have they been tentative today, or is there something in the mind that's saying, I can't play that shot because I might get a telling off?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we've seen it here before in Australia where it happens where an England side comes here and gets blown away a couple of times and we have to be critical of them, and then all of a sudden they come out and try and play a different way. I think this team have kind of been taught a way which was always going to be deceptible against quality. Now they've been, if you look at this thing and say, there's 7 of them that came in through the Bazball era. So the only way they know how to play Test cricket is the Bazball way. Ben and Baz's kind of methods of freedom, positivity, running towards the danger. And then in the last few days, if they've had a few days in Noosa where they probably didn't talk about cricket, then suddenly they've got to Ireland and say, right, how are we going to play our cricket this week? And some of the conversations may have been, we've got to fight, we've got to scrap, which is completely against what they have been doing. It's not easy to change all of a sudden.
No,
it really. But it's the right way to play Test match cricket. But when you've played it a completely different way for three years, to suddenly within 2 days go, okay, and then you're up against real quality. This has been outstanding from Australia.
It has.
This is the best Australia have bowled, and it's not easy. But I think it is a bit confusing when you change your method so quickly.
I'm talking to two batsmen here. I think David's still with us. From a bowler's perspective and putting pressure on a bowler, I think there were two bowlers out there today for Australia that England could put pressure on. Cummins hasn't played since July, looking for a wicket, looking to get back. Well, stick him out there for as long as you can. Nathan Lyon, all that angry stuff and being left out and looking to try and beat Glenn McGrath. Don't give him 2 wickets in his first over. Make him work for it. Put some pressure on him. Get him searching for wickets.
Well, that's why you have to look at Ollie Pope's dismissal.
Yes, totally.
You know, he's a number 3 player. He's a senior pro now in the England team. He's been around for a good period of time.
David, thanks for that. We'll talk to you at a bit later in the podcast. In comes Stark and bowls after that drinks break, and that's steered by Stokes. It's half stopped by Cameron Green there in the gully, and they'll trot a single. Yeah, I mean, I've really supported Ollie Pope. I'm afraid that today kind of draws the shutters.
But if you look at the programme over the last 3 years, they've been very consistent with their selection, and they've been consistent when players have been making mistakes. You've got players who are averaging 30.
Yeah.
You know, coming to Australia averaging 30, there's a good chance that you're probably not going to have a belter of a series.
No, I think that dismissal today puts a line through that, and I don't know whether Jacob Bethel is the answer. He apparently is very talented. He's got lots to bring, and he hasn't played very much cricket. But if they lose here and it's 3-0, let's have a look.
Yeah, but the problem I have with English cricket, we're either looking at 20, 21-year-olds, or we're kind of retiring 30, 34-year-olds. There's nothing in between. There has to be some players around 25, 26, 27, 28 that have played a lot of cricket, that are quite hardened from playing cricket, that this England setup could look at. No, you can't do it now, but there must be players out there.
Stark bowls to Archer, who gets 4 here. Whether it's pad runs or leg buys or off the bat, we'll wait and see. Actually, off runs. You got a little snickle into the pad there. It's come away very fine. So 4 to Archer. He has a conversation with Ben Stokes, and England creep on to 184 for 8. So they're still 190 behind, 187 behind.
But I guess Australia can frazzle players, and it's been players in an England jersey more so than I can remember in the 90s. In the last 15 years, since 10 and 11, I think we haven't won a test match. And there's been tour after tour after tour where there just seems to be this happening on a regular basis.
Stark, still in blazing sunshine, runs towards us and bowls to Archer, who plays a lovely shot there. He'll be pleased with that. A square drive. And the bowler basically says to the batsman there, what's going on? I've bowled my boots off for you yesterday. I've got 5 wickets. You give me 6 hours rest. That's how you play.
That's the shot of the day.
Just a wonderful shot.
Yes, remember Carlisle Best?
Yes.
That's the Carlisle Best style drive. A little bit of a bent back leg, square of the wicket.
Enjoyed
kind
that.
of flourish.
Yeah, and he's held the pose. Bowlers don't like that. But it's a sumptuous shot. Archer 17 off 19 balls. There's a fielder now at deep point just for that shot. Stark again. Archer taps away at the crease with his bat as Stark moves in, bowls a bouncer to him. He goes flashing over his shoulder. A bit of an angry ball there. I said he wouldn't like it.
That looked a bit quicker.
Yeah. And it was a sort of tail ender's line as well, leg stump. He might just be looking to
146 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, angry ball.
His rhythm throughout the series, Agus, Mitchell Stark, has been incredible.
Yeah.
Every single spell he's just had that flow. The paces have been high. Leg slip in place now.
Yes, he might get a few short ones here maybe. There's 2 out on the leg side boundary as well. Stark comes in round the wicket, bowls or Archer takes a pace down the pitch at him now and then flicks him away as nonchalantly as he like out towards deep square leg. There's a fielder there in the shadows, but he took a pace. He literally strolled up the pitch at him. Actually, a little contest going on here. 190 for 8. Stokes 34. Archer's breezed along onto 18.
He's a talented batter, isn't he, Joffrey?
Yes.
Struck it nicely in the last test. He nice front foot game, back foot game. He's got a bit of flourish.
Stark on his way. Bowles, and Stokes just leans on the front foot, calls Archer for a single. He's not the best backer-upper, Jofra. So he always seems a bit slow setting off, as if he's surprised that they're going for a single. And that was the case again there. It was a long one run. But, Stokes had to urge him on. And Archer's leaning on his bat there. He's got his hand on his hip. He looks very relaxed about everything. 1 ball to go in the over. Stark wheels round in the distance, still that leg slip, and the solitary slip is well ahead of Carey in terms of depth. Stark, there's trees hanging limply behind him, moves in Bowles, and Archer's on the back foot, plays that competently into the offside. It means that Stokes will be on strike for the start of the next over, and England hanging on at the moment, but they are only hanging on 191 for 8. There are 180 runs behind, and we've got 40 minutes of play left on this second day. Michael, thoughts from you, and Dan Norcross is coming here.
Yeah, Ben Stokes is he's fighting. 35 from 123, Archer 18 from 22. England trail by 180, so they're chipping them off.
Just on Mitchell Stark's speed, wicketless today, but has presented quite a lot of problems. Currently, it's his fastest average speed in a Test innings since Test match here against England 4 years ago. So faster than he's bowled in the other 2 Tests when he's picked up more wickets, maybe responding to the different type of surface and the need for greater air speed. So currently, this second fastest innings of the decade so far for average speed.
Lyon starts a new over into Stokes, goes back into his crease and cuts into the ground, but is then stopped by Inglis diving away to his right, two-handed, saved possibly 4 there.
Yeah, he's a good fielder, isn't he? He's taken a catch or 2 in the series, which has been nice, and stopped plenty.
Here's Lyon again, back into his crease. He goes going to get run here, at least 1 as it goes out towards the left of the deep cover, but Stokes is happy with 1 because he's a little bit discombobulated at the moment. A big cramp probably, a little bit of that. He's been batting for a very long time and it's very hot. And Archer now surveys the scene. Looks around, 192 for 8. The deficit enormous, 179. Lyon in over the wicket. Archer comes forward and defends. It's 6:20 a.m. and you're listening to Test Match Special on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds. You can watch clips of the action on the BBC Sport website and app, with full highlights show on BBC iPlayer from 5 p.m. We'll round up all the action in the TMS podcast on BBC Sounds, and the TMS Ashes debrief with Alex Hartley will also be available after play on the iPlayer, and there is plenty of cud to chew as forward comes Archer and defends into the offside. No run. If you are just joining us, your heart is sinking because you are hearing the word Archer. I understand that. You would have been hoping you would have been hearing the word Root. You wouldn't have minded hearing the word Stokes. Stokes is there, and he's been there for a very long time, but it's an epic rear guard because England are more than up against it. They're nearly down and out as Archer bunts a shorter ball down the ground up to Cameron Green and picks up another run. 193 for 8. They polished off Australia's innings for the loss of 45 bonus runs. They feel like bonus runs now. At the time they felt like precious runs, and but now looking at this, they're very much bonus runs.
Reassign them retrospectively.
Well, I'm going to. I have done. Yes. And Archer picking up those 2 to give himself 5 for. But then England, after a bright start, 37 without loss, they lost 3 wickets for 5 runs, and ever since then it's been an uphill task as Lyon is into Stokes, who comes forward and drives a ball that was a little bit back of a length for the shot, but he finds the gap down to deep backward point, takes another single, and will keep the strike. 60 overs England have batted. That's all for the loss of those 8 wickets. Stokes 37, Archer 19. With the time coming up to 6:23 your time, 4:53 here in Adelaide. There are 37 minutes left in the day's play. England will desperately want to bat at least 27 of them. They want to bat at the end of the day, of course they do, Michael, but the absolutely last thing on a blistering hot
Well,
day.
I reckon if you said to Australia now that you can bat 27 minutes, I think the Aussies will go, OK.
All right, have it.
Yeah, you can have it.
Yeah. They get out on the 28th. Yeah.
We don't really want to bat for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, but the Australians have been incredible with the ball. With the bat, I think they're quite a long way short with the way that England bowled. Apart from Jofra Archer, you've seen old Australian batting units get 550 on this kind of surface. But it's the bowling unit, it's just been relentless all day.
Stark's been part of that, and strangely doesn't yet have a wicket. He's into Stokes on 37. And Stokes gets one down the leg side, which he misses. There's no run. We've had controversy over Snicko. We had it yesterday, we've had it again today. England, if you're wondering, they have not thrown their wickets away for the most part. There have been a couple of shots that players would like to forget. Ollie Pope, quite definitely, getting out terribly to Lyon, playing across his pad and just flicking a ball to short mid-wicket. And then Jamie Smith, who would argue that he didn't touch the ball, shouldn't really have been playing that shot. He deposited it on a 6 and a 4, but
it was a funny innings from Jamie Smith. He's been in so much control in the past, playing wonderful cricket shots, but he just looked like he was flapping a bit today, quite in control.
Stark into Stokes, who chops down on the ball and will take the single. He's not protecting Archer as the throw at the stumps comes in, and on striker's end they're targeting wherever Stokes is running to. 195 for 8, the deficit 176. Yeah, it was a peculiar innings, wasn't it?
There was a couple of outside edges that could have been caught in the cordon, flew past Gully. Played a nice pull shot into the stands, but I never watched Jamie and thought, oh, he's in control today. Now, in the past, when he's been playing nicely, you've always felt he was in control. That innings at Edgbaston against India, just felt his drives were in control and he was never in any danger, whereas today he just felt it was just a matter of time, really. He was playing a shot or ball.
Yeah, so if it hadn't been that ball that he got him, he sort of felt there was another one coming. Start with a leg slip in place now for Archer. He's in. Archer defends into the onside. He's going to take a single because there's masses of space out there. And Archer is batting really nicely. He's moved to 20. He's looked pretty good. He's looked good with bat and ball, but it all feels a bit too little too late. 196 for 8. Harry Brook was out caught behind defensively, played a good innings today, didn't he? Really knuckled down, but then got a little tickle. Joe Root got a little tickle, set up nicely by Cummins. Ben Duckett got an absolute beauty from Nathan Lyon. Zach Crawley got a good ball, and we'll discuss on the podcast. Might they have played them slightly differently as Stark is in. This is pulled by Stokes out to deep square leg, all along the ground, and takes a single, another single, third in the over. 197 for 8.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what Baz McCullum's made of the batting display today. It's very much against his method and the way that England have played. It's been very attritional. Australia have bowled well, but that turn run towards the danger, England have tried to kind of soak up the pressure and try to absorb it, and Australia bowled some good balls. So I'd be intrigued to know honestly what Baz McCullum is in that viewing area thinking.
Well, were they? I mean, they were trying, weren't they, to keep Australia out there. This is the absorb the pressure thing. They were trying to do that, but it didn't come off. Archer lets the shortest ball go through to the keeper.
My frustration, Dan, is if they'd have had this mindset at lunch on day 2 in Perth, 100 for 1.
They could have set 350.
They probably would have gone 1-0 up in the series.
Yep, they were in a really strong position. Andrew in Gloucester, by the way, has got in touch on WhatsApp. 0330 123 1826. And he's got a fair bit to say. And I'm going to ask Phil Tufton to channel his inner Michael Vaughan in a moment, because this has been directed at Michael.
What's this, sorry?
Last ball of the over. Start into Archer, bouncer, which he gets out of the way of. End of the over, 197 for 8. Archer 20, Stokes 39. The deficit 174.
What am I channeling?
Michael Vaughan.
Oh, okay.
You can do this.
Yes,
You've worked
I
with
can.
him many times.
Yes.
On many different
And
areas.
channel like Pat Cummings' deliveries.
This is Andrew in Gloucester. Michael.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can't do a Sheffield accent.
Michael.
All right, mate.
That was pretty good. Yeah. There are county players out there, as
Yeah.
those of us who watch county cricket regularly will testify. However, the selection policy is very obviously simply to not look at them. Unfortunately, that policy is now unravelling. There is a whole England team playing in county cricket that will never be selected, that I would suggest will perform better than the team now. We have focused solely on this series through favourites and not skillful ability and mindset. Well, I will just come back on that a little bit, because I watch a lot of county cricket, and Jamie Smith has got his chance because he was one of the best performing county players. He was also repurposed as a keeper when he isn't used by his county as a keeper. So he's not being used as a batter. You've chosen that precise moment to put a sweet in your mouth.
Well, only because I'm looking forward to this.
So
this 3 or 4 minutes about how you're going to explain it.
Cummins, bowls, there's a drive from Stokes, thick inside edge, goes past his stumps down to fine leg. They take a lucky single, 198 for 8. So
carry on.
And Ollie Pope was tearing up trees in county cricket. But I guess, those guys have got in on weight of runs and merit. But then you've got someone like, say, Zach Crawley. I mean, Ben Duckett, let's be very clear, Ben Duckett has been England's best all-format opener. He's not had a great series, but before this, that's why they selected him, because he was really good. Scored a lot of runs.
Yeah, it's not the whole of this England side, is it? No, it's not the whole of it. There are a couple of players who have been given the backing, haven't they? They said, we trust you, we're going to go for you, and hopefully that's going to bring things out of you. But as Australia tours do, they usually see a few off. Yes. And there will be seeing a few off.
Cummins in, then Archer turns the ball into the onside, wants a single, and he will get it as it goes slightly to the right of Boland at mid-on. So, I mean, I would be surprised, Michael, if you were... is it Michael? Yes, I'd be surprised, Michael, if you would not have selected Root, Brook and Stokes, right?
Yes.
And you wouldn't have had a problem with Duckett, because he's been a high-performing opener.
Yeah.
And you might not have had Jamie Smith as a keeper, but you probably, on the basis of his county form, look to get him into the side, maybe as a batter. So what you're really looking at is Pope and Crawley in that top 7, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
And now it's the bowling we need to discuss as Cummins is in, defended on the front foot, pushed to the offside, no run, because it's all very well looking at England's batters.
Yeah.
But we've seen bowling of such a higher quality from Australia.
Absolutely, and not blistering pace. But this is just cricket for you, isn't it? After that first test at Perth, that first session, we all thought, well, this is a new West Indian attack, But I think that things will have to change a little bit. That weight of runs and style of play isn't the only factor here.
Cummins in, round the wicket, forward comes Stokes, finds a gap, but it's a tight one, but in the end he's going to get home, because it was just to the right of Inglis at cover. They take the 100, the run.
We'll take 100.
200 has come up. 200 has come up.
Well played. There is hope. Keep the faith out there. Keep the faith.
Stokes to 41.
I think what it is that, it has just been perhaps a little bit, it's this way or the highway. So people like a Rue and all these guys, well, if you're not scoring a run a ball, that's sort of not what we want, sort of thing. Listen, it's been set out. It's been set out that this is the way that they think it's going to work, and it hasn't. So I think now, that the net will be cast a little wider, and I think that's right as well.
Cummins into Archer, who sways out of the way rather nicely and lets it go through to the keeper. A short ball.
Yeah, nothing worse than being a good county pro, and honing your game and working away and, getting over your 1,000 runs and 60 or 70 wickets like a Cook or something like that, or what have you, and just saying, well, hold on a minute, I'm just not in the frame, because it's not me how they want to play.
It's those ones that bother me the most, because everybody instead goes, oh, look at Ben McKinney, he's brilliant. He's 19, 20. Look at James Rue, he's brilliant. He's 20, 21. Cummins bowls a short ball. Where's that gone? Out towards deep square leg. He bounces just in front of the on-rushing fielder at deep backward square. And Archer, who hadn't really played risky shots before that, got sucked into the short board. He's going to get a couple of fortuitous runs. He survives the over, though. Stokes will keep strike, 202 for 8. Archer, it's 23, and as Matt says in Adelaide, Stokes facing the possibility of Archer overtaking him here. It's to kick on, surely. Oh, yes.
I mean, you know, what would have happened if Geoffrey Boycott or Sir Alistair Cook had been playing sort of at the moment? Would they have been overlooked because they don't sort of, you know, look to get on with it and things like that? You know, there is a little bit more to cricket than just one way, and I'm going to use a Michael saying here is that, you know, if you're going to be a great team, you've got to be able to play not just in one way. It's as simple as that.
Oh, Michael.
You've got to be able to adapt. Well, I've come over all sort of captaincy.
Yeah. How'd you feel?
Yeah, I know. I don't like it. I don't like it. It doesn't. I don't like it. But, you know...
I'm sure you'd have been a great disciplinarian.
There you go. But, yeah, I mean, tours to Australia, as I said earlier, you know, they usually...
they have a habit of breaking people.
Yeah, they do. And I'm sure that a few people will be sat on that plane on the way home thinking, oh crikey, well, I might just have to go back and get all my runs again and get all my wickets again, because there might be a few sort of on the wayside, thrown to the way.
Yes, discarded. Let's actually go discarded. Yep. I mean, let's face it, in 39 years, England have only won it once. So you know, it's not like they're alone in experiencing this.
No, absolutely. And I am sitting there scratching my head a little bit, because we came over with such optimism, didn't we?
You said to me, is it us?
Yeah, I did just back in the back of the box.
We just get everything wrong.
Yeah, and we've watched a hell of a lot of cricket and played a hell of a lot of cricket, and it just hasn't worked out for us.
Cam Green back in the attack from the Cathedral end, and a thick inside edge.
Stokes
has hurt Stokes as he's whacked it into his knee, his left knee. That inside edge, it's rolled into the onside. Otherwise, they would have gone for single there, because there was a time for it, but they couldn't. And instead, Travis Head was able to tidy up.
I think they definitely have got themselves in a bit of a hole over Bashir.
Yeah.
But there again, I can remember Australia trips where we were. The batting doesn't fire. You want that extra batter.
Green in again. Stokes pulls this around the corner. He's going to get a single for it down to deep backward square and move to 42, 203 for 8.
Yeah, and then everything sort of comes a little bit confused, and you want to hit them with pace. We started up, with 5 pacers, in that first test, and then things didn't quite go so right, and so you start sort of chopping and changing a little bit, and very, very quickly, and it appears, especially down under, is that all those best laid plans, that the wheels come off so quickly.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, before you know, who knows who might be playing at Sydney?
Well,
we could be in the
we've had a few
Scott Boyd ranking world. Yeah.
I mean, we have.
And why not?
Yeah, I mean, we have been here before. I think it was just that we all thought that this was a very highly talented England side, didn't we?
Yeah. And it felt like roughly the right one as well.
Yeah.
Archer, gets a short ball. I think he could be out here. Oh no, he's not.
It's dropped him.
It's dropped him. The fielder's come charging in off the boundary. He's dived forward and it's landed. Did it carry to Labuschagne? We need to see that again. He's come in very eagerly. He's a very good fielder. He's already pulled off a blistering catch at Brisbane during this series. But looking at the disappointment on his face, I think he got there. And instead, it went underneath him and Archer's collected 4. It wasn't there for the shot. It was way too high, around shoulder height. I'm looking at the replay here.
Not quite.
Not quite, no. So Archer survives, 207 for 8. Green in again, but he'd be encouraged by that, and Archer has very wisely let that go by.
That's one of those. That's one of those ones that ends up in your teeth, isn't it? When you dive forward and you're not quite there, and it bounces up, and you end up chewing it.
Sorry, the rotor's all very confusing to me. I don't know how it's.
It's because we're down under, you see, let alone the team selection and everything. Even the rotor's a bit tricky.
Well, there's
down
10-minute dollops here and there, so would you do that?
I don't know.
It's all too much.
It's been hot.
Green in, bouncer, evaded by Archer, through to the keeper. And there's no run.
This is worth saying, sort of, some of the players selected, that a lot of them had a lot of success in the early phases of their careers. Bashir had 3 5-wicket hauls in his first 5 tests, and one of the other 2 games he didn't even bowl in, because it was England beat West Indies very rapidly. Atkinson had a superb start to his test career, 12 wickets on debut and a century, 34 wickets in his first 6 tests at 20. Cast 31 in his first 6 at 22. Josh
abroad as well, weren't they? So,
the first 5 were abroad.
As Green is in to complete the over, you can come back to that after this
great
point. Green in, and that's nicely played by Archer. Gets up on his toes and guides a shortish ball down to deep backward point. Takes a single, 208 for 8. Aggers is coming in after more from Andy.
Josh Tongue before this, his first 6 tests, 31 wickets at 30. So those 3 all in the top 20 most wickets in the first 6 tests of an England Test career. So they've been picking these. So the selection was very effective for certainly the early phases of what we call the Bazball era. That the challenge has been getting those players to sustain those performances, and in particular getting them to do it in the toughest challenge in English cricket, which is coming to Australia. I think the reason there was such optimism for this series was playing them battered against Australia in 2023. Mentioned Cummins' stats earlier on. Comfortably his worst series as a bowler. Josh Hazlewood had his most expensive series. They attacked Boland really well in the 2 tests he played in that series. So I think those were the reasons for the optimism, that the players they had picked as sort of selectorial hunches had largely worked, particularly in their first few games.
No, absolutely.
Well, we've got 20 minutes to go on this second day, and Cummins starts a new over. There are 3 men in the deep for Jofra Archer, who's played some good shots actually. He's now on 28, but that one he plays back to the bowler.
It was, you're right, Andy, it was almost as if, all the jigsaw puzzle pieces were sort of slotting in together nicely, didn't it? And then they've come down under and someone's just whacked the board and they've all gone up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, today, my lead story today is how well Australia are bowled.
Oh, absolutely.
They've been absolutely outstanding. I mean, they've just bowled beautifully. They've prized England out. There are a couple of poor shots in there, but not many.
No.
There's been some excellent bowling. Cummins bowls short. Archer swings it away into the leg side. Bounces in front of the fielder, coming in way down there in the deep. He's got a sun hat on because the sun is starting, well, not to sink necessarily, but it's dipping away over in the west now. It's only 5:10.
But now, John, these guys we're talking about, like the Carses and the Tongues and everything like that, they can hold a line and length. They're professional bowlers, but they sort of chose not to.
Well, I think today, we both expected Tongue to open the bowling, and he didn't.
No.
Carse opened, whereas Tongue has got a brilliant Yorker. Bowls well at tail enders. Why didn't he start? Instead, we had a few lumbering overs from Carse, who it was dropped short, and Stark got hold of him.
Top wicket taker though, mine.
Yeah, but it's just things that well, Tongue's not, because he only played one innings. He bowled well in the first innings. It's just things that why did Jacks bowl so long yesterday? But they bowled beautifully today.
Yes, they have.
In comes Cummins again, bowls, and Stokes hops onto the back foot and plays out to mid-wicket. Yesterday, I don't know how many times I used the word cut.
Oh.
Every over, someone says cut.
Two or three times.
Yeah, cut. No, they cut. I don't think I've used it once today.
No.
Well, apart from when England were bowling. But not since Australia have been bowling.
No.
They've bowled brilliantly.
Yeah, they have.
And you look at the dismissals, Crawley, good ball. Duckett, good ball. Root, good ball. Brooke, good ball. Jacks, good ball, actually. And the keeper standing up. It's, you can look at all that, and that's being honest. It's not saying, they've thrown it away again. Here's Cummins round the wicket, a slightly slower ball, and Stokes waits for it and plays the ball off the front foot to cover.
And to be fair, there was a lot of soft dismissals from Australia.
There were.
There weren't too many good balls to get Australian batters out. They almost sort of just chipped it up in the air for us.
They did. But today, in broiling heat of 40-point-something degrees, this team has really gone about their bowling business brilliantly. They've been disciplined. They really have. Cummins round the wicket, moves in, bowls a bouncer at Stokes, who just bobs his head and allows that to go through to the keeper, but he's got cramp. There's no doubt he's discomforted, certainly. He's not moving very easily, but then he's been out there for 137 balls. For his 42, and he's leaning on his bat, kind of over my dead body type attitude here from the captain. But he's not really gone anywhere.
Well, no, he hasn't been able to.
No, wickets have fallen at the other end.
Well, yeah, and also he's been the sort of like he's had to be the glue, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But also they haven't given him anything to go anywhere with.
No. Cummins again round the wicket bowls, and he pulls this one out into the shadows, and deep square leg comes trotting in to field that. That's over to our left, so that's the west side of the ground, and the shadows starting to creep on at the end of that over.
I think Australia have worked out a little bit of baseball.
Yeah.
And, I think they were a bit taken aback a couple of years ago when they sort of like the English batters came for them, didn't they, on some pretty docile pitches, low, slow pitches. But I think that they've realised that if you want to keep having a dart at Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc dobbing it on a beautiful length at about 85, 90 miles an hour with a bit of shape and a bit of bounce, good luck to you.
Yeah.
And it's been proven that you can't really do it.
No, it has. There's so much to analyse after this. We've kind of talked out on the preparation and so on, but I think we're agreed that you can have as many nets as you like, but there's no substitute for playing a game of cricket, because as a bowler, you bowl a bad ball and it gets hit into the net, well, okay, there's no consequence of that. It's not the same as being hit for a boundary in a game and coming back. Green bowls from round the wicket. It's a nice shot from Stokes, driving out to extra cover.
And also, I'll say this as well, is that when you've got, let's say, a squad, you've got a couple of bowlers who are simmering or under your place, and you go and play against Victoria, and you bowl that ball, and these Victorian batters whack you around, you're thinking, hold on a minute, my place is up the grabs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the other bloke goes, well, I've got a chance here, and he plays in the next game, and he bowls really well. There's that sort of... I've got to make, as you say, I'll just say it's a bad ball in the nets and get whacked away.
Yeah,
there's a consequence when you're playing a warm-up
Of course. Here's Green bowls. And Stokes digs that out. It rolls out to extra cover, and there's no run. But also for a batsman, are you going to gain more confidence by having throwdowns in the nets and stuff, or going out and playing in a game and getting a 50 and playing in up against New South Wales Country 11 or whoever it is, you get a nice 50, 70. Oh, that's good. That's good. Sets me up nicely. There's no substitute for actually playing games, playing matches.
Yeah, and also then the coach then starts looking around his side, and it's just, you start going, oh, I'm sorry,
he's
mate.
In form, and he's not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly right. In comes Green, bowls, and Stokes again hops around there as he plays that off the back foot. Is his left hamstring or his left leg? I think that's he got a nasty one, didn't he?
Yeah, he got one just inside edge into the back of the knee. That hurts.
Yes, it doesn't.
Slow it down. That'll be stiff in the morning.
210 for 8. So England still 161 runs behind as the second day of this match meanders towards a close. And still they chant on the hill. As Cameron Green, very tall, bowls round the wicket. And Stokes again defends and sends the ball away to mid-on.
Another thing as well, I mean, Australia did really well to get to where they did, really. Because they threw away loads. I mean, drop catch, Khawaja on 6.
90 for 4 they were.
90 for 4. The drop catch and Carey, all right, Snicko and all that kind of stuff. They sort of chip their way towards a total that you're in the game with. We're all thinking it was light, weren't we?
Yeah.
Obviously not.
Oh, there'll be talk about Snicko, but that's not really relevant to what's happened today.
No, it's not.
If this may be a lesson that you have to spend money on the best technology.
Yeah.
Here's Green bowling to Stokes, and he's on the front foot and taps that away out into the covers, then hops away again in discomfort. It's fielded in that position. The aeroplane comes trundling in, one of the regional ones from South Australia. A low hum of the propellers over the ground.
The old Wawa. I don't like the Wawas, do
you?
No, not really.
We had a bad one to Port Pirie once, didn't we?
I was hiding in the back with Laurie Brown and Wayne Larkins.
Yeah, that was a little twin proper.
Yeah. Laurie Brown got his medicinal scotch out.
Green bowls, bouncer. Stokes tucks it into the leg side and then hobbles a run as Archer completes his, coming down to this end, and that's the end of the over. So it's 200 and 11 for 8.
I knew we was in a bit of trouble there because we had to go over some hills or a big lake or something with thermals and everything, wasn't it? It was a bit of a tricky flight anyway. And I knew we was in trouble when the air hostess, bless her, sort of like came out of the cockpit crying her eyes out with this sort of startled look on her face. I said, "Everyone sit down."
Wasn't very reassuring, was it?
It wasn't. Oh, my word.
A proper Australian storm.
Yeah, it was.
211 for 8. 65 overs gone. England trail by 160. And we've got 10 minutes of play left on this second day. So at least that means that Archer won't have to bowl today. And he'll be bowling again tomorrow with very little break. And with England, no doubt, some way behind.
What are we thinking, John? We've got 100 lead. Could we get another 60? 100 lead. We bowl them out for 200. Knock off 300. I mean, that's a scenario, isn't it?
It is. I didn't like the one from Lyon that puffed and turned.
Went through the top.
Yeah, it did. But yeah, I mean, that's no doubt what we'll hear from the dressing rooms later.
Yep.
It's been a very disappointing day today. And as I say, with Brendan McCullum, I saw yesterday, right, get 600 today. I thought, well, that was a bit ambitious, but I thought, no, 500. And then you're in a strong position, aren't you?
Yep. Well, you're bossing the game.
Yeah. Lyon round the wicket, bowls, and Stokes leans back and hammers that away off the back foot. Oh, he wants to, but he's really struggling. He's really struggling to move. Terrible cramp. And it's really painful seeing that. And this is where those that abused the runner system should hang their heads rather, because Stokes really should be allowed a runner at this stage. So he can hardly move. And Archer is now on strike. I wonder if he might just play a shot or two in anger here
I think he will.
At Lyon.
Good decision.
Feels it probably could well do. In goes Lyon. He bowls to him. Nope. He just leans forward and taps that back to the bowler again. 212 for 8.
Yeah, it's funny that, bossing the game. I don't think there's been one occasion apart from Perth, is there?
No.
Where we've really sort of been, busy, route and so, running them ragged, and, the force the bowlers off line and length. They've always managed to take wickets in clusters and get that 1 or 2, 3 wickets together, which then just sets you back. That's what they've done, and we haven't been able to do that.
They're trying to entice Archer with a big hit here.
Go on,
They brought a short leg in, they brought a silly point in and a slip.
Come on.
They've dropped mid-on back a bit, and there's a deep mid-wicket, and they're saying, come on, let's see what you've got.
Raise the spirits, Jofra, just before the end of day two.
He's not going to like these fielders very close.
I'm sure they'll be giving him a bit.
They will. And so he's got, mid-on is sort of lurking. It's Khawaja who's 10 yards in from the boundary edge.
No sweep.
Let's see what Archer does here. Lyon moves in and he bowls, and he drives up to mid-off.
Come on, guys.
And there's no run. I feel that he's going to go for a big hit here. Plant him down the ground, maybe. That looks like a fairly safe option. But there are short boundaries over mid-wicket.
Yeah.
He could take on the fielder there. Lyon bowls. Oh, that turns and bounces.
Good luck getting 300.
That's gloved away, yeah. That might, again, also produce the bigger shot.
Yeah.
With the men catching there, that could have easily popped up.
They've done some remarkable things, this England side, though.
Yep. Lyon bowls. Archer, no, he's determined. He's just leaning forward. Throw that in the offside. 212 for 8, so 159 runs behind. Archer waits and then works into the leg side. Now he wants a single. There, he's taking the strike. Good Stokes through.
I mean, you can. 100 lead is a big lead, but I mean, it's not insurmountable.
No,
it's not. It's done before,
It's not. But so you just wonder how much of a rest the bowlers have had. I know it's not as hot tomorrow as today, but it's still pretty 30 odd degrees. It's still pretty warm.
Yeah, I mean, it's still obviously we'll get that 60.
Yes. Well, that's the other issue.
150 then.
10 minutes to go.
Just on the makeup of the England team, people have been sort of talking about Crawley and Pope as ones who've benefited certainly from selectorial patience. You think of their sort of big innings that appeared to be maybe sort of breakthrough innings for them. Crawley's superb 189 at Old Trafford in the last Ashes, and Ollie Pope's 196 in the second innings at Hyderabad that helped England win the first test in India in January of 2024. But since then, neither of them has managed to put together any sort of improved form.
Green's going to continue. It's coming up from the far end. He bowls to Archer, and solid in defence, determinedly keeping that one out.
Crawley's averaged 31 since that superb innings at Old Trafford. You take out his 100 against Zimbabwe, that drops below 30. Pope has averaged 32 since that innings in Hyderabad. Again, if you take out his 100 against Zimbabwe, that drops below 30 as well. His second innings average, which has been a real problem through his career, has been around about 15 or 16 since that Hyderabad innings. So that's the players they've given patience to.
Comes Green, bowls a bouncer. Archer ducks underneath it.
Haven't really sort of improved, having had what appeared to be moments where you would have thought they've given them the confidence.
Well, it's interesting because we have seen both those two batsmen play outstanding innings. They can play. They can bat. So why haven't they produced the best? Why haven't they moved on? There must be some reason for that has not been beneficial for their
growth,
game.
So their growth.
Yeah.
You know, well, we've seen that big knock of yours. Well, consistency and.
So what is it about the way that's happened that has not encouraged people like that? To improve and to become consistent batsmen? Green again shuffles in and bowls, and that was flashed away by Archer, but only as far as Inglis at point.
I mean, I got a fabulous 67 once. You know.
Yes, again. So why didn't you build on that? No,
talent? But I mean, if the selectors had been there for that day, they might have gone, "Oh, I tell you something, this fella can bat." Yeah. You know, but it's not just about that. As a professional,
I suspect they probably wouldn't have thought that.
Well, but you know, as a professional batsman, you're going to have those inningses. Of course, you are, aren't you? But then
they can play. So what's happened? Why? What has failed? What part of the system or the coaching setup, whatever it is, his Green bowls? And Archer plays off the back foot. I mean, I think that's a valid question now.
Yeah, yes, I do.
Because they can bat. I mean, Crawley's innings in Pakistan, in Rawalpindi, astonishing innings at Old Trafford against Australia. Pope, lovely 100 against South Africa and Port Elizabeth. He kind of really announced himself. That innings you were talking about, Andy. You know, they can play, but why are they not batting and producing runs consistently?
Yeah, and that can only come down to nous, I think, or game awareness. Or putting some shots away on certain pitches.
Archer defends the next one from Green. He's playing really well here. Archer's got 30 from 46 balls.
Yeah, it's done very well.
It's just it's a determined effort by a bowler.
He doesn't want to get his boots back
also,
on.
What have you been doing out here?
Absolutely
What have you been doing?
Yeah.
Now the ball's got a bit soft, and they've been out there for hours, but even so, he's really knuckling down.
On the odd occasion when I managed to sort of hang around for a little while or something, there's actually nothing worse for the batters who are sitting there going, "Oh, crikey."
No.
Number 11's looking.
Even Tufnell's got double figures. Yeah. Green again moves in, bowls a bounce. Once more, Archer ducks his head, bobs underneath it. Stokes applauds there, saying, "Well played." And that's the end of that over. So 213 for 8. And just looking at the watch here, I reckon we've got probably one more over. And that'll be it for a very hot day, unless Lyon, who bowls it, is going to really whistle his way through it. But it'll mean that England will come back as Australia did this morning, 8 wickets down. And see if England can. They're 158 behind. Can they get those 58 runs?
Yeah.
Stokes hopefully will be more mobile in the morning. They'll get rid of this cramp. It was a stifling hot day. It's been absolutely Australia's day. Runs to start with. That often seizes the initiative, doesn't it, when the last 2 wickets add those sorts of runs.
Yeah, what did they put on? 30 odd? 40 odd?
They had 45 and 8.2 overs for the last 2.
Yeah.
2 wickets.
Lyon round the wicket, starts what might be the last over. The first one's a quicker ball, homing in on Stokes' pads. He jabs the bat down, Inglisfield's at cover. 5 balls to go. There's a new ball for Australia due in 12 overs.
Might be worth playing a few shots tomorrow morning.
Lyon tosses this up. Stokes head right over it. Ultra watchful. It's fielded at cover again. Shadows lengthening. They're coming on now, creeping on from the left. To bring a really... Well, it's been a hot day. I was going to say a beautiful day. It's not. I don't think a 40-degree day is really a beautiful day, but it's been a very, very hot day out there for the players and for the spectators. Tomorrow, not quite so. It's
You don't feel it though, John, when you're on top.
Well, that's true.
It could be as hot as you like.
Yeah.
And you're getting wickets and you're bowling well, you're loose as a goose and you're progressing and you're nearly winning the Ashes. They won't feel the heat.
Stokes just pads away. The next one from Nathan Lyon. Looking at the clock, it's on 5:29, so it ticks around to 5:30. That will be it. Tomorrow, 30 degrees, so 10 degrees cooler than today. Still plenty of sunshine.
No rain.
No rain.
No.
Lyon bowls. Stokes forward again, a big stride. Well, there's a single there if he wanted it, because the field was set a long way back.
I don't think he's running any quick singles.
No, they don't take it. Still showing 6:29. And there's 2 balls to go in this over. Lyon's going to switch to around the wicket, so this should ensure that the clock ticks round to 6:30 by the time he's bowled 2 more. Travis had asking, do you want me in the offside or the leg side? Nathan, and he's going to come in the offside actually, and a slip and a short leg. So he's trying to put some pressure on here. At the end, it is now 5:30, so this will be the last over. Lyon scuttles in, bowls. Stokes right forward. And Lyon will field that as he trots through into the offside. There's 1 ball to go. It'll end a very good day for Australia. They feel really pleased with themselves with it. Well, taken the wickets and they've battled through this hot day.
Bit of class.
Crowd acknowledging the last ball rather, as Lyon bowls. There it is. And Stokes for the hobble plays it. And the Australians are applauding. Their team has had comfortably the best of today and they've stuck to it. Yes, it's easy when you're taking wickets and so on, but in a heat like that, they've kept running in. They've absolutely not let up at all. And the teams will part company, really. England walk off without a backward glance towards the fielders. And likewise, the fielders head off towards their dressing rooms to the right-hand side. So, well played, Australia. You've got to give them credit for that. There has been times where we've certainly criticised England here for really poor shot selection and all sorts of things. But that's Australia's day. They bowled absolutely superbly. And they've got England in a real mess here. They're, 158 behind. And they are, 213 for 9 at the close of play, with Ben Stokes 45 and Jofra Archer really good 30 there. He's played some nice shots, but more important than that, he's stuck out there with Stokes. The bowler showing the batsman up rather there, as Stokes gets a slap on the back from Marcus Trescothick. I suspect one of those coaches will be wheeled out again today to give their thoughts on the day. Doesn't feel like a player's day necessarily. I suspect it might be Marcus that gets the short straw tonight after David Saker's appearance last night. So 213 for 9. England are 158 runs behind, and that's only after the second day.